The Crime Commission will come to order. I want to welcome everybody today for the second day of hearings in conjunction with the referred bills and the issues of mass shootings and gun violence in Virginia. The first order of business today is we have set aside an hour and a half for invited guests. This is the opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to invite guests to address subjects that they want the commission to hear from. I will recognize Delegate Herring to introduce the guests that she has invited. And we are going to try and stay, while she helps Senator Norman, we are going to stay on schedule today. And it's not out of any discourtesy to anybody, and I want to apologize in advance if anybody is cut off, but it's going to be equal opportunity because we have a long day and a lot in store. So with that, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for those invited guests of mine, I will just sort of give you a hand signal when your time is up because we have a limited amount of time, and I just want to make sure all guests are called. So first, we're going to hear from Giffords. We have Adam Skaggs, and along with him is Sheriff Gabe Morgan.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the members of the Commission for taking the time out of your busy schedules to hold these hearings on this incredibly important subject. My name is Adam Skaggs. I am Chief Counsel and Policy Director with Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence. We have previously, the Giffords organization has previously given you all extensive written testimony for these hearings, and I won't dwell long on all of that, but I do commend that written testimony to your attention, which covers the broad range of policies that you spent yesterday and will spend today addressing. The Giffords organization supports a number of these proposals. These are proposals for which there is extensive social science evidence proving their effectiveness and proving that these laws, when implemented properly, have the potential and indeed do save lives. The policies that we support are also carefully crafted to ensure that they respect the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans, both with respect to rights to armed self-defense, also due process and other constitutional protections, and none of the policies that we are urging adoption of infringe on those rights. So among the policies we'll be talking about this afternoon, as I said, are many that Giffords supports, whether it's universal background checks that ensure that people prohibited from owning and possessing firearms can't get their hands on them by getting a gun without submitting to a background check, whether we're talking about laws that allow family members and law enforcement to temporarily prevent access to guns by people who have been found to pose a danger to themselves or to others based on credible, strong evidence, whether we're talking about laws that protect children from unintentional, accidental shootings and injuries from that by requiring guns be stored responsibly and safely, or policies addressing the most lethal weaponry, military-style weapons, and large-capacity magazines that have been proven again, time and again, to save lives. We urge careful study, and we urge Virginia to adopt a range of these policies. But I want to spend my very brief time with you today focusing on two particular proposals, two particular pieces of legislation, in particular House Bill 4009, dealing with domestic violence protective orders, and then also House Bill 4011, dealing with the required reporting of firearms that are lost or stolen. So turning first to the Domestic Violence Protection Order bill. It is difficult to overstate, it may be impossible to overstate the lethal consequences of the intersection of domestic violence and firearm violence. And indeed, domestic violence really fuels a significant proportion of gun violence in this nation. What does that look like? Well, if you have a gun introduced in a domestic violence situation, the woman is 5 times more likely to be killed than if there is no firearm present in that situation. That means that women in the United States are 21 times more likely to be killed with a firearm than are women in our peer nations, in other developed countries around the world. And it's not just the number of women who are killed. Women dealing with the lasting impacts of gun violence bear severe burdens as well. 1 million women in this country have either been shot by an intimate partner or have been shot at by an intimate partner and are still surviving. So that's on top of the deadly toll, are those dealing with the literally physical scars of gun violence. And it's closer to 5 million women who have been threatened with or had a firearm brandished by an intimate partner in a harassing, in a threatening manner. So these are significant costs that guns and domestic violence situations impose on our society, and responding to that is a critical public safety need. States that have prohibited possession of guns by those subjected to domestic violence restraining orders have seen reductions in gun violence, gun death rates by about 13%. States that have gone further and actually required proof that a prohibited domestic abuser has actually relinquished any guns that they previously possessed, those states have seen even greater reductions in the number of women injured and killed by gun violence. So the evidence is clear. This type of policy is critically important, and the evidence is also clear that these enjoy wide bipartisan support. Indeed, the public supports these sorts of responses to domestic violence at a tune of 80%, 81% or more. And we have seen across the country in red states and blue states and purple states signed by governors, Republican, Democrat, independent governors have all recognized the importance of these laws. They are, again, critically important, and I urge all of you to support their adoption. Turning quickly with the remaining moments that I have to HB 4011, the lost and stolen reporting law. This is just a common sense law that requires gun owners, when they become aware that a gun has been stolen or that a gun has been lost, to report that to law enforcement within a reasonable period of time. Again, I think this is a common sense measure. This type of policy will assist law enforcement in recovering guns that are stolen, returning them to their proper lawful owners. This type of policy will have the potential for severe reductions in gun trafficking. As it stands now, lost and stolen guns fuel a tremendous amount of crime around the country, and straw purchasers are able to use the ability not to report lost and stolen guns to buy guns, supply them to prohibited people who can then traffic them within the Commonwealth and outside Virginia's borders, and then when police trace the guns that they recover at crime scenes back to the purchaser can just say, oh yeah, I lost that. That gun was stolen months ago. I don't know what happened to it. So requiring reporting of lost and stolen is a strong deterrent and an important intervention to reduce trafficking. And just to be clear, this is a serious problem. There are literally hundreds of thousands of guns that are stolen from individual gun owners in this country every year. It's a phenomenon that happens nearly once every minute in this country, that a gun is stolen from a lawful gun owner. I'm not talking about thefts from gun shops. I'm talking about thefts from homes, thefts from vehicles, and it's just a huge scale, and it's driving a vast percentage of the black market. We've seen, in particular in recent years, an increase in the number of guns stolen from vehicles, from automobiles, and that just compounds the problems that occur when guns are stolen from gun owners' homes. So in recognition of the extensive ground that the Commission has to cover this afternoon, I thank you for your time. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I'll now
Well, thank you very much for those comments. Appreciate it.
Sheriff
Delegate.
Morgan, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to address you on this issue. I don't have to say that gun violence is a problem.
And I hate to interrupt you, but would you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm Sheriff Gabe Morgan. I'm the Sheriff of Newport News.
Sheriff, it's great to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Just for some context, since August 1 of this year, we've had 20 shootings in Newport News, 7 deaths. The last an officer and a ride-along person was shot while responding to a location where an individual suspect was held up after he had just shot his wife at the gas station. Again, domestic violence. But the officer and the ride-along was ambushed. In my city, in 2016, we had 603 guns taken off the streets. 2017, 620 guns taken off the street. 2018, another 659 guns taken off the street. I support people's rights to own guns, but the first duty of government is to protect its citizens. We can't effectively protect our citizens as it stands right now. Common sense gun legislation is a must. I am tired of looking at crime scenes that you have 15 and 13-year-olds, 17, 18-year-olds that are gunned down, and we have to make the notification. No disrespect to the folks in the subcommittee for militia and police, but the majority of them don't live in the areas where this phenomenon occurs. We need to have some legislations that will give us the ability to combat this problem without impeding other people's rights to own and possess weapons. In 1993, Governor Wilder appointed a task force on violent crime. One of the measures that emerged from that effort was one handgun a month. The aforementioned legislation passed with bipartisan majority in both chambers, 60 to 40 in the House and 35-4 in the Senate. The efforts was a result of a coalition of law enforcement and businesses. Unfortunately, that law was repealed in 2012, and Senate Bill 4002 aims to bring that bill back. During the time that that law was enacted, Virginia had a reputation as a place where criminals could purchase as many handguns as they wanted and sell them in open-air markets. In 1995, the I-95 corridor was and still a thoroughfare for guns leaving the Commonwealth and drugs flowing into the Commonwealth. Both Maryland and New Jersey have one handgun a month restriction. The legislation is more than just gun control. Yes, it will reduce the number of guns that are accessible through bulk purchases, thereby reducing the number of guns in the hands of criminals. It will also reduce the quantity of illegal drugs offered on our streets by intermediate traffickers. Let me walk you through a $300 gun purchase in Virginia. You purchase a handgun for $300 in Virginia, you go to the streets of Baltimore and New York, and you sell that gun for $600 to $700. Depending on the cost of heroin because of demand and those kind of things, a gram of pure heroin will cost you about $500. A bag of heroin contains 1/10 of a gram. If you do the math, you come out with 5,000 units of heroin. Selling that at $5 a bag, it comes out to $25,000 in proceeds. We have an opioid problem in Virginia. We have a gun problem in Virginia. This is one legislation that can seek to make a difference in both of those areas. You know, after this law was enacted in 1996, this very commission studied it. And the finding was it had its intended effect of reducing Virginia's status as a source state for guns trafficking. And it goes on and it says the drop in Virginia from first as a source state to eighth as a source state by this law when it was enacted. And this was from your own report. The other thing that I will speak to briefly is local authority. Local authority ability to regulate firearms. You know, we pride ourselves on Virginia being a huge, vast state that's livable for everyone. It's 8 hours from Virginia Beach to the southwest border. Every single law does not fit every single locality. I would not stand here and say we should regulate Lee County, but I will tell you that given us the authority to create laws to regulate guns within our borders, in our jurisdiction, makes a lot of sense. Because those folks that represent that area on the local level are closest to the problem. They have direct consequences if they enact laws that the folks won't support. But they're crying for us to do something, but we're unable to do anything because our hands are tied.
Sheriff Morgan, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
But Sheriff, is it that, I just want to make sure you've covered all the topics that you want.
Those are the two topics. I was going to go a little further into that House Bill 4005 and 4001,
So-
but that's okay.
No, Sheriff, what I will do is that I've built in some minutes of buffer. You took some of it, but I think we still have some buffer. If it's okay with the chair, as long as we're within our 45 minutes, I'll call you back up.
Use it however you like.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sheriff, thank you very much for your testimony.
Next from the Brady campaign is Chris Brown.
Welcome. We're
afternoon.
delighted to have you.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to come before you today to discuss the importance of passing life-saving policies to prevent gun injuries and deaths of those who live, work, and attend school in the Commonwealth of Virginia. My name is Chris Brown, and I am the president of Brady, one of America's oldest gun violence prevention organizations. Being before you here today has special meaning for me. I'm a lifelong Virginian, I'm a graduate of Virginia Tech, and I'm raising my two daughters in Arlington who attend public schools. So while obviously I have a very strong professional interest in seeing gun violence prevention happen here in the Commonwealth of Virginia and being taken seriously, I also have a deeply personal interest, particularly as a mother. As many of you very likely know, Brady was founded in 1974. We work across Congress, courts, and the communities, uniting gun owners and non-gun owners alike to take action, not sides, and end America's gun violence epidemic. Our organization carries the name of Jim Brady, who was shot and severely injured in the assassination attempt on President Ronald Reagan. Jim and his wife, Sarah, devoted their lives to the passage of the federal Brady Law. That is our nation's background check system. That obviously applies to federally licensed firearms dealers. But just to give the committee a sense of the issues that we have here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we have not expanded the Brady background check to cover private sales, before I left my home in Arlington, Virginia today, I did a search on sites that are easily accessible to all Americans to find out within a 30-mile radius of my home if I could purchase assault-style weapons, no questions asked, with no background check. And the answer I already knew. The answer is yes. I have the search results, which I will provide to the committee, of 20 assault-style weapons ranging at a minimum price of $400 that I could buy, no questions asked, at a Safeway parking lot. within half an hour of where we live. That's why what we're doing here is so important. I'm here to talk to you today about policy solutions that will help address the epidemic of gun violence that we face. And make no mistake, gun violence is an epidemic. Since the tragic shooting at Virginia Tech in 2007, more than 11,000 Virginians have died from gun violence. I want to begin by discussing the scourge of dangerous weapons of war in our communities. These weapons, assault-style semi-automatic rifles and pistols, frequently paired with high-capacity magazines, have no place on our streets. When these guns are easily accessible to civilians, we know what happens. Sandy Hook, where 26 children and their educators were killed in their elementary school with an assault rifle and handguns equipped with 30-round magazines. Las Vegas, where 58 people enjoying a music festival were killed and nearly 900 injured when the shooter used numerous assault-style rifles outfitted with high-capacity magazines and bump stocks. Over 1,000 rounds were fired in 11 minutes. Obviously, just weeks ago, a deadly shooting at a Walmart in El Paso, where 22 people were killed and 24 more injured by a gunman with a semi-automatic AK-style rifle and numerous high-capacity magazines. Finally, in Dayton, Ohio, a shooter, again with an AR-15 pistol and a 100-round drum magazine, killed 9 and injured 27 people in less than 25 seconds. Assault weapons are uniquely lethal, and that's because the tactical features that differentiate these weapons from hunting rifles that fire the same caliber ammunition are designed to kill as many humans as possible. These features, like detachable magazines, barrel shrouds, pistol grips, forward grips, and telescoping stocks, allow a shooter to either conceal the weapon or to make it easier to fire a high volume of ammunition in a short period of time while maintaining accuracy. A typical AR-15 bullet leaves the barrel of the gun 3 times faster than a typical 9mm handgun bullet. When it enters a human body, the .223 caliber bullet is designed to fragment and tumble. The high velocity damages and kills tissue as it travels, causing catastrophic internal bleeding. With an assault weapon, even a firearms novice can perpetuate a mass casualty incident. Many of the deadliest mass shooters weren't particularly experienced with guns. They just followed the example that had been left before them. Make no mistake, mass shooters seek out these weapons and accessories because they enable them to kill more people in a shorter amount of time. When any gun, including assault weapons or handguns, is paired with high-capacity magazines that can hold 20, 30, or up to 100 rounds, the carnage that results is exponentially worse. The more bullets that can be fired in quick succession without requiring the shooter to pause or reload gives victims fewer opportunities to escape and law enforcement fewer opportunities to intervene. Nothing good has ever come from the 11th bullet of a high-capacity magazine. In a shooting that is unfortunately all too familiar to all of us in this room, a shooter entered a municipal building in Virginia Beach with a handgun and multiple high-capacity magazines. He killed 12 people and injured 4 more. Law enforcement engaged in a lengthy gun battle to stop the shooter. In the aftermath of the shooting, Police Chief Cervera said that the shooter was reloading extended magazines in the handgun, firing at victims throughout the building and at our officers. These magazines enabled the shooter to continue his reign of terror inside the building nearly continuously. At MSD High School in Parkland, Florida, the gunman paused for 13 critical seconds while he retrieved and inserted a new magazine in that 13 seconds. A teacher and 10 students were able to flee the massacre. In Thousand Oaks, when the shooter paused to reload, people trapped inside the bar broke a window and up to 35 people escaped. At the horrific shooting in Tucson, Arizona, that gravely injured Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, non-armed civilians were able to intervene when her shooter paused to reload. One was able to pull the new magazine from his hands, while others wrestled the shooter to the ground, stopping the shooting before even more people were injured or killed.
President Brown, you have about 30 seconds left on your time.
Okay. The bottom line is this. No civilian should ever have to intervene to prevent their other fellow human beings from being massacred. Bans on high-capacity magazines and assault weapons do work. And we have data from right here in the Commonwealth that shows their effectiveness. When the federal ban was in effect, the number of guns with high-capacity magazines recovered by Virginia State Police steadily declined. In 1998, only 9% of guns were recovered with a high-capacity magazine. After its reversal, the rate began climbing again and did so drastically. By 2010, that number was up by 20%. Ultimately, just to conclude, states across this country have enacted these bans on high-capacity magazines and assault-style weapons. Every state that has enacted these bans has had their ban upheld as constitutional. There is no separation between the Second Amendment and this policy that saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. It's a pleasure having you with us today.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your sharing your views and opinions and testimony with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Everytown for Gun Safety, Sam Levy.
Mr. Levy, welcome. It's nice of you to join us today.
Thank you,
Look forward
Mr.
to your
Chairman.
testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the time and the consideration today. It's my honor to stand here on behalf of my organization, Everytown for Gun Safety, America's largest gun violence prevention organization, our 23 local chapters of Moms Demand Action, our volunteers here in the Commonwealth, 15 chapters of Students Demand Action, and tens of thousands of supporters here in the Commonwealth who are looking to this committee to help make Virginia a safer place to live and fight the gun violence epidemic you've heard so much about. I thank the Governor for calling the special session and for the General Assembly for considering all these bills. This is an epidemic, it is a crisis, but the good news is there are solutions to these problems. No one law is going to solve all these issues, but the ones you'll hear about today and others you will consider in the future will save lives, can save lives, carefully considered and well implemented here in the Commonwealth. So the horror and the tragedy of Virginia Beach are very much top of mind for all of us here. That was what led immediately to the special session, but so too, as you heard from the sheriff, is the everyday gun violence, the firearm suicides that are the real face of gun violence in this country and that affect cities like Richmond, of course, Newport News, as you just heard. So I'm going to speak to you today about two policies that we think will be extremely impactful and save lives, but I also want to mention with respect to city gun violence, you heard about some of those interventions yesterday, some of the programs that really have been shown to work that we also strongly support, and of course, a robust and well-implemented red flag law which can save lives and also be a powerful tool to help prevent mass shootings. So first, with respect to background checks, that's House Bill 4015. You heard yesterday from state police some of the history of how our nation's and the Commonwealth's gun laws work. We have federal and state laws that prohibit a whole host of people from possessing and purchasing firearms. Those are people who are likely to use those firearms to do harm. So convicted felons, domestic abusers, those with severe mental illness. The Commonwealth, in fact, outpaced the nation by creating a system to robustly check records to make sure people who are trying to purchase and possess firearms are legally allowed to do so. The Virginia model is, in fact, the process upon which the NICS national model was based in part. Virginia State Police has also taken great pride over the years in enforcing the dealer background check law by making sure that people who go to licensed dealers and lie and say that they're not a prohibited person and fill out the form with the hopes of getting a gun illegally are located and prosecuted for committing that crime. So Virginia's history and leadership in this area, I'm sorry to say, stands squarely at odds with the fact that there is a dangerous gap in your state law that makes it perfectly easy and legal for felons, domestic abusers, the seriously mentally ill, and a whole host of other prohibited possessors to come into this state and purchase guns legally, no questions asked, by locating an unlicensed seller online or at a gun show. As you've heard, the online market is robust. An Everytown study found that in 2018 alone, 43,558 ads were posted on armslist.com, a popular marketplace, listing sales for firearms that would not require a background check of any kind. Gun shows, too, are fertile ground, places where unlicensed sellers can sell without a background check required. You heard from the state police yesterday that though there is an optional check in place, state police is set up at each of those shows. Less than 100 checks are done annually by state police in those moments. If you wonder why that is, the answer, I suspect, is clear. It's the people who come here to buy guns without a background check do so because they couldn't pass one if they were asked to. So it is a glaring gap in the law. It's one that we strongly urge this committee to consider and to close as soon as possible. And it's not just a Virginia problem, as you've heard. Guns that are bought here illegally are purchased for the purpose of taking them out of state to states that have more robust laws or is far more difficult to purchase a gun without a background check. And so just as the people of the Commonwealth are looking to you to help protect them, so too are your neighbor states with, who have seen Virginia crime guns turn up at their crime scenes. Simply put, background checks are the best way to ensure guns don't end up in the hands of people who are likely to misuse them, people who are legally prohibited from having them under both state and federal law. The research is clear. Background checks on all gun sales have been associated with significantly lower homicide rates, significantly lower violent crime rates and firearm rates. The federal background check system has stopped over 3 million illegal sales since its inception, and it should be the backbone of any strong gun violence prevention policy, and certainly should here in the Commonwealth. With respect to the bill in particular, it creates a very simple process. If you want to sell a gun to another unlicensed person, being an unlicensed seller, you would travel to an FFL and they would facilitate the sale following the exact procedures they do now, which is getting a check, submitting it to the state police, and ensuring that you're not a prohibited person before that sale is consummated. For context, 99.7% of Virginia residents live within 10 miles of a licensed dealer. This is not onerous, this is not complicated. This is a way to keep guns out of dangerous hands and to save lives. Now, this is also a wildly popular policy nationally. More than 90% of Americans support background check, and it is a policy that we urge you to strongly consider and a gap that we hope you can close here in state law. I'd also like to speak briefly about a child access prevention law. That's House Bill 4006. Virginia law currently has a provision that prevents or punishes those who recklessly leave loaded and unsecured firearms in a place where a child under 14 years of age can access them, putting that child at risk. The frequency of child deaths at firearms is staggering. Firearms are the #1 leading cause of death for children and teens in the Commonwealth currently. A great many of those deaths are suicides and accidental shootings, preventable shootings. And so the bill before you would strengthen current Virginia law by raising that number from 14 to 18 to make sure that if there is anyone under the age of 18 in a home or a place where a firearm might be accessed unlawfully, they are secured and held responsibly. We also know, speaking of mass shootings, that in the context of school-based violence and school shootings, guns are most often, more than 70% of the time, acquired from the home or a home of a friend, a firearm that is unsecured and unlocked. So again, a simple policy that will help prevent not only accidental shootings and firearm suicides, but also potentially school violence and other mass shootings. Did I make it on time? All right, happy to take a question or two if anybody has any.
No, actually, I had the buffer at the end so we can move, and thank you because you added time, so
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have Adeline Allison from the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence.
Good afternoon, welcome. Nice to have you.
Members of the Crime Commission and staff, my name is Adeline Alchin, and I'm the Senior Director of Public Health and Policy for the Educational Fund to Stop Gun Violence, a public health think tank that seeks to make gun violence rare and abnormal. I'm speaking today in support of the Extreme Risk Protection Order Policy, or ERPO, which can help prevent suicides, mass shootings, and other forms of interpersonal gun violence. I want to give you a brief overview of what ERPOs are. ERPOs are civil court orders that may be sought by law enforcement and prohibit a person who poses a danger to self or others from owning, purchasing, possessing, receiving, or having in the respondent's custody or control any firearms or ammunition for a temporary period. In determining whether to issue an order, judges use evidence-based criteria to assess the individual's risk, such as recent threats or acts of violence towards self or others, a recent violation of a protection order, and recent acquisition of firearms, among others. If an order is granted, firearms are temporarily removed. When the order expires, and if the respondent is not otherwise prohibited from having firearms, firearms may be returned. Importantly, ERPOs allow for gun violence to be prevented before it occurs. And ERPO-type policies are currently available in 17 states and the District of Columbia. In many states, including Virginia, have considered or are considering such legislation. And Americans are overwhelmingly in favor of this policy. New polling released just this morning showed that 70% of Americans support ERPO. ERPOs are critical because there are times when an individual may be at risk of harming themselves or others and has access to a firearm, yet they are not subject to any qualifying state or federal firearm prohibitions. In addition, the same individual may not have any records that rise to the level of commitment or adjudication, and ERPO fills this gap. Research shows that easy access to firearms increases the risk of dying by suicide, and 85% of suicide attempts using firearms are lethal, whereas by comparison, more common suicide attempt methods are lethal only 2% of the time. Thus, suicide attempts with firearms will likely result in death, and temporarily reducing access to firearms during those periods of crisis can save lives. Research also shows that temporarily restricting access to firearms by individuals at high risk of dangerous behavior is an effective policy. And notably, an evaluation of Connecticut's risk warrant law, which is Connecticut's ERPO type law, estimated that for every 10 to 20 risk warrants issued, one life is saved, and that in about 61% of cases, suicidality or self-injury was the cause of concern. Moreover, nearly 1/3 of risk warrant subjects received treatment in the public behavioral health system in the year following the issuance of a risk warrant. This means that these temporary risk-based firearm removal policies can not only save lives, but can serve as a catalyst for individuals to receive desperately needed mental health and substance use disorder treatment. The Extreme Risk Protection Order Policy is a recommendation from the Consortium for Risk-Based Firearm Policy, which is a group of the nation's leading researchers, practitioners, and advocates in gun violence prevention and public health. Developed in 2013 after the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary, the report by the consortium recommends extreme risk protection orders as a state-level strategy to reduce firearm violence towards self or others. And we at the Educational Fund to Stop Gun Violence agree wholeheartedly with this recommendation. The evidence is clear. Access to guns while an individual is in crisis can create a deadly situation. I want to call your attention to the study that I had handed out to you. This is a study released just yesterday by Dr. Garen Wintemute, a gun violence researcher and emergency room physician at the University of California, Davis. This study outlines 21 cases where a California gun violence restraining order, which is their version of an ERPO policy, has been used to help prevent a mass shooting. Here's just one example. A 33-year-old man quit his job with an armed security service after a dispute with a supervisor. Over the next 11 days, he threatened to shoot a specific former coworker and texted others to say he was watching them and could kill them if he wanted to. The threatened coworker and the company reported the man's behavior to the local police 4 times. California Department of Justice records indicated that the subject owned 4 handguns. A GVRO was obtained, and a 1-year order after hearing was subsequently issued. And here are some more ERPO cases. A man who posed for photos with a semi-automatic rifle and had spoken openly about planning a school shooting. a veteran who threatened to gun down people at church, a man who shot into the ceiling of his home believing he was shooting at people in his attic who were poisoning him, a man who sought to return to work to shoot the boss who just fired him. For suicide, a 34-year-old woman who was in a temporary crisis and had made suicidal statements. For dementia, an 81-year-old man who threatened to shoot his 75-year-old wife and neighbor because he believed they were having an affair. His wife escaped the house barefoot by climbing a fence and running through cactus. His family reported him to be in the early stages of dementia. A 38-year-old man who threatened to kill himself, his wife, and their young child if she left him. His wife overheard him distraught and crying in the bathroom and cocking his pistol. A 39-year-old man who, while intoxicated at 3 times the legal limit, believed he was shooting at raccoons and rats in his backyard. Terrified neighbors called the police as bullets flew into their backyards.
Ms. Algen, you have about 30 seconds.
Great. So these are just a few examples of how ERPOs have been used across the country, and they can be used here in Virginia too. And as we've seen over the most recent weeks, even the safest communities can be affected by gun violence. And Americans are living in fear. 1 in 3 adults recently said that they agree with the statement that fear of a mass shooting prevents me from going to certain places or events. Virginia can have this evidence-based law that can help prevent mass shootings, suicides, and interpersonal violence, and I urge you to support this extreme risk protection order policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Next, Mr. Chair, we have the Chief of the Henrico County, Chief Umberto Cardinal. Thank you, Chief, for being here.
Chief, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished commission members. My name is Umberto Cardinal. I am the Chief of Police in Henrico County. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon on the topic of threat assessments. We are all very much aware of the horrific events involving mass acts of violence, not just across our nation, but within our own Commonwealth. My comments today are not so much directed towards the response to these types of incidents, but more so focused on what we are doing to be preemptive and hopefully preventative, not just on mass acts of violence, but acts of violence in general. I wish to present to you what one agency is doing and what we are seeing. In 2008, we identified the need to better train our first responders with how to deal with persons in crisis. This type of training, often referred to as crisis intervention training or CIT, became the cornerstone for many law enforcement agencies to better identify persons in mental health crisis, provide them the resources to access help, and ultimately interdict or prevent tragedies from occurring. In 2013, we took this to the next level and created the STAR team, Services to Aid Recovery. This is a multidisciplinary team comprised of representatives from police, fire, sheriff, Commonwealth attorney, social services, and mental health to provide a process by which follow-up could and can be done and provided to residents that need assistance with their continued mental health care and wellness. A very non-traditional approach with the goal of preventing the need for future emergency services. In 2017, we expanded our STAR team concept to include our youth and incorporate our school system, juvenile justice, and advocacy groups into the conversations. Again, the goal being getting services to those in need through non-traditional ways if necessary. In 2018, we took all of this yet one step further in Henrico County, where we developed a formal threat assessment process, which is why I'm here today. Our threat assessment team is comprised of police officers within our community services unit and our public safety partners that look at each threat we receive and follow up to determine if the threat is credible. If it is in fact deemed to be credible in the sense that we are able to track down the source, we then go through a lengthy process of identifying whether there are mental health considerations. If so, what options do we have? Do we have the emergency custody order or temporary detention order options available? If we don't have mental health options, do the facts support an emergency protective order? If the facts or evidence don't support a protective order, do they support any other vehicle by which we can mitigate the threat? In some cases, the threat we perceive or receive does not arise to a crime for which we can charge or otherwise take immediate action to mitigate. This is the predicament that many law enforcement agencies are facing today. We have a threat. We have reason to believe the threat does exist, but we don't have a good mechanism necessarily by which to, at a minimum, separate the person from the means to carry it out. As you consider potential legislation, I ask that you include our local and state law enforcement practitioners in these discussions so we can provide contemporary examples of what exactly our men and women are experiencing in the field and the challenges that they face. I have some examples where we have been able to mitigate a threat using our team, as well as examples of situations where we had limited options available to us. In many cases, we have been able to mitigate the threat within hours. In other cases, it may take days, weeks, or months. And in some cases, we just haven't had any recourse with little to no options available. A very recent incident occurred just a few days ago where an individual posted on social media his desire to go to a local store armed with an assault rifle. From there, the social media conversation continued in such a manner that you could reasonably infer he was alluding to events like we saw in El Paso and Dayton. The comments were not overt enough to rise to the level of a threat for which we could arrest, but certainly worrisome enough that it needed to be acted on. Within hours, our threat assessment team was able to identify and locate the individual. In this case, the individual did have access to a firearm, but no indication he had access to the weapon he alluded to. In this particular case, we felt we had fully vetted the threat and concluded no imminent threat. Poor judgment, poor taste, absolutely. But in this particular case, no imminent threat, only because we were in fact able to vet the threat.
Chief, I hate to do it, but I need to ask you to wrap up, if
Yes,
you
sir.
would.
We have engineered the philosophy and the notion that we want our community members to report, say something when they say something. For law enforcement, our next step is doing something, and what can we do? I must admit I'm extremely fortunate in Henrico County to have the resources in place where I can dedicate a team of individuals to look at each threat, to assess what is the next course of action and what can we do collectively to mitigate those threats. As I stand before you today, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I simply ask, and thank you for allowing me to be here, but I do ask that as these conversations do continue, that you do consider law enforcement and the practitioners that are in the field as we decide how best to move forward on behalf of the Commonwealth. Thank you for your time.
Chief, thank you very much. Delegate Herring, thank you very much for the lineup of provocative speakers, for your clearly well thought out comments. We thank you for your input, and I thank you very much for being here. Next, we have to speak to us Amy Swearer. Amy is with the Heritage Foundation. Ms. Swearer is Senior Legal Policy Analyst with the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies. Ms. Swearer, thank you for being here. It's good to have you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and fellow Virginians. My name is Amy Swearer, and I am the Senior Legal Policy Analyst at the Ed Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation. One of my primary areas of research is the Second Amendment and firearm-related policy. I have been heavily involved in the Heritage Foundation's School Safety Initiative, which was begun immediately after the 2018 shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, to ensure that conservative voices played an active role in conversations about gun violence and school safety. My colleague John Malcolm and I have also co-authored a series of Heritage legal memoranda on the intersection of serious untreated mental illness and gun violence. I view my role as a policy analyst as a bit like a doctor, but for societal problems instead of physical maladies. As any doctor knows, having a correct diagnosis is vital to beginning a correct treatment plan. So my goal today is to walk this committee through that process of evaluating symptoms, forming a diagnosis, and finding solutions. In the end, my contention is that once we evaluate the data, we should reach 3 conclusions. First, neither the United States generally nor Virginia specifically is in the midst of a gun violence crisis necessitating drastic policy changes. Second, most commonly proposed gun control measures are not likely to meaningfully impact rates of gun violence because they are based on a misdiagnosis of the problem. Third, when we start with an accurate diagnosis and analysis of gun violence in this country, we find many possible avenues for solutions that address the underlying causes of that violence without broadly infringing on the rights of law-abiding citizens. Now, I am acutely aware that for individual communities currently reeling from recent tragedies and for families still mourning the loss of loved ones, no amount of data will bring them comfort. Statistical reality does not heal the brokenhearted, nor should we expect it to do so. But if we are serious about addressing gun violence in an effective manner, we must first have an accurate assessment of the problem. Just like a doctor must accurately understand a patient's symptoms in order to reach a correct diagnosis and form an appropriate course of action, we too must look beyond the nation's cries of pain and deal with reality as we find it. When we look at the state of gun violence in this country, and in the Commonwealth specifically, we do not find, again, that we are in the midst of a gun violence crisis necessitating sweeping changes to existing law. Americans are safer today from violent crime, including firearm-related crime, than we have been at any point during my lifetime, and looking around me, frankly, during the lifetimes of most of us in this room. We are, in fact, in the midst of a decade of historically low rates of violent crime. Even though the number of guns in this country has increased by about 50% since the early 1990s, the rate of homicide and gun-related homicide has fallen by about 50%. I would also note that gun ownership rates have remained relatively stable throughout that time, and that gun ownership rates by household in Virginia remain above 50%. Unfortunately, too few Americans are aware of this reality. This is not just a matter of better emergency room trauma practices saving lives either. The rate of non-fatal firearm crimes is 1/6 of what it was at its peak in the early 1990s. Moreover, this rate has remained stable at this low rate for over a decade. Virginia, like much of the rest of the country, saw similar decreases in violent crime across the 1990s and remains much safer today than it has been during previous decades. In 2017, the FBI recorded 338 gun murders in Virginia, down slightly from 352 in 2016. Everyone should agree that that is 338 murders too many, but it is difficult to characterize this and these consistent rates as a crisis. Despite these dramatic decreases in violent crime and gun-related crime, the total number of gun deaths in the United States last year was higher than at any point since 1968. Why? The answer is suicide. Suicides account for about 2/3 of all gun deaths every year. And importantly, while the United States has a very high rate of suicides carried out with firearms compared to the rest of the developed world, we do not have a particularly noteworthy rate of suicide overall. Our total suicide rate is at the European average and is actually below a number of developed countries known for strict gun control policies. It is also worth noting that even as more Americans have access to firearms, the percentage of suicides committed with firearms has actually decreased. As you can see, again, that percentage is roughly the same for Virginia. And you can see here the comparison of suicide rates, gun suicide rates, and guns per 100 individuals. Similarly, suicides in Virginia account for the majority of gun deaths every year. While the state's suicide and gun suicide rates are slowly and steadily climbing, this is both a national and international trend over the last 2 decades, suggesting a deeper underlying problem than broad measures of civilian firearm access. Moreover, the state's overall suicide rate is below the national average, and well below the suicide rate of countries like Belgium, Switzerland, and South Korea. Again, this is not to suggest that nothing can or should be done to combat rising suicide rates. It is simply to suggest that this is not a crisis. Finally, there is the question of mass public shootings. The random nature of mass public shootings has a profound effect on our feelings of safety in public places. They are a well-publicized and devastating phenomenon, but they are, fortunately, still an incredibly small threat to any one individual, accounting for only a fraction of a percent of all gun deaths every year. Moreover, as criminologist James Allen Fox has noted, while there has been a slight increase in the frequency of mass shootings in the United States, these increases have happened in previous decades as well and do not constitute an epidemic. Since 2000, there have been 2 mass public shootings in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The first was the 2007 shooting at Virginia Tech. The second was, unfortunately, earlier this year in Virginia Beach. Combined, these tragedies account for only 44 of the more than 16,000 gun deaths in Virginia since 2000. The symptoms of gun violence in the United States and in Virginia do not suggest that we need to diagnose ourselves with a gun violence crisis. And yet, most of the plans commonly proposed to combat gun violence are mistakenly premised on this assumption that we are indeed in the midst of a crisis. These gun control proposals are often, therefore, not just extreme responses, but likely to be very ineffective because they are based on inaccurate views of the problem. Perhaps one of the most common gun control proposals across the nation is to prohibit civilian possession of so-called assault weapons. While the term is purposefully vague and has no definitive meaning, it generally refers to guns that have features associated with standard semi-automatic rifles, such as the AR-15. Setting aside serious constitutional and practical concerns with a policy that would criminalize the possession of some of the most commonly owned rifles in the United States, we have to ask whether, even if prohibition were 100% successful, such a law would have a meaningful impact on gun violence. In short, the answer is no. Both across the United States and in Virginia, semi-automatic rifles such as the AR-15 are the least likely type of firearm to be used in any subset of criminal violence, or gun violence generally. Recall again that 2/3 of all gun deaths in the United States are suicides. Handguns appear to be the type of firearm most commonly used for suicides, but even where semi-automatic rifles are used, it would not matter in the least whether that rifle was replaced with any other type of firearm. Nationally, rifles of any kind are estimated to account for only 3% of all gun-related homicides every year. Meanwhile, handguns are used in roughly 90% of non-fatal firearm crimes, while the remaining 10% of gun crimes are attributable to any type of long gun. This low use of common semi-automatic rifles amongst criminals holds true in Virginia as well. According to FBI data, of the 338 gun murders in Virginia in 2017, only 11 were attributable to rifles generally. In fact, 4 times the number of Virginians were stabbed to death in 2017 than were shot to death with a rifle of any kind. Even for mass public shootings, which again account for only a fraction of a percent of all gun-related deaths every year, the complete elimination of semi-automatic rifles would make little meaningful difference. Despite claims that these firearms are the weapon of choice for mass public shooters, analysis show that roughly 50 to 60% of such shooters use handguns alone. Only about 10 to 20% use rifles alone. Of those shooters who do bring rifles, the majority also bring other firearms, such as shotguns or handguns. Both mass public shooters in Virginia history used handguns alone. Another commonly proposed gun control measure is to prohibit the use of so-called high-capacity magazines, which are typically considered to be any magazine capable of holding more than 10 rounds, even those that are factory standard and come issued with the majority of commonly possessed firearms in this country. These proposals suffer from many of the same limitations as bans on semi-automatic rifles, even after sidestepping serious concerns about constitutionality and implementation. Magazine capacity, like firearm type, is irrelevant for suicides, which require only one bullet. With respect to criminal activity generally and mass public shootings specifically, restrictions on magazine capacity can and often are easily avoided by shooters who simply bring multiple firearms and extra loaded magazines. I would note that, again, in both mass public shootings in this Commonwealth, that is exactly what occurred. You had individuals with multiple firearms and extra loaded magazines. As the Virginia Tech Shooting Review Panel concluded, had the Virginia Tech shooter been limited to 10-round magazines, it, quote, would not have made much difference in the incident, unquote. This is supported by at least one recent study of mass shootings, which concluded that shooters typically do not fire at fast enough rates for casualty counts to be attributed to magazine capacity. On the other hand, to any extent that magazine capacity limits affect the ability of criminals to commit crime, they also impact the ability of law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. Like semi-automatic rifles, magazines with capacities above 10 rounds are standard issue for law enforcement officers who are called to respond to the very same threats faced by civilians. They carry these magazines not because they anticipate needing to fire more than 10 rounds in every encounter, but because those encounters do occur. As some have noted, it took 6 well-trained officers 65 rounds to subdue the gunman in the recent shooting in Dayton, Ohio. While such encounters are rare for both officers and civilians, they do occur, and sometimes, for civilians, officers are not there to help. It makes little sense to handicap the ability of law-abiding citizens in response to threats. And I would point, again, to a footnote in here where you can see just this past year, there was an individual in, I believe, Florida, who needed 25 rounds from his AR-15 to successfully fend off 4 armed home intruders. A third commonly proposed gun control measure is the use of universal background checks. Other presenters yesterday have already testified to current federal laws regarding background checks, so I will not reiterate the basics of existing background check laws. Universal background checks would require all private citizens to pay a federal firearms licensee to conduct a background check prior to any transfer of a firearm to another person, with limited exceptions for permanent transfers between family members. In theory, these laws purport to close loopholes that allow dangerous individuals to obtain firearms by bypassing background checks. In practice, they fail to address how would-be criminals actually acquire their guns and are largely ineffective without also implementing universal firearm registrations. These policies also place significant burdens on law-abiding citizens and law-abiding gun owners, making low-risk and common firearm transfers. Studies show that most would-be criminals obtain their firearms through illegal sources. When they do go through licensed dealers or third parties willing to abide by background check mandates, it should be inferred that they do so precisely because they know they can pass that background check. Regarding mass public shooters, universal background checks would not have prevented a single mass public shooter in recent history from obtaining firearms through lawful channels. These shooters rarely have disqualifying criminal or mental health histories that would preclude them from passing background checks. The problem is not that mass public shooters are avoiding background checks. The problem is that most mass public shooters can pass background checks in the first place. In both mass public shootings in Virginia over the past 2 decades, the shooters obtained their firearms through legal channels after passing background checks. So what can we do? Just because most commonly proposed gun control measures are excessive and ineffective does not mean that Virginians are left hopeless in the face of gun violence. In order to develop properly tailored and effective policies, we must, however, start with an accurate understanding of the major factors underlying gun violence. Gun violence is a complicated phenomenon. There is no one-size-fits-all solution that adequately addresses all the different factors involved in every possible category of gun violence. Many of the factors underlying gun suicides are different from those underlying gang-related violence, which are different from those underlying mass public shootings, which are different from those regarding police-involved shootings or defensive use shootings. Ultimately, however, any holistic approach to gun violence will require us to address the role of mental illness, increase our ability to identify and disarm dangerous individuals, and recognize the role of lawful gun ownership in the protection of life and liberty. Now, it has become increasingly politically incorrect to suggest that there is a relationship between mental illness and gun violence. I suspect that this is due, at least in part, to a legitimate underlying concern about unfairly demonizing the mentally ill. I cannot stress this enough. Most mentally ill individuals are not and will never become violent, especially when they are properly treated. They are not categorical threats to public safety and are, in fact, much more likely to be victimized than to commit violent crimes. However, suggesting that there is no relationship between untreated serious mental illness and specific types of gun violence is a bit like suggesting that there is no relationship between excessive alcohol consumption and traffic fatalities. Excessive alcohol consumption cannot explain all types of traffic fatalities, but it is certainly associated with drunk driving deaths. The relationship between untreated serious mental illness and gun violence works in a similar manner. 2/3 of all gun deaths are suicides. This is inherently a mental health issue. Further, we know that individuals with untreated serious mental illness are at a substantially greater risk of committing suicide, and that they are just as likely as individuals without mental illness to commit suicide with firearms, despite legal barriers to firearm access. Similarly, while mass public shootings, again, play only an incredibly small role in gun violence, they have a profound impact on the nation. Roughly 1 in 4 mass public shooters has a diagnosed mental illness, while roughly 6 in 10 has a significant psychiatric history indicating mental illness or, at the very least, serious mental instability. Given this significant relationship, a focus on untreated mental health conditions provides a meaningful way of addressing gun-related violence without broadly infringing on the Second Amendment rights of all lawful gun owners. A mental health-specific approach to gun violence can take many forms, including the increased and more effective utilization of existing mental health frameworks, such as civil commitment procedures. Now, this often necessitates an increase in the availability of public psychiatric beds. Due to well-intentioned but poorly executed policies in the 1960s and 70s, the United States is suffering from a severe shortage of public psychiatric beds, which often serve as beds of last resort for those in the midst of a mental health crisis. Now, I'm aware that Virginia has recently undertaken efforts to increase the number of those beds, but the number of beds per capita remains woefully below the ratio suggested by most mental health experts. We must also take a deeper look at the availability, training, and allocation of school and community mental health services. Perhaps most importantly, people need to be made aware of those available resources. Along with efforts to intervene with treatment and resources for those struggling with mental illness or other mental health problems, effective measures can be taken to identify and disarm individuals who are a danger to themselves or others. This can include increased training and threat assessment for both law enforcement officers, school officials, and mental health practitioners, as well as programs to facilitate the reporting of threats by civilians to law enforcement officials. It can also include the implementation of red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders, which allow non-state actors to file petitions requesting that a hearing be held as to whether someone should have his or her right to possess firearms temporarily revoked because he or she poses an extreme risk of danger. When properly constructed to afford robust due process protections, red flag laws may provide an important mechanism for intervention with regard to both suicides and mass public shootings. Mass public shooters in particular often display important signs of being a serious risk of danger prior to committing their crimes, but very few have disqualifying criminal convictions or mental health histories that preclude them from legally purchasing firearms. Further, not all mass public shooters have a diagnosable mental illness and therefore cannot be disarmed through civil commitment procedures, despite the recognition by friends or family members that they are indeed dangerous. Red flag laws can provide an intermediate gap filler option for situations where someone is clearly becoming a serious threat of violence, but has not yet committed a serious crime or otherwise falls outside the scope of existing laws. They also allow individuals, including friends and family members, who are well positioned to recognize when a loved one is becoming dangerous, to play a more significant role in alerting law enforcement to that danger. These laws must, however, provide against and protect against the risk of abuse or misuse. They should use narrow and objective criteria for dangerousness, impose high burdens of proof, be temporary in nature, and provide meaningful remedies for those who are maliciously or falsely accused of being dangerous. They should also, of course, be integrated with existing mental health frameworks and addiction systems to ensure that people who are dangerous due to underlying factors receive necessary treatment. Again, the goal should be not necessarily to disarm for the sake of disarming, but to restore these individuals to a situation in which they are no longer a danger. Finally, often overlooked in discussions of gun violence is the important role of law-abiding gun owners in deterring and countering criminal activity. Americans use their firearms in defense of themselves or others far more often than they use firearms to kill each other. This assertion is not based on some wild outlier study. Rather, as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention stated in a 2013 report, almost all national survey estimates have concluded that firearms are used defensively between 500,000 and 3 million times a year in the United States. Moreover, armed civilians are a meaningful safeguard against would-be mass public shooters. The time between when a shooter begins firing and when the shooter is confronted by armed resistance is perhaps one of the biggest factors influencing the number of fatalities. FBI studies on active shooters show that the most common end to these incidents is that the shooter commits suicide when confronted by law enforcement or is killed by law enforcement by responding officers. However, it is clear from these reports that armed civilians also sometimes successfully intervene to stop threats posed by these shooters. There are over 400,000 concealed carry permit holders in Virginia, and they should be allowed to defend themselves wherever and whenever threats against them occur. Criminals are not deterred by gun-free zone signs, but by armed confrontation. Before I conclude my remarks and take your questions, I would like to take a minute to discuss something that I believe is equally important, and that is the rhetoric that I often encounter as someone who actively participates in discussions on gun violence. At times, it can seem as though our common enemy is not the gun violence, but each other. So let me be clear. Regardless of where any individual falls with respect to any specific policy proposal, we all want the same things. We want a safer nation. We want a safer Virginia, safer communities, and safer families. We want dangerous individuals disarmed and those bent on crime incarcerated or transformed into law-abiding members of society. We all abhor the evil acts of those who perpetrate violence on innocent people. Every Virginian with an ounce of humanity sees that bloodshed and is filled with a horrified and righteous grief. We do not disagree that mass shootings or gun crime or suicides are devastating. We disagree only on the scope of the problem and on the effectiveness of many proposed treatment plans. Every person here today shares this common bond. We are all Americans. We are all Virginians. And as we in good faith discuss solutions to the violence that affects us all, let us refuse to forget that we are on the same team. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. We do have a couple of minutes. Any questions? Hearing none, I do want to say, well, thank you to you and to the presenters who presented before you. I commend you for the focused and respectful tone of all of the presenters this morning. I know that, and I'd scribbled down a couple of notes, which Amy just summarized unbeknownst to me, but I do recognize the diversity of views that are represented by advocates on these issues, many of whom are in this room. I think everybody in this room has some firmly held deep convictions on, without regard to your perspective. And I certainly, and I think I can speak for the members of the commission, appreciate the respectfulness of all of the presenters. And I hope that sets a tone for the rest of the day. I don't have any expectation that anybody in here is going to engage in ad hominem attacks or to adopt a different tone, but the audience has been very respectful as well, and I just want to thank everybody for the spirit in which we have come together to try and address these challenging issues. So, Ms. Swearer, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just briefly, and thank you for your comments, and I just hope that we as a body of this commission look at the possibility of the red flag law, that this is something I see in common from both sides of the debate, that this is maybe a point of consensus where we can move possibly as we listen to other people today and proceed on, but it just seems like a common thread. So thank you.
And thank you for those comments. I know that what the commission staff is going to do is do this tough job of taking the broad waterfront of proposed solutions and plow through them. I don't have any preconceived notion as to what their recommendations and the policy options are going to be that are going to be presented to us, but I think we're going to have a wide range of options and an opportunity at the end of this process to act upon them. So I appreciate that. So at this point, we're going to move into the public comment portion of the program. And we're going to start with agencies and organizations who have signed up. I think that we have allocated 4 minutes to each speaker. And we're going to start with Andrew Goddard of the Virginia Center for Public Safety. And I would ask that, and I'll announce the second person or the next person when we call up the each speaker, so please be ready to step right up because we're going to clip through these and we're not going to stop the clock. If anybody has a question of the presenters, you're welcome to ask, but I would caution members of the commission that it's going to count against their time. So we've got a lot of folks who'd like to have a say and appreciate their perspective and want to hear from them. Mr. Goddard, it's good to see you and nice to have you before us.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for inviting me to speak this afternoon. Much of what I intended to say has been said by other people, so I'll try and stick to things that you may not have heard. Over the last 12 years that I've been monitoring what's going on at the General Assembly regarding gun violence prevention and gun laws in general, I've noted that there's been a distinct lack of interest in doing things which I would call preventive. There's been a lot of interest in doing things that are reactive, but very little in the way of prevention. During that period, the number of Virginians that die from gunfire in each year has gone from 800 to over 1,000. And I consider this to be a 12-year experiment, social experiment, in what is the correlation between weakening gun laws, which have happened in the last 12 years, and the number of people being killed. And I think anyone would look at that data and think that that experiment is a total failure. There is no kind of public health event which is going to be legally and properly dealt with without having a combination of prevention and reaction. We don't have preventive laws in the level that we should have in this state. I'd like to talk a little bit about one of my particular favorites, which is the idea of expanding background checks to all gun sales. Stranger-to-stranger gun sales is the way I like to refer to it. You'll probably hear some people this afternoon who talk about the Second Amendment and its relationship to private sales. The Second Amendment actually refers to a right to use guns for lawful purposes. Many of the things which lead to gun violence are not lawful acts. Therefore, when we are trying to get recommendations for things to do to target unlawful acts, the Second Amendment is not going to be a valid way of stopping that from happening. In fact, the underlying principle for a background check is that there are certain people who have no legal right to own guns because of their condition. It's not an underlying cause that they should not be allowed to buy guns from a licensed dealer. It's they shouldn't have access to guns, period. So there's nothing in the Second Amendment that says an individual in this Commonwealth has the right to subvert that law by selling a gun to someone without trying to find out in some way whether they are legally allowed to own it. I'll just conclude by saying that we've all become very good at offering thoughts and prayers to victims and their families. My family received many of those when my son was shot. But we should be thinking about what we can do to reduce this number, whether we want to call it an epidemic or not. More than 1,000 people dying where I was born would have been a total epidemic. And I don't think it's anything less than that here now, even though the number has gone down. Our thoughts should be as to what we can do to reduce that number further. And our prayers should be to have the courage and the intelligence to put things into action and not just words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard. Next is Secretary of Public Safety Brian Moran, who will be followed by Philip Van Cleve of the Virginia Citizens Defense League. Mr. Secretary, good to see you.
I suspect our presentations may differ a little bit, Mr. Van Cleve. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present before you. Having been a longtime member of the commission, I really respect the work you all do. Gun violence is an epidemic that affects communities in Virginia and throughout the nation on a daily basis. As Secretary of Public Safety, I consider over 1,000 of our fellow Virginians dying each year, indeed, an epidemic. In 2017, 1,028 gun deaths. That number rose to 1,036 in 2018. These deaths are largely preventable. And that is why this issue has been one of Governor Northam's highest priorities and an enormous frustration to many of us. It's also why he called a special session in July and put forward a package of 8 common-sense pieces of legislation. Prior to the special session, Virginia experienced yet another mass shooting in Virginia Beach when 12 innocent lives were taken. Since that time, we have watched as a nation as 4 more mass shootings and many other daily shootings continue to upend communities and claim countless innocent lives. Early in the morning of August 10th, 7 people were shot in 4 separate incidents right here in our capital city. We must act to address the everyday scourge of gun violence in our communities. When motor vehicle fatalities spike, we take collective action to make our roads and vehicles safer. As opioid-related deaths increased, we are able to work in a bipartisan way to adopt policies that reduce these fatalities. Unfortunately, I'm very disappointed that bipartisan legislation on gun violence continues to elude us. Instead, after a shooting, we are often told that it is too soon or that these policy issues need more study. Many of these issues have been studied. In fact, there has been a lot of reference to the Virginia Tech report, and I would like to highlight that universal background checks were a key recommendation in that report. We know which policies are effective, and it's time we work in a bipartisan way to implement them. Importantly, we can take meaningful steps to keep guns out of the wrong hands without infringing on anyone's Second Amendment rights. Prior to the special session, I facilitated town halls across the state. As you can imagine, there were a lot of perspectives throughout these meetings about how to address gun violence. But one thing we all recognize is that we are losing too many of our fellow Virginians. In several of these town halls, we heard from law enforcement officers that they needed additional tools in their toolbox to keep communities safe. I heard a lot about red flag logs or extreme protective orders, reporting lost and stolen firearms requiring universal background checks. We heard about a high rate of suicide yesterday. I was pleased to hear that several of our presentations yesterday highlighted these very same issues. We heard about the high rate of suicide by firearms. In Virginia, about 2/3 of gun deaths are suicide. We also heard about domestic violence as a strong indicator of future violence. We heard that in most cases of mass shootings, friends and family of the shooters had significant concerns about the person's behavior, but law enforcement had no ability to intervene. We heard from the Henrico chief today about that. These examples highlight the importance of adopting an extreme risk law to temporarily deprive someone of a firearm if they are likely to harm themselves or others. That will address suicide in the cases that the chief mentioned. We heard that oftentimes crime guns are being obtained illegally, but initially were purchased lawfully, highlighting the need to adopt a lost or stolen firearm reporting law, tightening our background check laws to stem the pipeline of guns entering the illegal market. We also heard that in mass shooting events, many people are being killed in a short period of time before law enforcement can intervene, which demonstrates the lethality of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. So we have the evidence-based solutions to protect Virginians from senseless gun violence. Now we need the political will to implement them. I ask that you endorse these common-sense reforms. Thank you for your attention and the extra couple of seconds you
It wasn't me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Van Cleve will be followed by Jonathan Yagalius. I'm sorry in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the commission. One way to stop drunk drivers from killing sober drivers would be to forbid sober drivers from driving on the road at any time. That sounds stupid and backwards. Welcome to the world of gun control. Our founding fathers thought the right to keep and bear arms important enough that they enshrined protections for that natural right in the Bill of Rights. That right was paired with shall not be infringed language to ensure that the American people could protect themselves from criminals, from an attack on the country, and to restore our constitutional republic if the government were to ever become tyrannical and turn on us. But the Second Amendment has been infringed over and over and over again. There are thousands of gun laws across the fruited plains, and the Crime Commission has another pile of infringements in front of it right now. I'm one of Virginia's 2 million law-abiding gun owners, of which there are 600,000 concealed handgun permit holders alone. We're good people. We follow the law. We don't rape, we don't rob, we don't murder people. We play by the rules, we color within the lines. Yet every time some miscreant commits a mass murder, gun owners brace for the oncoming onslaught of gun control aimed at us. Yes, the very people who are not causing any problems are the ones that are hit with gun control because we, unlike criminals, are the ones that obey the law. We've done nothing wrong, but again and again, we are told that we have to accept more restrictions on our rights to self-defense for public safety. Well, what about our safety?
Mr. Van Cleve, could you just back from the microphone
Is it a little
just
loud?
a little bit?
Okay. Well, usually it's just the opposite. Normally I don't project. What about our safety? We are the public too. Gun owners are sick and tired of this situation. Right now, the Crime Commission is looking at bills which the governor admits would not have changed anything for the Virginia Beach Massacre or the Virginia Tech Massacre for that matter. These bills are to make some currently legal guns, such as AR-15s, illegal, restrict the capacity of magazines to an arbitrary 10 rounds, restrict ration handguns to an arbitrary 1 a month, create red flag gun confiscation laws, which besides raping the Constitution will probably violate Title II of the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. I will email the commission details on how that will happen. Creating universal background checks, which will require gun registration to enforce. Destroy local government preemption, which will open the floodgates on local gun control, making Virginia's gun laws confusing and an ever-changing mess that no one will be able to keep up with. But there are things we could do that would make us safer. Get rid of gun-free zones, where 90% of public mass shootings have occurred since 1950. Such zones are naturally very attractive to mass killers who prefer their victims unarmed and helpless. Next, allow concealed handgun permit holders to carry in the same places as an off-duty law enforcement officer. A citizen should be able to protect his life and his family's lives wherever he goes, regardless of his occupation.
if you are going to pass more restrictive gun laws, then make sure they only affect criminals and do not add any more restrictions, bans, or red tape for Virginia's lawful gun owners. We are not the problem, and we don't deserve to be punished for the actions of criminals. Get rid of gun-free zones and let us protect ourselves wherever we go in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Mr. Van Cleef, thank you very much. Next, we have Jonathan, and I apologize, Iglesias from the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, followed by Dr. Christopher Kopacki from the National Rifle Association. Yes, sir.
You got it right on the second try, Mr. Chairman. It's Iglesias, like Enrique or Julio. I'm with the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. We operate on behalf of 65 statewide community crisis centers and the survivors who they serve. The Action Alliance is grateful for the opportunity to engage in this discussion, and we share the legislature's concern for the safety and well-being of Virginia's families. Several policy proposals introduced during the special session call into question how we as a Commonwealth can most effectively provide safety, justice, and healing for survivors. And particularly how we might do this in service of preventing mass homicide and intimate partner homicide events. Yesterday, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner shared data indicating that gun-related deaths in Virginia are more frequent than motor vehicle deaths and almost as frequent as drug overdose deaths. For those who question the extent to which gun violence, like the opioid epidemic, can be considered a public health and safety crisis, this data speaks volumes. OCME's data also illustrates the rate at which lethal domestic violence occurs, with over 1/3 of homicides in Virginia being related to domestic violence, and in 2015, 65% of all intimate partner homicides having been committed with the use of a firearm. What's more is that in 22% of these cases, a child was exposed to the fatal event. Virginia has a problem with domestic violence and guns. However, the best practices in public health tell us that with the right paradigm shift, with the right resources, these deaths are completely preventable. In recent years, the General Assembly has recognized the risk that firearms pose to survivors by establishing firearm prohibitions for any person subject to a family abuse protective order. We believe that now is the time for Virginia to expand these policies to include prohibitions for respondents of all permanent protective orders and for those convicted of misdemeanor crimes of domestic violence. Virginia also is in need of a consistent and effective notification, compliance monitoring, and firearm surrender and seizure process for respondents of protective orders. We know that court orders and liaisons have been shown to be powerful tools for communities. Yesterday, a presenter from the U.S. Secret Service noted violence against women as a precipitator for mass violence and stated several times that mental illness alone is not a risk factor. And when discussing leveraging the legal system to support effective interventions, the presenter did not mention the use of mandatory minimums or escalating penalty structures as a successful prevention strategy. While we recognize that there is a shared goal for victim safety and offender accountability here, advocates believe that the approach of establishing new mandatory minimums for these crimes is ineffective, costly, and simplistic. We are concerned that these policies serve to remove judicial discretion in complex cases of domestic violence and that they will disproportionately impact low-income communities and communities of color. Furthermore, there is no evidence to suggest that these approaches effectively deter offenders or that current sentencing structures are in need of change. If the threat of prison time stopped domestic violence and gun violence, we would be the safest country on earth. What sexual and domestic violence survivors tell us time and time again is that they need systems-based responses that understand and effectively address harm while ensuring self-determination. Policies that the sexual and domestic violence advocacy field support include things like the effective removal of firearms from those who have been prohibited from possession, things that you've heard, continued capacity building for law enforcement and courts in recognizing lethality, the adoption of trauma-informed responses, and connecting victims with life-saving advocacy services, the establishment of coordinated community response teams, or high-risk teams statewide, strengthening local domestic violence fatality review teams and establishing a statewide domestic violence fatality review team that can cultivate a more robust picture of crime prevention data, and investments in programs to prevent sexual and domestic violence before it can happen. We appreciate the legislature's concern for these issues and welcome the opportunity to work in partnership to build real solutions to violence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Christopher Kopacki with the NRA, followed by David Adams with the Virginia Shooting Sports Association. Yes, sir. Good to have you.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, I am Chris Kopacki, the State Director for the National Rifle Association.
This commission is tasked with making policy recommendations to reduce violent crime and make the Commonwealth safer. This is a difficult task, especially when many attempt to drive the current debate by fear and emotion rather than with truth, facts, reason, and logic. We know what many of the root causes of violent crime are, but the solutions are not easy. Broken homes, lack of education, drug addiction, alcohol abuse, and mental health issues contribute to violent crime. Addressing these factors does reduce violent crime. What does not reduce violent crime is removing an individual's best means of self-defense. As I won't have time to address every piece of legislation before you, I do have copies of our 28-page written testimony going around to you now. I would like to discuss the ban on semi-automatic firearms, which we heard yesterday and today. Research has shown over and over again that a ban of assault weapons does not reduce violent crime. We heard this again yesterday and today. Long guns of any description are rarely used in violent crime. FBI uniform crime reporting proves this. The data shows that rifles are being used in less homicides than blunt objects, sharp objects, or bodily force. We've already tried this and it failed. In 1994, a 10-year federal ban on commonly owned semi-automatic firearms and their magazines was enacted as a part of the Clinton crime bill. The ban showed no discernible reduction in violent crime and was not renewed in 2004. A ban on standard capacity magazines also would not reduce mass shootings or mass shooting casualties. Similarly, universal background checks do not stop criminals. The idea that criminals are now going to follow a new law is not based on reason or good sense. Background checks don't stop criminals from stealing firearms, getting them on the black market, or getting them from straw purchasers. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, as we've heard previously, 75% of criminals in state and federal prison who had possessed a firearm during their offense acquired them through theft, street deals, underground markets, and from family or friends. It's straw purchases that are the problem here, as the ATF has previously reported. We need to better enforce existing law before creating new ones that have already proven to be ineffective. Strong state firearms preemption laws also prevent creates an incomprehensible patchwork of local laws. Current Virginia statute enables and ensures those living in the Commonwealth, traveling throughout Virginia, are subject to the same predictable state statutes wherever they are in the Commonwealth. This is a regimen law-abiding gun owners can move about the state without fear of being ensnarled by a confusing patchwork of disparate local ordinances. We know that destroying state preemption doesn't help. Virginia has 95 counties and with 38 independent cities. If each of these localities and cities had their own ordinances, there would just be a crazy patchwork of laws and would pretty much remove the right to carry from law-abiding citizens here in the Commonwealth. And that kind of transitions into my final focus, talking about the gun-free zones. Available research does not support an increase in gun-free zones. Gun-free zones disarm law-abiding gun owners, leaving them susceptible to criminal violence. There are people out there with the intent of murdering, raping, and robbing other people. They don't care if they're violating a gun-free zone statute. If anything, they are attracted to places where people can't defend themselves. An analysis of mass public shootings found that the vast majority of public mass shootings occur in locations that prohibit ordinary citizens from carrying a firearm for protection. It is this fact that some criminals purposely seek out these gun-free zones to launch their attacks. Gun-free zones don't work. None of the proposed legislation would have prevented the Virginia Beach tragedy, and none of these proposals will do anything to reduce violent crime. They only strip away people's ability to protect themselves. As the CDC has previously reported, there are between 500,000 and 3 million defensive gun uses each year in the United States. Firearms are an important deterrent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kopacki. Next, we have David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association, followed by Mike Doucette, Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is David Adams, and I'm Vice President of the Virginia Shooting Sports Association, the NRA's state affiliate. For over 80 years, VSSA has been promoting the shooting sports and protecting the rights of Virginia's gun owners. VSSA was instrumental in the writing and passage of Virginia's shooting range protection law in 2004, which was sponsored by Delegate Bill Janis, who is a VSSA member. VSSA members who are NRA certified instructors teach firearm safety to thousands of gun owners every year. And our affiliated gun clubs teach firearm safety to gun owners in their communities, as well as introduce to shooting sports and teach safe handling of firearms to youth shooters. We have a very active youth rifle program, and yes, teens that participate in this program use our AR-15s to compete. Few, if any, of the governor's proposals that are before you, as well as other gun control bills that you are reviewing, would have an impact on crime in the Commonwealth. There are bills to ban the most popular rifle in America, the modern sporting rifle. According to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, more AR-15s have been sold since 1990 than F-150 trucks, and you can't drive down the highway without spotting at least one of those trucks. Millions of Americans use modern sporting rifles for target shooting, competition, and yes, they're even made in caliber suitable for hunting. They are lightweight and versatile. For instance, I own one, and my 14 and 18-year-old daughters can use the same rifle I use simply by adjusting the stock. It should be noted that according to the FBI, rifles of all kinds are used in less than 3% of homicides, and the subset of modern sporting rifles in even less. Criminals prefer something that's easily concealed. And contrary to what you may have heard or been told today, these are not weapons of war. My son-in-law was not issued the firearm that I have in my gun safe when he was deployed to Iraq. My gun, as well as the other 16 million AR-15s owned by Americans, are only capable of firing one bullet with each pull of the trigger. And the most common caliber in which they are made, the .223, is not even allowed for deer hunting by the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries in Virginia. Another bill under review would impose so-called universal background checks, which means that gun owners would have to run a background check before transferring their private property to a friend, gun club member, or even a neighbor. We're told that Americans overwhelmingly support universal background checks. That idea is derived from national polling on the question in abstract, not from our experience with trying to pass actual bills into law. Indeed, when Americans are actually asked to line up on either side of the question, that is, when details of what would actually be involved becomes clear, that overwhelmingly support tends to evaporate. In Nevada in 2016, the idea squeaked by as a ballot proposition by 50.45 to 49.55, and in Maine that same year it actually lost, 48 to 51. Finally, because my time is limited, the other proposal that gets a lot of attention are extreme risk protection orders, or as they're ironically known by, red flag laws. I say ironically because when most gun owners hear that their rights can be impacted without due process, a red flag immediately goes up. The problem with this type of proposal is that in many states where they're enacted, there are little to no due process protections included. Depending upon the state, anyone from a family member, intimate partner, or ex to house or apartment mates, or a police officer can file a complaint. In short, we understand the desire to do something. Our members are asking that you do something that works rather than just something based on emotion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Doucette with the Commonwealth's Attorneys, followed by Trevor Santos, National Shooting Sports Foundation. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Mike Doucette, Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys, and we signed up for 4 minutes in case there was something we needed to say. We operate by consensus, and we don't have a consensus on a large number of these bills because there are 120 of us. And so the few bills that I do have comments on, I will submit written comments, and we will relinquish the balance of our time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next, Trevor Santos, National Shooting Sports Foundation, followed by Bruce Cruiser, Mental Health America of Virginia. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Trevor Santos, and I'm the Director of Government Relations State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. NSSF is the trade association for America's firearms and ammunition industry. We represent firearms manufacturers, retailers, distributors, and shooting ranges. The firearms industry is committed to the safe, legal, and responsible use of firearms and works on a daily basis to stop their criminal misuse. As an industry, we take seriously our responsibility to be a leading voice in the national conversation, to promote responsible actions among legal gun owners, to help prevent accidents, and to help keep guns out of the wrong hands. All of these actions make our homes, neighborhoods, and communities safer. However, NSSF strongly opposes any misguided efforts that will have no positive impact on reducing crime and only infringe on the rights of law-abiding gun owners. NSSF opposes a ban on so-called assault weapons. The term assault weapon is a politically fabricated term to mislead the general public. Modern sporting rifles, as referred to by the industry, are extremely popular and commonly owned, with more than 16 million modern sporting rifles owned by civilians in 2018. These rifles are used for hunting, recreational and competitive shooting, and yes, self-defense. Modern sporting rifles are not machine guns or fully automatic firearms. They are semi-automatic firearms, which means one pull of the trigger equals one bullet fired. NSSF opposes a ban on high-capacity magazines. Magazines provided by manufacturers as standard equipment for handguns and rifles often accommodate 15 to 30 rounds of ammunition. Any capacity-based ban would be utterly arbitrary. Experience and independent studies have shown that it is not an effective means for reducing crime and keeping our communities safer. NSSF opposes a ban on firearm suppressors. Suppressors, often called silencers, are devices which help reduce the noise of gunfire to hearing-safe levels. Using suppressors can make shooting safer, more enjoyable, and help shooting ranges and hunting lands be more neighborly. NSSF opposes so-called universal background checks. Federal firearms licensees, or FFLs, are already required by federal law to conduct a background check at the point of every sale. That means every firearm sold or transferred by an FFL requires the purchaser to undergo a background check, yes, even at gun shows and for all non-sales. NSSF opposes the reinstatement of Virginia's one gun per month law. Limitations on being able to purchase more than one handgun in a 30-day period will have no impact because criminals will continue to obtain their handguns illegally. Such a measure will only affect law-abiding Virginians. Finally, NSSF opposes extreme risk protection orders or red flag laws that lack adequate due process. No one wants to stop the criminal and tragic misuse of our products more than we do. The firearms industry, through its trade association, NSSF, offers real solutions for safer communities, including initiatives to improve security at retail stores and prevent thefts, strengthen the background check system, deter illegal purchases, and promote secure storage to help prevent accidents, thefts, and misuse. Suicide prevention, Fix NICS, Don't Lie for the Other Guy, Operation Secure Store, and Project Child Safe are names of some of these firearms industry-led initiatives. We share the concerns of all Americans, and we will continue working towards real solutions that helps create safer communities while respecting the rights of law-abiding gun owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Bruce Cruiser, Mental Health America, Virginia, followed by Deb Wake, League of Women Voters.
Hello,
Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Bruce Cruiser. I'm Executive Director of Mental Health America of Virginia, formerly known as the Mental Health Association. We're the oldest nonprofit mental health advocacy organization in the state. As mental health advocates, we don't generally take positions on gun bills, but today I want to express two of our goals that are related to your work: reducing suicide and protecting the rights of someone living with a mental illness. But first, I want to state a few facts about mental illness. Most people who engage in acts of violence do not have a mental illness. It's estimated that at least 1 in 5 adults have a mental illness, and most of them will never engage in violence. Individuals with mental illnesses are more frequently the victims of violence than the perpetrators. And simply put, mental illness does not cause violence, but violence is a cause of mental illness. We oppose House Bill 4024 because it categorically lumps anyone with a certain mental health diagnosis into a separate classification with restricted rights regardless of their individual behavioral risk. We don't want anyone in need of treatment to avoid getting treatment because of a fear of being branded, discriminated against, or fired. Now, you've heard earlier that 65% of gun-related deaths in Virginia are suicides. And these gun-related suicides have risen steadily for 20 years in Virginia, so that today over half of the suicides in Virginia involve a firearm. Studies show that removing the lethal means is the best way to prevent suicide. When a gun is used, the fatality rate is over 80%, compared with a far less lethal rate for other methods. Individuals contemplating suicide often do so impulsively, and if they survive that first attempt, they're more likely to get treatment and much less likely to try it again. So we support legislation that helps decrease the risk of suicide by firearm, as long as it is based on behavior and not on someone's health diagnosis. Several states have passed versions of the Extreme Risk Protective Orders, or ERPOs, and you've heard previous speakers address that. These laws provide for someone to ask the court in a civil proceeding to temporarily remove a firearm from someone who is an imminent risk to themselves or to others. The petition may come from a concerned family member, from law enforcement, from a medical professional, or others. The removal is temporary, with the best versions of these laws having due process built in at every step. For example, you can't be denied your gun simply because you have a mental health diagnosis. The evidence on suicide prevention suggests that we should consider extreme risk protection orders with due process protections for individual rights, including the rights of anyone with a mental illness. House Bill 4003 and Senate Bill 4012 are extreme risk bills worth close examination because they appear to strike that right balance with protections and reviews central to the process. 17 states have now enacted some form of these risk protective order bills, and they have broad public support. They save lives, and they prevent suicide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Deb Wake, League of Women Voters, Virginia, followed by Dr. Barbara Boardman, American Academy of Pediatrics.
Hi, my name is Deb Wake. I'm the current president of the League of Women Voters of Virginia. The League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan organization formed nearly 100 years ago out of the suffragist movement. After women won the right to vote, it was important to educate the new voters through the study of issues and the formation of positions through consensus. These positions also serve as a basis of advocacy. Our positions on gun safety can be found on the national website. From its inception, the League worked for equal rights and social reforms. In the early years, the League was one of the first organizations to address such issues as child welfare, maternal and child health programs, child labor protection, and laws that discriminated against women. In the 1990s, concern for violence prevention spurred a new League position and brought support for common sense measures to control gun violence. The League supported the Brady Bill and sought to close loopholes that undermine consumer safety. The League of Women Voters does not support or oppose candidates or political parties. Instead, we focus on issues and policies. Many of these issues, like gun violence prevention, have become hot-button topics. It is important when emotions run high on both sides of sensitive issues to look for common ground and solutions found effective by the overwhelming body of rigorous research. This year, we are celebrating the 400th anniversary of representative democracy. We cherish and embrace a form of government that places power in the hands of people who elect their peers to represent them and to make laws for the common good. We have a public safety health crisis, and it is imperative that lawmakers work together for a solution. Yesterday was spent listening to expert testimony and viewing data relating to gun violence. While it is important to make informed decisions, if we truly care about governance and public safety, there comes a time when lawmakers must make hard choices and pass laws for the benefit of their constituents and for Virginia as a whole. We have not seen legislative solutions in the wake of mass shootings in the 12 years since Virginia Tech or in the 2 months since Virginia Beach. It breaks my heart that we are teaching five-year-old children duck and cover drills because we refuse to pass laws to keep them safe. Our representative democracy is failing our children and all those who have been victims of gun violence or are fearful of becoming victims because we have no laws to protect them. The problem is not gangs. The problem is troubled people with an easy access to guns. The League of Women Voters of Virginia has reviewed the studies. We urge you to support universal background checks with a waiting period to make sure that those who should not have guns do not have easy access to them. We urge you to support red flag laws to protect those who would harm themselves or the people close to them. We urge you to strengthen permanent protective orders and to provide access to emergency protective orders, disarming domestic abusers. We urge you to support stronger child access prevention laws. Researchers in Virginia and throughout America have found that effective solutions for preventing suicides and homicides. A recent Wasson Center poll found that the vast majority of Virginians want true effective action. States with stronger gun laws see fewer children dying of gunshots. Gun availability is a risk factor for homicide and for suicide. The facts are clear. As a nonpartisan organization of thousands of Virginians, we urge you to stop delaying and take action now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wake. Next, I have Dr. Barbara Boardman of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Virginia chapter. Welcome, Dr. Boardman.
Thank you for letting us speak to you today. I'm Dr. Barbara Boardman, a physician, a pediatrician, and I'm representing the Virginia chapter of the Academy of Pediatrics, an organization of more than 1,000 pediatricians across the Commonwealth. We care for the most vulnerable of medical patients, children. Gun violence is a public health epidemic that has a significant impact on the children of the Commonwealth and their families. We believe that implementation of thoughtful public health policies and legislation can save lives and protect our children. Pediatricians care about preventing gun violence because we see it impact our patients daily. Many stories have been told to me about the devastating effect of injuries. I'll talk about deaths later. I spoke with a pediatric trainee who had to admit a child to the intensive care unit for a gunshot to the head and neck. You need to understand what that means. It's devastating around the airway and around the face. A pediatric emergency room doctor has to deal with a gunshot injury to the child's hand. Is that a big deal? Yes. There are many parts of that hand. It's very delicate. You put that child through surgery. You put that child through all the pain of getting them ready for it. It is not easy to fix even that injury. We have to talk about the second victim effect. When a child has to deal with a parent who is dead, we are the people who have to sit there and figure out how to take that child through the next years of development, where their brain development and their growth will be affected by that trauma forever. As someone who cares for teens, especially, I'm truly frightened of the risk of guns and youth suicide. For teens, this is usually an impulsive act where the choice to use a gun has a greater than 90% mortality rate. Last year in Virginia, we lost 34 children to gun suicide. Firearm mortality is an issue of concern for the children of the Commonwealth and for all of us. In 2017, there were 87 firearm deaths of children. That year, firearms were the leading cause of death in the pediatric age group in Virginia. Between 2003 and 2017, more than 1,000 children were killed by firearms in Virginia. We believe it is time to consider treating gun violence as a public health issue, and using the public health model legislatively has previously been effective in reducing child motor vehicle mortality by mandating safety features such as child car seats and other legislative interventions. We don't let drunk people drive repeatedly. We take their license away. We are asking you to consider a similar model for reducing firearm mortality. Let's work together to find ways to protect children and their families. There can be age-appropriate research-based firearm safety classes in schools. We certainly need to have child access prevention. But a public health approach to the issue of gun violence should be a multi-pronged approach that is driven by data and scientific research. It should include increased funding for mental health services, including specialty treatment for youth, which we've been working on, and increased access and support for mental health services, part of the solution, but it cannot stand alone. There are numerous studies in trusted medical journals that have shown state-based legislation has been an effective intervention for prevention of gun violence mortality. For example, states with higher gun loss scores have lower pediatric mortality rates proportional to the strength of the score, even when standardized for race, ethnicity, education, income, and gun ownership. It is significant that there is an additive effect when multiple laws were implemented, indicating that a comprehensive focus was more effective than a single intervention. You need to do a bunch of things. We are asking you to act on a public health-focused, comprehensive package of legislation that will lower firearm mortality.
Doctor, thank you. Okay, next we have Knox Williams from the American Suppressor Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Knox Williams. I'm the president and executive director of the American Suppressor Association, a nonprofit that represents the firearm suppressor community. I submitted written testimony that goes into details, so in the interest of time, I'll cover some of the high points. Silencer, suppressor, moderator, muffler, can. All words to describe the same thing, one of the most misunderstood tools in existence. Call them what you want, but know this: the only difference between a silencer and a suppressor is word choice. Chances are most of you in this room have never heard a suppressed gunshot in real life. If I had to guess, I would wager that in your mind's eye, many of you see and hear a small cylindrical device that renders gunshots completely inaudible. After all, that's how suppressed gunfire is portrayed in the movies. Fortunately, Hollywood's portrayal of suppressors has no basis in reality. On average, suppressors reduce the signature of a gunshot between 20 to 35 decibels, roughly the same attenuation as earplugs or earmuffs. Even the quietest suppressors are as loud as a jackhammer striking concrete. Would you trust anyone who told you that a jackhammer is too quiet to hear? Seeing suppressors in a James Bond film doesn't make someone an expert on suppressors, just as watching Jurassic Park doesn't make me a paleontologist. The noise, or lack thereof, that suppressed gunfire makes in movies is pure, unadulterated fiction. It is designed to sell a story, not illustrate reality. Hollywood exists to entertain. Their depiction of silenced gunfire, which is entirely fabricated in sound effects labs, is excusable because it is a tool to help them tell their tales. Hollywood is unencumbered by the burden of truth. Our political policy is not. At least it shouldn't be. Contrary to popular belief, no tool will ever be able to render a gunshot silent. Outside of the context of shooting, nothing will even be able to make them quiet. Guns are simply too loud. So why would anyone want a suppressor? In 2 words, hearing protection. Guns are so loud that any exposure to unsuppressed gunshots without adequate hearing protection can instantly cause permanent hearing damage. Sound pressure levels are logarithmic, meaning they increase in a nonlinear fashion. Every 3 decibel increase doubles the sound pressure level. Every 10 decibel increase raises the sound level by a factor of 10. This means that 103 decibels is twice as loud as 100 decibels. 110 decibels is 10 times more intense, and 120 decibels is 100 times more powerful. Sound pressure levels of suppressed gunshots begin around 110 decibels for .22 caliber long rifle. That is the same round that's used by Boy Scouts to teach the riflery merit badge. At 110 decibels, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health recommends exposure limits for a day last no more than 1 minute and 29 seconds. As the size and power of calibers increase, so too do sound levels. At 130 decibel, the sound level of the quietest suppressed .45 caliber handgun, NIOSH recommended exposure limit is 0.878 seconds. For reference, nail guns typically register around 100 decibels, making the sound pressure level of a suppressed .45 caliber handgun roughly 1,000 times more powerful. The fact that a sound level equal to a jackhammer is somehow safer illustrates just how loud guns really are. We wouldn't tell people to stop wearing seatbelts if their car had airbags. The same principle applies to suppressors. The best way to protect your hearing is by using a suppressor while wearing traditional hearing protection devices. Suppressors have been federally regulated since the passage of the National Firearms Act of 1934. In order to purchase a suppressor, prospective buyers must submit paperwork to the ATF, including fingerprints, passport photos, pay a $200 transfer tax, notify their chief law enforcement officer, and wait between 5 to 18 months for the ATF to process their paperwork. There are over 1.65 million suppressors in circulation in the U.S. Virginia is one state, one of 42 states where they are allowed to be owned. According to ATF's most recent publication, in February 2018, there were 50,100 lawfully obtained suppressors in circulation in Virginia. Today, there are undoubtedly thousands more.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Lori Haas from the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence. Ms. Haas.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Haas. I work for the Educational Fund to Stop Gun Violence and the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence. But more importantly, I speak to you today as the mother of a victim of gun violence. My daughter Emily was shot and injured at Virginia Tech on April 16th, 2007. 32 others, students and faculty, were killed that day and another 24 injured. I've spoken in front of the General Assembly and many of you for 12 long years now. The Virginia Tech Review Panel recommended many things to the General Assembly, including background checks in 2007. In the 12 years since the tragedy, approximately 11,000 Virginians have died from guns. That's 11,000 people, someone's child, someone's mother, father, someone's neighbor, your coworker. Maybe it's a stranger. What can any of us say to their families? What have we done? What have we not done? I can't come up with any answers for those families and for the many, many survivors that I work with all the time. An earlier speaker, I find it appalling, said we don't have a gun violence crisis in this country or in this state. Gun deaths have increased in Virginia many times over since I started this work. We were at 800, 900 when I started. It was over 1,000. What would you say to those families? Gun deaths continue to increase from all kinds. We work on suicides, homicides, accidents, and others. Toddlers are dying. Women are being injured. They're being terrorized by their partners with guns, intimidated, injured, killed. And far too many communities impacted by gun violence, as we've heard from law enforcement and others, face a violence problem that is not being addressed. When almost 3 Virginians are killed every day, that is an epidemic. That is a crisis. And we are not doing our jobs if we are not responding. There are many, many policies. It's not a single fix. It's not a single issue. It is not a problem that is easily fixed. And I appreciate you being here, but can we please not wait any longer to address this problem? Let's take care of our sisters, our brothers, our neighbors, our co-workers, and those who suffer gun violence in their communities all too often. I'm just frustrated. I know we can do better. I know you can do better. I know we can all do better. Let's please start today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few more groups that have signed up, not online, but so I apologize in advance if I misread the written sign up. But the first I have is Dennis Petruccelli, Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership. Leanne Fox is up next. Mr. Petruccelli, thank you.
Good afternoon to the chairman, good afternoon to members of the commission, and good afternoon to my fellow Virginians. I'm Dennis Petruccelli. I'm a forensic psychiatrist. I've been a psychiatrist for 25 years and a Virginian for 20 years. I want to set the record straight regarding some testimony that you heard earlier and some things that have been said during the special session. To be clear, I speak for Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership. This is an organization that has been in existence for about 25 years. It is a liberty-based organization that opposes gun confiscation that masquerades as public health. I want to focus my comments specifically on red flag laws. Specifically, what I want to state is that these laws have been in existence in other states for a great long time now. Specifically, Connecticut has had such a law since the late 90s. There is no evidence whatsoever that that law has stopped a single homicide, and that was its intended purpose. When the data that was referred to earlier that said 10 to 20 confiscations will prevent one suicide, that is only the case if you take the data you torture the data, and you find that the data will tell you whatever it is that you want it to tell you. 22 people who had their weapons removed in Connecticut based on that law are dead by way of suicide. And the reason for that is that none of these laws address the people. They go after the weapons. And that's absolutely preposterous and outrageous and completely unconstitutional. When I hear people say that they would support red flag laws that respect due process, I am horrified as we march toward tyranny. There is not a single red flag law that allows the subject of that petition to, one, know the evidence against them, confront their accuser, or be treated with a modicum of respect, which is to have a risk assessment method that would pass some form of rules of evidence. Only a kangaroo court would accept the I know it when I see it standard of dangerousness to confiscate weapons. It cannot be stated enough. I do not want people to be harmed by firearms, but I will not allow our constitutional form of government be infringed upon. We have heard repeatedly that the bulk of these deaths are suicide. Virginia comes in 31st on mental health spending. That is appalling. Virginia spends less than 1/3 per capita on mental health than the states at the top. If this group is at all interested in preventing firearm death, then it will make sure that money is appropriately spent on mental health initiatives, not the abridgment of our Second Amendment rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Petruccelli. Next, Ms. Fox from the Moms Demand Action. Next up will be Marjorie Signer from the National Organization for Women. Ms. Fox, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Virginia State Crime Commission. Thank you for inviting me to appear before you. My name is Leanne Fox. I'm here as a gun owner and a Moms Demand Action leader in Crozet. My family is an old Virginia family, and like many Virginians, there are ways I connect my children and family to our heritage. My guns are a great example. The shotgun my dad used when he taught me how to shoot when I was a little girl now belongs to me, and I will use it when I teach my own children how to shoot. I am proud of this legacy. It connects us to our past, and it's a bridge to our future. Teaching my children gun safety and skills are some ways I'm preparing them to be independent, responsible adults. Gun owners like me are an important voice in the discussion on gun safety, but honestly, the culture I'm from is skeptical about gun legislation. But gun violence is rampant, it's preventable, and frankly, it's disgusting that our lawmakers are unwilling or incapable of doing anything to prevent it. There are problems with no clear solution, but gun violence is not one of them. Background checks save lives, and 94% of Virginians agree. Our current system is weak and designed to be exploited. Background checks in Virginia are voluntary at gun shows and online. Now tell me, what gun runner is going to volunteer for a background check? This loophole isn't so I can loan my son my hunting rifle. It's the loophole that helped a murderer buy a gun and use it to kill Sean Moss, my friend Brenda's son. It helps criminals, not folks like me. Close that loophole. I've known 4 men who have died by gun violence, and none of them were criminals. They died by gun suicide. Research shows that access to a gun increases the risk of death by suicide 3 times. When a person is in crisis and considering harming themselves or someone else, family members and law enforcement are often the first people to see the warning signs. A red flag law could have been a life-saving barrier for them and could save hundreds of Virginians every year. I am here holding them in my heart, asking you to pass an extreme risk protection order law. Properly drafted and implemented, these laws ensure public safety while respecting my constitutional rights. Red flag laws save lives. The emerging body of research shows that these laws work to prevent firearms suicide, and they can also prevent would-be mass shooters from committing acts of gun violence. We need one in Virginia. In the last 10 years, Virginia experienced a 17% increase in gun deaths. Every year, 1,000 Virginians are shot and killed with a firearm. Data from the CDC shows that nearly 70% of all gun deaths in Virginia are suicides. On average, one Virginia resident dies by gun suicide every 14 hours. This is the reality in our Commonwealth. I am not exceptional. I am representative. Like most Virginians, I want common sense laws that will keep my family safe. I want my Second Amendment rights respected by lawmakers who can tell the difference between law-abiding gun owners like me and people with dangerous histories who should not have access to a gun. Virginia deserves both. I am also here representing the voices of the volunteers at Moms Demand Action. As an organization, we recognize the immediate need for these laws to prevent tragedies like the ones perpetrated in Virginia Beach, El Paso, Texas, and Dayton, Ohio. But these common sense gun laws will also help break the cycle of daily gun violence here in Virginia. It is important for the Commission to recognize the same tragic weekend of El Paso and Dayton shootings, 9 people were shot and killed in Richmond. This is why we are here today, and why I am delivering, in addition to my testimony, the names of 2,267 Virginians who, like me, are demanding action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marjorie Signer. After that, Sheila Varkey.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the Legislative Vice President of the Virginia chapter of the National Organization for Women Now, a membership organization with local chapters throughout the Commonwealth. We've been working for more than 40 years in Virginia to bring women into full and equal participation in society and promote awareness of issues that impact women economically, legally, socially, and personally. Safety, of course, is one of the primary things we're concerned with. Gun violence is heavily intertwined with the issue of domestic and intimate partner violence, and women are the most affected population of this lethal combination. Virginia now supports extreme risk protection orders, and I have 2 points to make. First, it appears there is bipartisan support at some level amongst yourselves and amongst some advocates for these red flag laws, and this is extremely heartening. And it shows we have an opening to deal with safety issues. And it's something very practical that can be done. Also, we have had an opening to discuss new ideas. And one of those apparently comes from Delegate Gilbert, and thank you very much for that. Perhaps this is a time when, after much discussion and thoughtfulness and perhaps lack of meeting of the minds, that we are now ready to talk seriously about what can be done. The second one deals with the politics of this. Women I know, people I know, are very fed up with all the talk that goes on. These are not people on one side of the aisle or the other. These are people who are just fed up with so much talk and very little, it seems, being done. Perhaps this is time to take a step on this very contentious issue. Perhaps we have an opening that shows that government can be effective. Perhaps you would be willing to move forward on this. I think it's possible that we could then get into a space of being satisfied that we have done enough. Clearly, we haven't done enough by only the red flag laws, but perhaps we can say that as citizens, as legislators, as advocates, we have done something. And I think that would be a very wise thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sheila Varkey on tap. Amy Jackson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sushila Varkey. I'm the domestic violence attorney for Virginia Poverty Law Center, which is the statewide support nonprofit for all the legal aids in Virginia. So as such, I'm here to support the two sets of bills that have a specific connection between firearms and increased lethality to victims. The substantial risk or extreme risk protective order, I believe it is specific and temporary, and that's why I support it. I also support the bills that expand the prohibition on firearms possession to all full protective orders and the extra step of requiring respondents to certify that they've surrendered, transferred, or sold their firearms within 48 hours of being served with the protective order. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We next have Amy Jackson on tap, David Snyder. Ms. Jackson, welcome.
Wasn't quite ready. Sorry, I have handouts.
If you could distribute those to us, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commission members, and staff, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Amy Jackson, and I am a mom of 2 young elementary school children, and I care for their safety. I have been a career Fairfax County public school teacher and who has had to assist in school mass shooting drills, a traumatic experience for students in itself. And I am disheartened and appalled and honestly ashamed by the lack of courage shown by our state-elected public officials who question the passing of needed common sense gun safety laws to keep our communities safe. But today I speak with you with the honor of being an elected member of City Council of the City of Alexandria. I am here today to share with you a letter signed by the 7 members of Alexandria City Council in support of gun safety legislation that is currently before the Commission for your consideration. While our City Council has expressed support for a number of common sense gun safety proposals, including red flag laws and stronger background checks, today I am here to share with you our support for legislation to afford localities the authority to regulate firearms in government buildings and on government property. This letter has been submitted to the Commission before today for the record and reads in part, gun violence and the resulting debate over gun safety laws, rules, and regulations has been a long-standing issue in Virginia and in the United States. However, as you are all well aware, the Dillon Rule precludes local governments in Virginia from enacting local gun control measures, including but not limited to any prohibition on firearms in city buildings or on city property. Bipartisan legislation was filed during the 2019 special session on gun violence to provide localities with additional authority in the area of firearm regulation, including House Bill 4005 by Delegate Price, House Bill 4007 by Delegate Davis, Senate Bill 4001 by Senator Edwards, and Senate Bill 4013 by Senate Majority Leader Tommy Norment. The City of Alexandria supports legislation that would grant localities the authority to adopt or enforce ordinances, resolutions, or administrative policies to prohibit or restrict the possession, transportation, or carrying of firearms in public buildings or on property owned or used by a locality. In our ongoing efforts to ensure that our community is safe and resilient, we continually confront the limited ability of localities and duly elected local governing bodies such as ours to enact gun safety measures in our city that our residents support, including in our government buildings, libraries, recreation centers, parks, and public spaces. We recognize that our inability to enact common sense gun safety measures in our community has a significant impact on our core responsibility to create a safe
and resilient city for every resident, worker, and visitor in the city of Alexandria. We urge members of the Crime Commission to consider seriously legislation to expand local authority to regulate firearms in our community, especially in public buildings and on public property.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you for your attention.
Absolutely. David Snyder, Falls Church City Council, followed by Jeff Caruso. Welcome.
Members of the Virginia Crime Commission, much appreciate your work on this. I think Solomon had an easy job compared to what you have to do, so we much appreciate your public service on this critically important issue. I am David F. Snyder, a Falls Church City Council member since 1994. I've served as mayor and vice mayor, and I'm on the council's legislative committee. I've chaired the National Capital Region Emergency Preparedness Council. I'm also a licensed emergency medical technician, and I have treated gunshot wound patients. In my view, governments are created first and foremost to provide security to our citizens so that they can go about their lives in peace. But the prevalence of gun violence and my inability to prevent it due to rigid pro-gun state laws constitute a fundamental concern of my citizens, our council, and me. In effect, the extremely intrusive state gun laws violate my ability to help provide my citizens, as stated in the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as stated in the U.S. Constitution, domestic tranquility, or as stated in the Virginia Constitution, happiness and safety. Under current state law, heavily armed people can freely enter our city hall, library, community center, and parks. In fact, in a recent city council meeting, 24 armed gun activists attended to protest an administrative rule that would have had our employees simply notify our police when they saw someone carrying a firearm on city property. A rule that makes a lot of common sense, particularly considering how much damage can be done in how few seconds. Some of my colleagues and staff were intimidated by that. In other cases, our citizens have expressed deep concern about seeing armed people in our library. But under current state law, I am powerless to respond effectively. It's been said that the definition of insanity is having the same negative results time and time again. And yet, it seems to us, based upon everything we've seen, that that is the case in Virginia. It's time to make a policy change. There are many gun proposals you should consider favorably, whether they be appropriately drafted red flag laws, closing loopholes in background checks, or even restricting certain types of firearms and ammunition. But one law in particular I and my council have long endorsed is legislation that will give localities the ability to prohibit lethal firepower on city property and thereby better protect the safety of our citizens and our employees, for after all, local governments are always on the front line of this issue. I have a critically important job to do, and so do you. I was elected to do it, and I respectfully ask the state to allow me to do the job that I was elected to do. Thank you very much for your attention this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Next, Jeff Caruso, Virginia Catholic Conference. And following that, we're going to move into the individual speakers. We have 2 minutes per person. There are a couple of people who apparently signed up for both who have already spoken on in the groups, so we're going to skip those over since they've had an opportunity to be heard. But the first up behind Mr. Caruso, Sheila Furry, Dr. Sheila Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Jeff Caruso. I'm the Executive Director of the Virginia Catholic Conference. We're the public policy office of Virginia's Catholic bishops in their 2 dioceses. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As we all know, many factors contribute to the violence in our society, which will not be solved by a single piece of legislation. And we recognize that firearms often serve the legitimate purpose of self-defense and the defense of loved ones. We're convinced, too, that respect and reverence for all human life should lead all of us to explore the very best solutions for stopping this violence as much as we can. And we are very grateful to see the work you are doing toward that hoped-for outcome. We wish to emphasize 2 proposals in particular, both of which have been highlighted for their effectiveness. The first is universal background checks. The Virginia Catholic Conference has consistently supported background checks legislation each year from the 2010 General Assembly session onward. and we continue to do so. As I noted in my testimony, one of those years, if a stronger background checks law could save even a single life, that is what we should do. Based on one of the presentations yesterday, having this law would likely have a far greater effect. The second is extreme risk protection order legislation. We supported this legislation during the 2018 and 2019 sessions so that people who pose a substantial risk of injury to self or others are prohibited from purchasing, possessing, or transporting a firearm. Again, one of the presentations yesterday showed having this type of law would likely have an effect on reducing violence. In addition, we support the legislation that would invest more resources in early intervention for those who may be at risk of committing a violent act, as well as in ways to report potential threats. United with the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, we also think proposals like the federal assault weapons ban merit renewed consideration, as do reasonable limits on access to high-capacity weapons and ammunition magazines, and a ban on bump stocks. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration of these thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caruso. And actually, rather than call these speakers individually, you can still get up and come on up. But my understanding is that staff distributed group numbers when speakers signed up. So if those who are members of Group 1 would line up behind Dr. Furry and be prepared to speak, we're going to move through Group 1.
I'm Dr. Sheila Fury. I'm a psychiatrist. I have spent the last 20 years working with the victims of domestic violence, gun violence, rape, assault, and drug addiction. I have lived the fallacy of restraining orders offering protection. Restraining orders are violated every day by those people who choose to ignore them. Every police officer I have worked with over the years acknowledges that the protection order is simply a piece of paper and it does not provide protection. When I am working with my patients that are threatened, seconds matter. I work to empower my patients, not to make them further victims. I encourage them to use self-defense courses, firearms training courses, and I encourage them to practice if they have a firearm. I encourage them to use the safety of a firearm and to educate their families about the use of a firearm. I do not want them to be wimps. I want them to be strong. They are strong. They are survivors, and they can be strong, and they can protect themselves. And that is what this panel needs to do. It needs to empower women and families to protect themselves. It needs to, through the court system, provide them with the financing to get the training that they need and that they often want in order to protect themselves. It is easier for the governor who has an armed security force to take away other people's right to protect themselves. He can do that, but I want my constitutional right, and I want the constitutional rights of all of my patients to be protected. Further, we have the sickening process.
Dr. Fury, thank you very much. Anybody, and I would point out that anybody who is not able to deliver all of the comments they wish to deliver is more than welcome to submit written comments, which are going to be provided to all of the members of the commission. Step right up, sir, and introduce yourself.
My name is Jay McDaniel. I live in Petersburg, Virginia. I am not a member of some important organization. I'm not wealthy. None of you have probably met me before, but I'm here as the most important thing you will see today, and that is a citizen of the United States of America and of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'm your boss, okay? You all are here to do one thing, and that is to protect my rights, not my life, not my opportunities, not any of those things. It's your job to protect my rights. Not a single law that was proposed in this special session concerning gun control passes either the U.S. Constitution or the Virginia State Constitution as far as being constitutional. These laws are never going to be effective because criminals don't follow them. You can't prevent behavior by passing a law. It doesn't work, okay? If it did, then all of these people that were murdered a couple weeks ago, they'd all still be alive. Because last I checked, murder's illegal. Someone intent upon murdering dozens and dozens of their fellow citizens couldn't give a single care about a law that says they're going to spend 5 more years in jail because they used a gun. Stop infringing on my rights and do your job to protect my rights.
Thank you very much. Next.
Pam Pouchot, Yorktown, Virginia. I want to put a face to the carnage in Virginia. A Portsmouth mother lived in an unsafe neighborhood. Her 3-year-old did not go outside to play, but rode her tricycle in the kitchen because it was safer. A bullet came through the wall and killed her. An Isle of Wight County mom came home from work at 11 p.m. Her dad was babysitting, asleep on the couch with the TV on. She went into her 8-year-old son's bedroom to check on him. He was dead from a bullet through the window from a gang altercation. A Gloucester mom had a restraining order on her ex. She was afraid. That night, she brought her 4-year-old daughter into her bed and placed a loaded gun under her pillow. Her daughter awoke the next morning and found the gun. She died. A bullied Manassas 6th grader rode to school with his mom, who worked at the school. He had placed a rifle in the car. He returned to the car with a key, retrieved the gun, loaded it, and held an assistant principal at gunpoint, going to the office to hold many others hostage. His father had over 20 guns in the house, unsecured. A Newport News 19-year-old college art student was standing in his front yard on New Year's Eve. He yelled at a cruising car to turn down their very loud music. They went to a party up the street, acquired a handgun, and came back and killed him. A 12-year-old who was taught by his father how to handle firearms had his best friend over. He showed his friend a new gun and let him handle it. He failed to verify it was unloaded. His friend killed him. A Virginia police officer arrived home, took off his utility belt and firearm, placing it on the kitchen table to kiss his wife. His 3-year-old son grabbed the gun, it went off, and he killed his dad. 2 days after the Virginia Beach shooting, a 15-year-old lay shot to death on a sidewalk in Norfolk. 2 weeks earlier, it was a 13-year-old. 5 days earlier, it was a block party in Chesapeake that ended with 9 shot and the 10th killed. The gun lobby convinced the York County Board of Supervisors to rescind an ordinance that banned the discharge of a firearm in densely populated neighborhoods. A law-abiding citizen now chose to fire his gun at dusk in his backyard wetlands area at what he thought was a deer. It was his neighbor walking a dog. He's dead. Thank you.
Thank you very
There are
much.
1,000 more like this. When is enough enough?
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I am Carrie Devra. I advocate financial crime victims get due process you'd give gun victims. Commonwealth of Virginia Bill of Rights, Section 14 says government should be uniform. It is not. Section 11 says due process of law says no person shall be deprived of property without due process of law. I speak for investment clients victimized by Ponzi scammers, by intentional Wall Street fraud. You have no laws protecting us, not one bill here today for victims of financial crimes. I was found in bad faith in FINRA, a private business securities broker-dealer only arbitration forum. I am not industry. I told truths Wall Street covers up. Truths I exposed in my article I walked Governor Terry McAuliffe's team through to restore voting dignity to Virginia felons who served their time. July 30th, I was acknowledged at the National Whistleblower Summit. July 31st, Maryland Federal Court, I watched Hoodoo investment advisor Don Bennett sentenced 20 years federal prison. Elderly victims, including Virginia victims, gave impact statements. One victim sobbed each night she decides if this is the night she will take the cocktail to drink. Securities are state-to-state oversight under the Uniform Commercial Code. 2010, the SEC asked me to be their whistleblower. 2014, I told the Virginia Securities Commission. 2015, Commonwealth of Virginia Securities Commission wrote me they saw no crime. Give financial crime victims equality with gun victims. Recognize we are victims. Entitle us to Virginians' Victim Fund compensation. Give us the due process you give them. And let law enforcement do their job, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Terry Bowder. I'm from Suffolk, just an ordinary citizen. And please don't take away my guns. Taking away my firearms makes me, an older woman, an easy target for evildoers. Firearms are the one great equalizer. They most certainly improve my odds of being able to successfully thwart an attack upon myself and my family. I live in a very rural area with tiny, twisty roads where it often floods. Seconds count when the police may easily be at least 30 minutes away. Don't rob me of my natural right to defend myself and my family. By the time the police might arrive at my home without me using a firearm to defend myself and my family against an intruder or attacker, my family and I could very likely be assaulted or dead. Eliminate gun-free zones. People in gun-free zones are easy pickings for would-be murderers. These killing grounds must be abolished. Law-abiding firearm owners must be allowed to legally protect themselves wherever they go. For example, removing the gun-free designation from schools will make schools less attractive to the bad guys. We must think of the children. No universal background checks. These would eliminate private firearm sales and private transfers and will lead directly to firearm confiscation from all law-abiding Virginia citizens. Criminals, however, will not be affected by universal background checks because, surprise, they won't use legal means to acquire their firearms. No red flag laws. Under these unconstitutional laws, anyone can point the finger at another saying that the accused is a threat to themselves or to others for any reason. The accused is then deprived of his or her property, which may never be returned, deprived of his or her right to confront their accuser, and deprived of his or her liberty, all without due process. No more gun control. Criminals don't follow laws. Laws only affect the law-abiding citizens. So why is it when a so-called mass shooting occurs that the powers that be want to disarm the people who didn't commit the crime? Why commit even more infringement upon the Second Amendment by punishing non-criminals? An armed citizenry is not easily controlled. Do not forget that the ultimate goal of all proposed firearm legislation before the Crime Commission is to disarm Virginia citizens. I find this absolutely abhorrent and completely unacceptable. Enforce existing laws, focus upon criminals. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Smith. I'm an employee of the City of Virginia Beach. My office was in Building 2 on the 3rd floor. There's 3 types of spaces in Virginia. There's private spaces where carrying a firearm is controlled by the owner. There's public spaces where the public has an unimpeded right to carry a firearm. And there are government workplaces. This is a gaping loophole where employees in these workplaces have the right to safety and the general public maintains a right to carry a firearm, a right that I support. But these employees are typically stripped of our right to be prepared to adequately defend our lives by HR policies of the municipality. This leaves no affordable way for public employers to keep their employees safe. Do not use Virginia Beach's plight as justification for more government control. It's that same government control that brought the tolls so high in Virginia Beach. Without these HR policies, several good people in Building 2, myself included, would have carried their firearm at work every day. The family of Building 2 does not agree on everything in this aftermath, save for 2 things. We want to be safe, and government cannot provide that. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled public employees do not have a right to a workplace free from unreasonable risks of harm in 1992 in USSC v. Harker Heights, case number 90-1279. Since we have a right to safety as enumerated in the Virginia Declaration of Rights, but not a right to a workplace free from unreasonable harm, then the state must allow individual rights to transcend this gap by guaranteeing public employees the right to possess a firearm at work. Yet every day we still have to make a choice. Do I want to earn a living or do I want to save my life? Please support Delegate Cole's House Bill 4002 and Senator Black's Senate Bill 4016. Precedence is set for these by Kansas Statute 75-7C20. The remainder of the bills before you would not have made a single difference on May 31st. I am a member of the VCDL and I support the position on the other bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Michelle Cox, and I live in Frederick County and have for about 5 years. I lived in Alexandria for about 20 years before that.
And
for
I'm
the first-
sorry, would Group 2 step up behind Ms. Cox? Thank you. Sorry.
All right. For the first 45 years of my life, I believed that guns were the problem and that they didn't have a good purpose. And then I was stalked. When the threat level reached a significantly dangerous level, I made myself think through what would happen if the man who was stalking me actually got in my house some night. And I forced myself to think through 5 minutes of what that 5 minutes would be like if I didn't have some way to protect myself. So I decided that taking on a man much younger and much larger than myself without a weapon would be foolish. And I began to study and train with weapons. When the stalking escalated, 2 Alexandria police officers were at my house, and as we talked about this situation and about what I had done to protect myself, both of them told me that I was doing the right thing, that when or if I was assaulted, they wouldn't be there to help me, that I would need to be able to defend myself, so that was helpful. The thought that my state would limit my rights to do this or would take away my rights is really a very difficult thing for me to imagine. The limitations and restrictions that I hear you all considering will not stop criminals from their nefarious acts, but they will limit me, a law-abiding citizen, from having a chance against these criminals. For example, an AR is an excellent self-defense weapon. Magazines with lots of bullets are what the criminals have when they assault people like me, and I want to have at least that much. Please protect my rights. Please focus on the behavior of these criminals, not on the tool, and don't take away mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did we get everybody in group 1? Anybody else? All right, group 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Danielle Cortez from Stafford County. I am the Director of Public Affairs for the National Veterans Court Alliance, and I'm here representing the chairman, the Honorable Luis Quinones, in support of State Senator Bryce Reeves' Bill SB 4029, Specialty Dockets Veterans Treatment Court Program, which will partner with H.R. 886, the Veterans Treatment Court Coordination Act of 2019. We have met with the White House, who is very supportive. We have met with Secretary Hopkins of Virginia, Senator Tim Kaine, Congressman Rob Whitman, the office of Nancy Pelosi. And we ask your indulgence in support of this bill because war trauma, and I know about that firsthand, being wounded in Vietnam in 1970, is not simply caused by the use of weaponry. It is also caused by our inability to advance people skills. I was a Marine drill instructor. I put in the lethality that many young men and women carry today from Vietnam. It is still happening. But sadly, that intensity leads to actions that find them at crossroads with the law. This act, through to our compassionate judges like Spotsylvania's Judge Rick Regal or Chief Judge Lawton Nuss from Oklahoma, that institute programs to help veterans, such as the President has done with his First Step Act to help felons. We ask for your compassion because 20 to 22 veterans a day are committing suicide. This is a stopgap measure that will save lives. Thank you for your actions, and I salute you collectively. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Next.
My name is Glenn White. I'm from Frederick County. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Welcome.
There are evil people in this world. Some citizens prefer to roll the dice and hope they never come in contact with armed criminals. That's their choice. However, others of us are dedicated to lawfully defending ourselves. Several of the proposed gun laws do nothing but hamper law-abiding citizens' ability to protect ourselves. Criminals have no intention of following these laws, no matter how many you pass. Home invasions happen regularly. My wife and I live in a remote, secluded area at least 20 minutes away from law enforcement response. What would you have us do in case of a home invasion? Dial 911 and wait 20 minutes for help to arrive? Having what the proposed law erroneously refers to an assault rifle is exactly what law-abiding citizens need to protect themselves from violent, armed, multiple attackers. People People who refer to the civilian AR-15 as an assault weapon or a weapon of war need more information regarding weapons. As a military combat veteran, I can tell you that a flash suppressor, sound suppressor, pistol grip, or retractable stock does not make an AR-15 a weapon of war, an assault weapon, or any more dangerous. People like to compare the AR-15 to the military M4. They are different in size, different specifications, vastly different capabilities, and an AR-15 is not and will never be a military combat assault weapon. Additionally, the proposed law limits handgun and rifle magazines to no more than 10 rounds. How does that work when law-abiding citizens need to protect themselves from multiple armed, violent criminals? Criminals often work in pairs, if not groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Chairman Obenchain, Vice Chairman Bell, and members of the committee, it is my honor and privilege to appear before you today. My name is Lisa Geller, and I am the policy analyst for the Educational Fund to Stop Gun Violence, a national gun violence prevention public health think tank based in Washington, D.C. I have a master's in public health with a focus on domestic violence and firearm policy from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I stand before you today to discuss domestic violence homicide in Virginia. I am speaking to you as a domestic violence policy expert and a gun violence prevention advocate. I urge the committee to take action to protect domestic violence victims and survivors in the Commonwealth by passing legislation to remove firearms from domestic abusers. Each week, nearly 3 Virginians are murdered by an abuser. Nearly 2 million Virginians experience domestic violence in their lifetimes. From 2006 to 2015, there were over 1,300 domestic violence-related homicides in Virginia, and nearly 60% of these homicides were by firearm. Finally, over 1/3 of all homicides in Virginia are related to domestic violence. Current Virginia law does not prohibit individuals convicted of misdemeanor crimes of domestic violence from purchasing or possessing firearms. In addition, Virginia law does not explicitly require firearm removal at the scene of a domestic violence incident. First, it is critical to prohibit abusers from possessing firearms and require them to surrender all of their guns to law enforcement for the duration of an order. Second, individuals convicted of domestic violence misdemeanors must not be allowed to purchase, possess, or transfer firearms. Third, the courts must notify those subject of these orders when they become prohibited under federal law. Finally, the law must explicitly require removal of firearms at the scene of a domestic violence incident. The evidence is clear. Firearms in the hands of a domestic abuser increases the risk of homicide 5-fold. Restricting abusers' access to firearms is an effective policy, reducing domestic violence homicides by as much as 25%. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Andrew Patrick, Coalition to Stop Gun Violence.
Welcome.
HB 2399, Universal Background Checks on Transfer of Firearms, Militia, Police, and Public Safety Committee, Subcommittee 1, passed by indefinitely 4-1. HB 2479, Universal Background Checks on Transfer of Firearms, Militia, Police, and Public Safety Committee, passed by indefinitely 4-1. HB 1162, Senate Courts Adjustments, Universal Background Checks with age requirements, passed by indefinitely 9-6. SB 1164, Universal Background Checks, Senate Courts of Justice, failed to report, 9-6. SB 1454, Universal Background Checks, Senate Courts of Justice, failed to report, 9-6. HB 1957, Child Access Prevention Laws, MPPS 1, passed by indefinitely 4-1. HB 2285, Child Access Prevention Laws, MPPS 1, passed by indefinitely 4-1. HB 2372, requiring locked guns in daycare, MPPS Subcommittee 1, laid on the table 4-0. SB 1096, making it a penalty to give a gun to a child under 4, Senate Courts of Justice, failed to report 6-8. HB 1899, requiring competence on a concealed carry permit, MPPS 1, laid on the table 4-1. HB 1691, felony for creating or having an undetectable gun, MPPS, passed by indefinitely, 4-2. SB 1078, having a penalty for possessing a gun when under a protective order, reported 14-0, Left and Finance Committee. The ERPO law, Senate Courts of Justice, failed to report 7-7. SB 1467, removing guns from those who are subject to protective order, passed by indefinitely, 8-6. The safety of Virginians has been passed by indefinitely by this legislative body.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kristen Martin. I'm from Henrico. States with stricter gun laws see less gun deaths, and we should examine what is working elsewhere to improve safety in Virginia. I hope you won't allow perfection to get in the way of progress. While no one law will prevent all gun deaths, evidence-based policies used in concert can save lives each year. Mrs. Boyne's data presented yesterday supports this idea. I ask you to support strengthening child access prevention laws. They are among the most effective gun laws according to the RAND Corporation. Virginia law currently doesn't apply to 14 to 17-year-olds, but this is the age group that saw the highest number of gun deaths over the last decade. The reality is that while some gun owners are responsible, others must be legally incentivized to properly store weapons with tougher penalties. In 2017, Virginia saw the highest number of child gun deaths since 1982. And you may recall a day in May of 2018 when 2 toddlers were killed on the same day in Virginia with guns that were left unsecured. These are preventable tragedies. Strong cap laws are associated with a 26% reduction in firearm suicides among youth and a 17% reduction in child unintentional shooting deaths. Suicide is surprisingly impulsive, particularly in the adolescent population, which is why access to a gun matters. Guns are the most lethal suicide method. Additionally, regarding school shooting incidents, we know from analyses conducted by the CDC, Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post that on average, 78% of the time, the weapon comes from friends or relatives. We have to better motivate parents to secure weapons to reduce unintentional child deaths, suicide, and prevent school violence. With all this data being thrown around, let's not forget what all these numbers represent: lives lost. They are Marcia Dixon, a 9-year-old girl who was killed at a picnic in Richmond Park earlier this summer. They are Kristen Palmer, who was killed by her husband along with her son and her wife and her mom were killed by her husband even after a protective order was in place because his existing guns were not removed. They are Allison Parker and Adam Ward, killed at the TV station where they are employed by a disgruntled employee in Roanoke. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Johns, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Young people are always looking down at their phones, aren't they? Scrolling through selfies, sunsets, shooting, hashtag Gilroy strong, hashtag Dayton strong, hashtag El Paso strong, 34 dead, 64 wounded in 1 week. We are algorithmically predisposed to look down because we are terrified to look up. I once missed days of school because 2 students were planning to open fire during an evacuation they'd instigate. They're still in jail. Earlier this year, I was standing across the wall from shots fired in student housing. A couple of weeks ago, I was threatened to be shot in the face on the street. By keeping military-grade weapons easily accessible, you are drafting people like me onto the front lines. It should go without saying that more gun usage means more potential for gun violence. That is kindergarten logic, and if you think that comparison is inappropriate, remember that they are currently being told to lay still and act dead in active shooter drills. That is how you are raising the next generation. In response to opposition, if you claim self-defense as a motive, I would ask, from whom are you actually defending yourself? Chances are it is an irrational, hate-based fear. Of course your individual life is important, but to protect it against a pretense at the expense of hundreds of dying weekly is shameful. Speaker Cox's original recommendation for Governor Northam to respond to Virginia Beach through our same protocols as Parkland and more notably Virginia Tech is incredibly ignorant to the exponential frequency and normalization since then, not to mention that those supposed protocols failed to prevent the 11,000 deaths occurring as a result. Today, the opposition itself has stated that universal background checks, magazine limits, and mental illness checks would not have prevented any mass shootings from BT forward, thus inherently arguing that the only prevention could have been a lack of gun access. As someone said, sober drivers are not to blame for drunk driving accidents, but alcohol is. I have witnessed many hearings such as this where leaders did just that, hearing, but not necessarily listening. Remember that the line separating the two is only ever as wide as the thread used to stitch up a bullet wound. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Ari Davis, and I'm a researcher at the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence. I have a master's in public policy from Johns Hopkins University. I'm focusing on violence prevention. I stand before you today to discuss group violence intervention. Yesterday, you heard from researcher David Kennedy about these programs. The Coalition to Stop Gun Violence fully supports community-based violence intervention programs, including those Kennedy discussed. And we know that this is a vital component to reducing gun violence, particularly in communities of color. Yet we also know that states where these programs worked best, in Connecticut, in Massachusetts, in New York, and in California, all also have strong gun laws, allowing these programs to be effective. Group violence intervention also works because it includes community participation and buy-in. And these programs require a sizable investment to be effective. State investment along the lines of $15 million. Unfortunately, Delegate Gilbert's proposed legislation, HB 4032, the legislation for group violence intervention, has none of these components. It appears instead to be a political ploy to deflect responsibility for addressing gun violence in the Commonwealth. For over 6 years, the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence has worked with communities of color in Virginia impacted by daily gun violence. We have lifted up their voices to push for comprehensive gun violence prevention laws. Over these 6 years, not once did any member of the majority party support some sensible gun policies, nor did they call for violence prevention programs in communities most impacted. Yet, on an election year, after refusing to take action in the special session, they introduced this bill. This bill didn't involve community buy-in, it doesn't call for sufficient funding, and it isn't accompanied with effective gun laws. If Virginia is seriously committed to reducing gun violence, we will work together after the election to invest in the community interventions.
Thank you, Mr.
And sensible
Davis.
gun laws. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. And if Group 3 would step up behind the speaker, it'd be great.
My name is Randolph Butler. I'm a native of Portsmouth, Virginia, and I'm here to tell the commission that my life has been impacted 6 times by gun violence. The first time was a close friend of mine lost her son, who was 8 years old, to a shooting after school as he and his playmate played in the bedroom of one of the parents. The gun was accessed by a bedside table. That happened in Sandston, Virginia. Another shooting late last year was in Portsmouth, Virginia, and a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old brother and sister combination. The 3-year-old shot her brother, who was 5, through the head. He did live, but he will be a long time recovering from this shooting. There have been other shootings in Portsmouth also, and also in Sandston, but there are also shootings in Chesapeake. A child was shot after school. 2 other shootings were domestic violence. Husbands shot their wives. One married couple had dependent children. The mother died from the shooting eventually. The father was incarcerated, and the children went on to public assistance. The last shooting I'll tell you about today was a street shooting where some teenage boys were in the street. One was shot to death. The dead boy's brother then shot his brother's shooter. So there were two dead boys in the street and one shooter, and he was incarcerated, of course. And then this family was affected by the loss of 2 children, and the second family was affected by the loss of one of their children.
Thank you.
Please take action.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Josie Lennon, and I just want to say what's not been said before. I know that Ann Blake Tracy did a lot of work all over during the 1980s and 90s on what was making the shooters mass shooters. And she discovered there is one difference of all of these situations in that they're taking something called Prozac. Now, Prozac has now evolved into other kinds of SSRI group of drugs. They're all equally dangerous. They're handing it out to the military, I'm pretty sure. There are 20 suicides a day of the military. Why don't we look into this? Nobody's making conversations of it, not on talk radio, not on the television, nowhere. I mean, this is the real crux. Before you had mental health problems, you did not have mass shootings. Now they invented Prozac, you've got mass shootings. So maybe we ought to look into some restrictions on who we're handing it out to. Most of the shooters are, young men, usually 30 or under, not always the case, but those who aren't, they're on something too and can't handle it. And so that's what Ann Blake Tracy, go to her website. She has made videos. It's called drugawareness.org. Everybody should check into that. I don't have a computer. I didn't see it. I have her book, and I've heard her on the radio. And her foreword to her book was written by Peter Breggin, Breggin. He never uses those types of drugs in his psychiatric practice. And I think it would be well worth, instead of being emotionally based, oh, then there's another shooting, we've got to pass a bunch of laws, and they don't work anyway. Why don't we try something different? Which is why I had to get up here to speak. I've called you all, a lot of you already. Bye.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Pat Webb, and you probably noticed the Gun Save Lives button. I'm here as living proof of that. My husband and I ran a small country store. We had a guy come in, attempt to do an armed robbery. My husband was also armed at the time, and the guy went to jail. No shots were fired. We were able to stop a violent crime. On the other hand, we've seen evidence that gun-free zones have become more and more a target for mass murderers and criminals. If we can save just one life by repealing these gun-free zones, is it not worth it? Our system of law enforcement, or our actual whole government, is predicated on the presumption of innocence. All of these gun control bills and laws presume guilt, and you have to prove yourself innocent. You have to take a background check before you can buy a gun to prove that you're worthy of owning a gun, and that right to be armed to defend your liberty and your life is an inherent human right and is guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States and by the Constitution of Virginia. So bypassing these laws, what you're doing is violating more than just the Second Amendment. You're violating someone's right to the presumption of innocence before they're guilty. Now, we've talked about keeping our children safe. We keep our children safe from drowning by teaching them to swim. I submit to you that teaching our children to how to safely handle guns will prevent accidental deaths. And that's something that needs to be addressed in our education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Freddie Boysoff from Chesterfield County. I hear from those who want to treat me as a child that all they want is common sense gun laws. As an adult, I've learned some very important common sense rules. The first I learned from my dive instructor. When you get in trouble, whatever you do in a panic will most likely not solve your problem and could get you killed. Another rule I've learned as a parent is never to put in place a rule of law that you're unable or unwilling to enforce. Doing so undermines your authority and makes it harder to enforce other rules or laws. When I look at red flag laws, I fail to see common sense in what has been promoted. Can someone explain to me the common sense in sending the police to take the guns from a person who is considered a danger to themselves and others, leaving them feeling more ostracized and free to work on other means that could be as, if not more, destructive to carry out their goal? And that is the best case when these orders are issued. The worst case is that you have an innocent individual dead because of a situation that got out of hand, or even worse, that person is one of the officers sent to enforce that order. This is all according to design by those that wrote these laws. They do not care about the individual, just the guns. I think it would show more common sense to get the person help and deal with the root issues. I also failed to see the common sense in laws that outlaws or attempts to trace hundreds of millions of items that are in the hands of law-abiding citizens whose primary desire is to protect themselves and those around them. In the case of magazines, there are no records of who owns what, and they're easily produced. And in the case of firearms, the records are not complete as to who has purchased them in the past, thus in both cases making tracing their sales or confiscating them nearly impossible. All you're doing is making otherwise law-abiding citizens into criminals. That is not to say that everything proposed fails to show some common sense. I support Project Exit and Project Ceasefire because both seem to get to the root of the second largest number of firearm deaths. I would also support the restoration of Project Exile that was a success here in Richmond.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I'm Carol Nagel. I live in Gainesville, Virginia. And you have been given a mandate to establish urgent and vigorous action to prevent the violent deaths of Virginians by guns. Accept this mantle of leadership and responsibility to take necessary steps to prevent violence and provide security. It will take energy and perseverance and compromise, maybe even daring action and new approaches. Please proceed with unity against this violence and the fear of violence. Fear in our schools, work, churches, on the street, in neighborhoods, in homes now prevails without effective changes for safety. Partisanship and drawing lines in the sand are a waste of energy that can block the energy needed for finding solutions. Former President Franklin Delano Roosevelt said in his State of the Union speech that there are 4 essential freedoms: freedom of speech and expression, freedom of worshiping in our own way, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. But I do not mean to focus on fear, but on hope and the confidence of your leadership, your problem-solving skills, and your dedication that will yield solutions that are best for Virginians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman Obershane and the other 13 members of this committee. My name is Rose Winston. I'm a teacher in Northern Virginia. I am a 10th generation Virginian. 5 of my ancestors served in the House of Burgesses. Patrick Henry is an ancestor of mine. 4 judges my family, Winston, has produced for the state. We have served our state very well. I'm here to ask and implore amongst you members of this committee your important task that is ahead of you, which is to ensure the safety, the public safety of our citizens. I also fall into the category of being a member of a survivor of domestic household violence. Several months ago, I had a roommate who went berserk in the evening time, went berserk and charged at me a gun and threatened to kill me. Can you imagine that? I am shocked to see that in this state of Virginia, if someone pulls a gun on you, that is only considered a misdemeanor. Her initial charge was only that of brandishing a weapon. I talked to a police officer across the state over there in D.C. He said, ma'am, if someone pulls a gun on you, that's considered a felony, 2 years in jail automatically. Also, I found out the next morning the same person that was in the group home attacked an elderly woman upstairs. I talked to the officer in D.C. He said in D.C. that person would have been picked up for mental health evaluation, the attacker, within several days, and she would have been held in jail 3 days. There's a loophole in our current law because you all have failed to go ahead and have this be at a higher felony charge, which Maryland and D.C. and all the 7 states that have gotten A scores with the Gifford, the attacker can still go out and get another gun and hunt me down and hurt other criminals. I'm imploring you to do your duty that you have been hired to do, which is ensure the public safety and foremost. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Patrick Henry would be proud.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the Commission. Bonnie McLean, Orange County. First of all, it is not my intention to cause offense or any other harm to anyone. My family has lost family members to murder, but those murders occurred in gun-free zones. There is a prevalent myth that with more restrictions and limitations to individual freedoms, society will somehow become safer and the government will suddenly be able to protect us. But that myth falls apart when court case after court case, including cases heard by the Supreme Court of Virginia, makes it clear that the government cannot be held responsible for our safety. We are not entitled to personal protection. When a murder is committed, you cannot expect compensation. It is difficult to believe that restrictive bills were drafted with the best interests of the people in mind. After all, the ATF actually classified a 14-inch long knotted shoestring as a machine gun, and ATF agents have a disgraceful track record. And how am I, as a woman without a gun, supposed to protect a child? What is a woman to do when a violent attacker invades her office or home? Call the police? By the time they arrive, she may very well have been beaten, raped, and/or killed. I worked in a so-called gun-free zone where I was attacked once in my office by a repeat sexual offender. I was a near victim. There is nothing more dangerous than being without a gun in a gun-free zone. I learned this the hard way. I wasn't raised in a gun-friendly environment, but many women like myself who have been through similar situations refuse to be helpless victims or near victims again. There is something inherently wrong with trying to restrict our rights and ultimately disarm anyone, but especially those who need protection the most: women, mothers, caretakers of children, the disabled, the elderly, and those living in high-crime areas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the State Commission. My name is John Barnish, and I'm from Prince William County. I had the opportunity to serve in the Army for 28 years. The purpose of the Army is to defend the U.S. and U.S. interests. Now, I recognize there are other military branches, Air Force, Marines, Navy, and of course there are proud first responders, the police, the firemen, the paramedics. But please never forget that legal law-abiding Virginians who are armed can also provide first responder self-defense for themselves, for their families, for third persons. And please, this also includes the churches, this also includes the workplaces, and this also includes the schools. We've seen examples where this must improve over the course of time. Again, the issue really here is self-defense with a legally owned personal firearm. The U.S. Constitution and the Second Amendment legally enable law-abiding citizens to own a firearm to defend our lives. Now, those who become criminals by murdering or taking life must be prosecuted. But law-abiding legal citizens who respect Virginia laws should not be considered to be amongst that group. They must not be penalized or held for miscreants' behavior, as somebody said earlier. The demonizing of the black rifle, as we so call it today, or a black pair of pliers, or a black hatchet, or a black screwdriver, for political purposes, should not be misconstrued with the safety of a firearm that we can own, nor should the large capacity magazine. Because as useful as those large capacities are for the police and military, they're also very useful for citizens too. So please continue to protect the U.S. Constitution, the Second Amendment, and the firearm ownership of all Virginians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. Step right up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Therese Addington. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I have two personal stories. Number one, my beloved father was a prisoner of war in the Philippines during World War II. He committed suicide with a shotgun. I found him with his insides splattered all over himself and all over the wall. Number two, my now deceased husband once held me down by the throat with one hand and with the other hand put a .357 to my head and pulled the trigger and said, "Next time it will be loaded." My neighbor called the police. They came and they didn't do anything about it. And I had to go back in with my husband with the gun. Just think what a red flag law could have done to prevent these two tragic events and to preserve my sanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Diane Rinsock. I'm a retired medical technologist.
a confirmed volunteer, and a grandmother. I'm here to support proposed legislation to ban assault weapons. People have been killing each other since Cain slew Abel. Although this will continue, a government established for the good of its people should attempt to limit the harm that occurs. The state of Virginia already has precedent for recognizing the unacceptability of certain weapons. Virginia Code regarding machine guns criminalizes use for aggressive purpose, but there are problems in describing what constitutes aggressive purpose. If possession itself is unlawful, the definition becomes moot. Banning assault weapons will not keep anyone from setting out to murder in populated places, but it will limit the number of casualties. As has been stated in Dayton, during the 32 seconds before the shooter was stopped by police, 9 people were killed, additional 17 injured by gunfire. 41 spent casings were found, and the police assumed there were more that were not found. Citizens are calling for legislatures to do something. The first measurable step is to make unlawful the possession of an assault firearm as described in HB 4021 and SB 4024. These bills should be passed. Comments were made yesterday on the effect of media coverage. Virginia needs to utilize that resource and advertise not only any bills passed, but also the many rules, safeguards, and penalties already in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is the last speaker in Group 3. If Group 4 would stand up and be ready to step forward, it'd be great. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Chris Huntoon. I'm a resident of Virginia. I would also like to thank the Capitol Police here for their service. I've got 26 years of public service. I'm degreed in emergency administration and law enforcement. I'm a 9/11 first responder, federal law enforcement during September 11th, 2001. After that, I also enlisted in the Army. I've served in dozens of countries. That people here, I wish they would understand the wonderful liberties that we have. In true military fashion, let me get to this bottom line up front. Please do not punish law-abiding citizens for that which criminals have done and do. You cannot legislate morality. Criminals will always be criminals, and don't make a law-abiding citizen a criminal by passing some of these laws that I've seen, specifically House Bill 4021. I'm not sure if you can hear me very well because I'm bilaterally high-tone deaf, and that's because of firearms and not having suppressors. So that's also listed in 4021. So please consider not passing something like that. Don't make law-abiding citizens into criminals. I've carried a weapon for 20 plus years and never had an incident. Please don't make me a criminal. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
My name is Virginia Rovnak. Thank you for being here and listening. I'd like to make 2 points. The speaker from the Heritage Foundation presented many statistics to support the thesis that there is not a gun violence crisis, but the speaker gave no statistics on fear and its consequences. There is fear of gun violence throughout the whole country and with harmful effects. Children who have to face traumatic lockdown drills at school, who are frightened to come to school, parents who wonder if their children will come home safe and sound. This is not the way that we want to live. There is a gun violence crisis, and you need to do something about it, please. For my second point, I will tell you that I am from Charlottesville. We had an armed invasion 2 years ago. Some in the invasion came actually with the intent to engage in violence. They brought their guns and their hate, and the atmosphere was so hateful and violent that one of the invaders was so affected that he drove his car at high speed into a crowd with one death and many injuries. We need to be able to protect ourselves from such armed invasions. Charlottesville and all localities need to be able to ban weapons from permitted events and from public parks and buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chester Bulis, and I'm from Centerville, Virginia, up in Fairfax County. I'd like to share a story about what happened to my parents up in Buffalo, New York in 2013. It was a cold January night. My parents were in their late 80s and 90, respectively, and somebody threw a brick through their window. My mother immediately called 911, and in the second largest city in New York State, she was on hold for 45 minutes. For 45 minutes, she listened to a recording say, "Please hold," over and over again. After about 45 minutes, the 911 operator came on the line, and the police arrived about 45 minutes later. So it took about an hour and a half for 90-year-old people to get police help. They were very concerned when the brick came through the window that this was the precursor to a home invasion. And my parents, fortunately, no one invaded the home that day. My parents later told me they were terrified during the ordeal, but they also knew that they had the power to defend themselves because my father was armed, and even though he couldn't walk, he was sitting in his motor scooter with his handgun, just waiting to see if any home invaders would come in. So they had the power to defend themselves, even though the police, we honor the police, but we know that the police are only minutes away when seconds count. And in this case, it showed that they were an hour and a half away when seconds counted. Bottom line is, criminals don't obey laws. We know this, okay? And we keep saying this, but people aren't listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. And I would note that we're almost finished with Group 4, and the legislators who signed up should, to the extent that they or their offices are watching the live stream, start heading to the committee room. Senator Barker, Delegate Sullivan, Senator Adams, Delegate Levine, Delegate Robinson, Delegate Davis, Senator Stanley, Delegate Poindexter, about the first 10. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is John Downey. I live in Fairfax, Virginia, but I didn't always live in Fairfax, Virginia. For 10 years, I lived in the city of New York, a city with some of the strictest gun laws in the country. Common sense gun laws. I lived in a neighborhood where it was almost impossible for anybody to own a gun. I was legally prevented from owning a gun. My experience is that it sucks. I've been victim of crimes more times than I have 2 minutes will allow me to even list, no less recount. But I'll give you a couple of examples. Number one of the times I was assaulted in the street, it was a group of young men. There were more than 10. My only defense was to run down the street as fast as I could, screaming out like a girl, "Help me, police, help me, police, help me, police," while this group of men were pursuing me. If this body wants to pass a law saying that I cannot carry a weapon with more than 10 rounds in my magazine, please also pass a corresponding law forbidding muggers from attacking in greater than groups of 10. Another time, I hear a rattle outside my door. I lived in an apartment with iron bars, locks. There was someone outside with a gun. I called the police, and I prayed that the police would arrive before these young men got into the apartment. I am out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Step right up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Wilson. I live in Arlington, Virginia. I am a member of Moms. I am a veteran, and I'm the daughter of a cop, and that's why I'm here today speaking on my own behalf and from my own experience. So I grew up in a home with responsible gun ownership. My father made my sister and I take a gun safety training course, and my mother as well. And so we practice responsible gun ownership. The other thing I learned from growing up in that household is support for our public safety professionals, and I thank you all for being here today. So some of the bills that are before you are directly in support of our public safety professionals. So for example, anything about safe storage, anything about high capacity magazines. So for example, our police officers, our public safety professionals should not be outgunned by untrained civilians with high capacity weapons. And so if we don't put some measures in place to restrict this escalation, what we're doing is continuously militarizing our society. And by forcing our police officers and other public safety officials by having to also increase their weaponry, increase their protection, because we have civilians with guns that are high-powered. And so the extreme risk laws, additionally, and background checks also support our public safety professionals by ensuring that people that with these challenges would, that the public safety officers can take the weapons away from them. So I also just wanted to mention what somebody else mentioned about fear. I am more afraid of people on the streets with concealed carry permits or with exposed weapons who don't have the training that our public safety professionals have, and as a military veteran as well, training that I've had. So I think, thank you for your responsibility.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rolf Braun, I'm down here from Charlottesville today. A lot of people have been down here asking you to support common sense measures that a majority of Virginians now support, like universal background checks and allowing communities like mine to protect the public and public spaces from mass violence. I'm also asking you not to support the wrong bills that largely the Republicans have put forward as bad substitutes. I'm asking you to reject House Bill 4024, not Senate Bill 4024, that was discussed earlier. House Bill from Delegate Yancey, part of a vile pattern of demonization of mentally ill and disabled individuals by the Republicans that would threaten otherwise law-abiding citizens who seek the treatment that they need, often for things that have nothing to do with violence. And that's a much bigger threat to civil liberties and to the Second Amendment than a red flag law that y'all have been fear-mongering about that requires an actual danger to someone for the court to issue an order. And if y'all were honest and leveled with your constituents, you would tell them that. Boston University study you had this weekend presented to you said those things don't make a difference at the edge, but this commission is known for sometimes ignoring even your own staff's specific warnings and provisos, as you did in the DNA study a couple years back. So maybe it's a little too much to expect you to actually listen to that study. I'm asking you to reject Stanley's Senate Bill 4009 that imposes dangerously vague requirements on employers that will cost innocent people jobs stuck in legal limbo and paranoia. And I'm asking you to reject unnecessary increases to mandatory minimums that have deterred no mass shooter ever. I've said a lot about the GOP. To the Democrats on this commission, Delegate Herring, Delegate Kryzak, Senator Howell, you don't need to vote for these Mickey Mouse substitutes. It only makes the Republicans look like they're doing their job when they're not. And it makes you look like cowards. So don't pass the stuff that y'all are not agreed on just to look like you're doing something. We know this commission's not going to do anything useful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Norman.
You know, one of the things that I have really been taken with today is the civility, the genteelness, and the focus on the issues, with one glaring exception, who the last gentleman certainly was offensive. So I'm hoping we can go back to the civility and the discussion of the issues like we were previously doing.
We are headed back to civility.
Well, welcome. We are happy to have you here today.
I'm Jacqueline Lewis from Fredericksburg, and I truly was. Before that, I was going to start with hats off to all of you. I don't know how in the world I was here yesterday, certainly I've been here today, how you sit there all this time and you are so attentive. But I want you to know I truly appreciate it. First, thank you to Governor Northam for calling the July 9th special session. Second, thank you to this commission and your staff for putting together yesterday's event. I wish the entire General Assembly could have been here yesterday to hear the 7 hours of presentations by the nonpartisan experts from ATF, Secret Service, Coroner's Office, etc. It was totally informative to see their graphs and charts and hear the statistics on firearm transactions, non-fatal gun injuries, effective policies in reducing gun homicides, etc. As I drove home yesterday, I reflected on the presentations and realized that 3 of them really stuck out to me. First, responsible gun owners are being protected by our firearm laws, and no one is considering changing that. Second, 87% of all children killed by gun violence are in the United States. And lastly, mental health is not a predictor of gun violence. I'm running out of time, so I will just say I am urging my legislators to pass universal background checks, extreme protective orders, and a ban on high-capacity magazines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to echo Senator Norman's commendation to virtually everybody who spoke for the tone, the civility, the courtesy, and the thoughtful comments that you provided. Once again, I do want to remind those here and those watching on live stream that we're more than happy to accept your comments via email or by U.S. mail directed to the Crime Commission. If you look at the Crime Commission website, instructions are on that, and we would be delighted to hear from anybody who wishes to submit comments. At this point, we're going to roll straight into the patron presentation, and I don't believe that Senator Barker and Delegate Sullivan are here, but I do see Senator Eben. Good to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is SB 4024, which would ban the sale, purchase, possession, or transport of assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, suppressors, and bump stocks. And I don't admire the challenge before you today, which is to review and perhaps even to give consideration to an 8,083-word bill that would take guns specifically designed to kill as many people as possible, as quickly and destructively as possible, off our streets in just 180 seconds. Now, while 3 minutes is not enough time to adequately consider this, it would be enough to relive the Dayton shooting 6 times over. In just under 30 seconds, a gunman killed 9 people and injured 15 more. It's also enough time to injure an average of 140 concert goers using a bump stock. In just over 10 minutes at the Harvest Music Festival in Vegas, a gunman killed 58 people and injured 422. We know that assault firearms with high-capacity magazines are designed to fire in a rapid manner and that they pose significant public safety threats with increased likelihood for mass casualty shootings. And we've seen this before, whether it's Dayton, Parkland, Las Vegas, Orlando, Sandy Hook, Aurora, Columbine, or even in this Commonwealth. We've seen it before, and I don't want to see it again. What we can avoid. 20% of the law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty from 1998 to 2001 were killed with assault weapons, and I want to repeat that. 20% of law enforcement officers killed on duty from 1998 to 2001 were killed with assault weapons. Magazine capacity limit in this bill is consistent with the 1994 federal ban on assault firearms, which worked. Preventing gun violence and improving public safety is what we should be about, and the more than 1,000 Virginians who lost their lives to gun violence last year deserve more than 180 seconds of our time, and I wish this special session had not been adjourned so we could spend even more time. Thank you.
Senator Eben, thank you very much. Just to remind folks here and anybody who may be watching, the purpose of the presentations today by members is to introduce us and staff to the bills. The subject matters raised by these bills are going to be considered by staff in making their policy recommendations and presenting the commission with options to consider. Senator Eben is right that 180 seconds is absolutely not adequate to address each of these bills, and that's why staff is going to take time over the coming weeks and months to process these issues and develop a set of policy recommendations for the Commission's consideration. But we thank you for your
I thank you, and I noticed I have 32 seconds left.
I
So
just used them.
I was prepared to go much longer for staff. If the staff would like a short summary of the bill, I can do more on the bill rather than just the causes of not enacting it.
Yeah, and you and every other patron are invited to submit any additional material to staff that you'd like to submit. So thank you. Patrons are going to have 3 minutes per bill for these introductions, and if they have multiple bills, they're 10 minutes per patron. So with that, I don't believe Senator Barker is here. Delegate Davis is here. Is Mullen? Do you have a bill?
I'm the backup for Ken Plum.
Do you want to go ahead and present?
He's number one for a reason. I'm going to wait and let him do it.
All right. And Delegate Robinson is here. Oh, actually, yeah. Delegate, well, we're going to go in order of sign up to the extent possible. Delegate Robinson.
Thank you. My fellow colleagues and members of the commission, I'm here to introduce to you House Bill 4017. We require the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services to develop or obtain a mental health mobile application to facilitate the provision of crisis intervention services by licensed clinicians to individuals in the Commonwealth through calls, texts, and online chat protocols. The bill requires the mobile application to be integrated with the crisis intervention phone hotline administered by a third-party provider under contract with the Department of DMAS, and requires DMAS to provide the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services with data and other information necessary to ensure such integration. The bill would also require Department of State Police to coordinate with the Virginia Fusion Intelligence Center to develop or attain a public safety mobile application to enable individuals in the Commonwealth to furnish confidential tips to the Department of State Police through text, audio, images, or video concerning a suspected, anticipated, or completed criminal violation or school-related safety concern, and to develop a referral system to ensure that such confidential tips are referred to the appropriate law enforcement agency, school board, threat assessment team, or other relevant entity. The bill requires that the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services and the Department of State Police to coordinate with each other in the development or procurement of one comprehensive mobile application or separate mobile applications. And that sums up the whole bill.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Bell.
Is this similar to the one you had during session
I'd ask the delegate, did you have something like this in session? or
We
might
had
be-
one during session that was related to school safety. Yes, we did.
And is this would be in the same wheelhouse, but a little different? Is that-
Correct.
okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 bills, I believe, that's on tap to be discussed. And I would imagine there's no desire of which order it goes in. Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first, I'd like to discuss House Bill 4008. House Bill 4008 is the bill that discusses the Virginia safety course necessary to receive a concealed handgun permit in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Right now, Mr. Chairman, that safety course can be taken online or in person. It used to be only in person. The situation that has arisen is to get a concealed carry permit in the Commonwealth of Virginia, you don't even have to have held a firearm before. Having looked at some of these videos, some of them are quite absurd. So much so that some of them just tell you, here's the chamber of a firearm, and make sure you hold the gun in a safe direction, which might not be down because you could be standing over top of someone, and that is verbatim from a video. All this bill does is make sure that when someone takes the already mandated safety course to get a concealed handgun permit, that they're in front of someone that they can actually ask questions to and may actually have held a firearm before they actually end up with a concealed carry permit. There has been a lot of support by NRA instructors and others as this being a common sense bill, and it's no additional mandates, Mr. Chairman, as we already require this course anyway within the Commonwealth of Virginia. The second bill that I'd like to present is House Bill 4007. House Bill 4007 discusses localities' ability to restrict firearms being brought into a governmental building. As you can imagine, in my neck of the woods, given the recent tragedy, there has been significant discussion of should there be limitations on firearms in government buildings. Right now, there's a prohibition of localities preventing that. Obviously, localities can prevent it solely through HR to their own employees, but as far as the public goes, it is not preventable. The concern being that due to pressure and given political things that may happen in the future, localities may end up with the ability to restrict firearms coming in by sheerly putting up a sticker on a building that says no firearms allowed. And I think a number of us understand that a sticker on a building does not ensure that no one meaning to do harm for others doesn't bring that in. So what this bill does, Mr. Chairman, is it allows any locality that undertakes the same procedures they do today with courthouses, which is to put metal detectors and law enforcement officers at the entrances to have the ability to restrict firearm access into those governmental buildings. I have not had any cause of concern going into an airport or into my courthouse in Virginia Beach. I have yet to find anyone that's been picketing outside my courthouse feeling unsafe, given the infrastructure that is put in place. And this would just allow localities to do the same for other government buildings, should they so desire, to restrict firearm access. Absent this infrastructure, they would not have the ability to restrict access, just like they don't have the ability to restrict access today, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, the final bill is House Bill 4012. 4012 is a piece of legislation I came back with last year from NCSL after meeting the legislator that put in place Safe UT in Utah. Safe UT is an application very similar to what this body, I believe, heard about yesterday and what Colorado does. It's an application that's available to teachers and students and parents that they can anonymously go to the app to report tips when there could be a school threat, or even reach out for help should they be facing a mental health situation or be considering self-harm. During the School Safety Committee over this summer, I brought in the senator from Utah via Skype to share some of the stories that he had shared when we were out at NCSL, one of which was a very emotional story, how a young child going to middle school had heard that one of his colleagues may be bringing a gun to school. He had sent the tip out, didn't know if it would be anything. The next morning, there was a school resource officer, as those tips do not go to the police. They go to the school resource officers. The school resource officer met him at the door, asked little Johnny for his book bag, and little Johnny turned over the book bag and broke down crying. Sure enough, inside was a pistol. And the officer at that point started talking to him, and what was going on, and what came out was because of unending and long-term bullying and other issues that that child was facing, he didn't know what else to do. They don't know whether that would have developed into an active shooter situation or a school suicide, both of which I'm sure we both consider tragedies. But because of this tip line, it was stopped, and that student was not taken to jail. The student was taken to a hospital where he belonged. And there were other stories shared of how it prevented suicides, with people reaching out through that line, whether to reach out for help or honestly, just to reach out to send a statement that so-and-so is responsible for this, and upon reaching that statement, the clinician at the other end had that person hold on long enough and talk long enough that they were able to figure out where that person may be and get help to them. This was something that was rolled into the comprehensive school safety legislation over the summer because of the significant impact that this can have. I thought it should be broken out into its own legislation and considered moving forward independently of other legislation, Mr. Chairman. Those are the three pieces that I have in front of this commission.
Delegate, thank you very much. We appreciate your time and presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask a question just on one bill?
Sure.
And
Keep
thank
that clock rolling.
Yes, Delegate Davis, I'll be quick. On HB 4007, with the localities prohibiting firearms, that bill does require that the locality also have security measures like a metal detector. All right, so
Yes, ma'am.
they would have to have that in before they could prohibit.
Yes, ma'am. It requires that they have a metal detector. It requires that they have law enforcement, just like you would at the courthouse, and it also requires that there also is signage as well, just like you would at a courthouse.
Was there any idea, did you have any idea about the cost, like an average cost for a building?
It depends on the number of entrances to the building. It would differ by locality and also the number of buildings that the locality may want to apply the solution to. Honestly, this was that middle of the road of how do we give localities the ability to control firearm access into a building, but also not put the public at risk where people are having to not be defended inside, where someone deciding to do harm would not pay attention to a sticker. And this seemed like a really good middle of the road solution that would give that option.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we're going to go back to the top of the lineup. We have Senator Barker and Delegate Sullivan. Good to see you again today.
Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. Delegate Sullivan and I thank you for the opportunity to present our Extreme Risk Protection Order bill. I've patroned this bill for the past 5 years, and my colleague has done so for 3 years. When I first started on this journey, there were only a handful of states that had such laws. Now there are 17 or 18 that do. One of them was Indiana. In Indianapolis, a man had said he was going to shoot a police officer. The police asked city officials what they could do to prevent such a killing and were informed that nothing could be done until the man acted. The man killed a police officer, and the state adopted an Extreme Risk Protection Order bill. As we are sure you're aware, although there have been some evolutions of their comments, President Trump and Vice President Pence, who was a congressman and governor of Indiana, have both spoken in favor of Extreme Risk Protection Order laws. If nothing else, the one thing that I ask you to take from my comments today is that Extreme Risk Protection Orders are not specific to mental health. Studies done in states that have such orders on the books show that a majority of people who have received such orders do not have a diagnosed mental illness. Furthermore, for some of those with a mental illness, that mental illness was not what was causing the threat of use of a gun with intent to maim or kill. Other factors contributing to an imminent threat of use of a gun against a person include, but are not limited to, hate, look at the El Paso situation, domestic situations, impulse, individual criminal intent, and attempted suicide. Right now, anyone who has a mental health illness and who is a threat to self or others can be adjudicated and placed in a hospital or have a mandatory outpatient treatment. Consequently, those who use a gun against self or others can be prevented by an extreme extreme risk retention order, but not by other means, but not by other means, are those who do not have a mental illness. Thank you, and I turn it over the podium to Delegate Sullivan.
My friend took more time than he was supposed to, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission.
I could have warned you about that.
These bills were drafted in close consultation with numerous stakeholders. First, we reviewed the statutes of those 18 other jurisdictions which have already passed ERPO bills, and particularly Florida's, I might add, and then tailored it to Virginia. We worked with Commonwealth's attorneys, the Virginia Supreme Court, the Law Enforcement Sheriff's Association. I even spent a good deal of time with the NRA and the CDL, which is one of the reasons you'll see that the bills include a stiff criminal penalty for making a false statement to ensure the process isn't abused by an angry ex or an unhappy neighbor, which is an important and legitimate concern of the gun lobby. And we focused heavily, Mr. Chairman, on issues relating to due process and provide significant due process rights throughout the bill to the individual involved. As Senator Barker has indicated, this bill has been endorsed by President Trump, Vice President Pence, Secretary DeVos, Governor now, Senator Rick Scott.
They endorse the bill or the concept?
The concept
Okay.
of an ERPO bill. And they have come, I suggest to the members of the Commission, to the thoughtful conclusion that ERPO bills strike a fair balance between a person's Second Amendment rights and issues relating to public and personal safety. And I urge you to recommend the bill favorably to the General Assembly.
And I apologize for interrupting. The reason I ask is, quite frankly, that's part of the work that I know that staff wants to undertake, is to look at the details and see what the various options are. So thank you very much,
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Barker, Delegate Sullivan. I
briefly on
appreciate
that point, what the staff should look at, and I've referenced this earlier, is the President's School Safety Commission, which we also looked at very carefully, which gave a long list of things that an ERPO bill should include, and this one does.
We'll ask staff to take a look at that. Next, we have Delegate Levine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You've given us 3 minutes, 180 seconds to go over each of these bills, but I think that no one in Virginia is fooled by what's going on here.
Well, you weren't here before. I pointed out that this is to introduce the bills to the members of the commission. Staff is going to undertake an exhaustive review of the concepts, the issues, and the solutions, and we appreciate your being here to offer in the collegial matter.
Ayes and nays.
What you've said is the report will not come out until after the election. Now, the governor under the Constitution has the authority to call us into special session. If we simply had 2 Republicans in the House and 1 in the Senate that was willing to consider any of these bills, whether it's my bill, whether it's Delegate Davis's bills, any of these bills, he could call us into session. We could be here before Labor Day. We could get these bills passed by December 1st. Waiting until July 1st means that approximately 600 Virginians will die to gun violence in that period of time.
Senator Norman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It was my understanding the purpose was not to argue the political agendas, but for the patrons to introduce the concepts of their bills to us in order that staff may have an introduction and undertake a more detailed study to determine the recommendations, not to argue the politics.
So I'm happy to talk with staff. I said on July 9th.
Just a minute. The delegate wasn't here for the past 2 days. We've had a really positive, constructive discussion of principles and issues among people who have good faith disagreements. It has been conducted on a high level. We had some of the most zealous advocates on all sides of these issues who conducted themselves with the decorum that we expect of them, and we certainly expected of members of our collegial bodies. So I would ask you just to address your bill. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Well, as I've said,
we'll move on to the next
as
one.
I said on July 9th, I was happy to discuss the bill at that time before a subcommittee. I'm happy to talk with anyone about compromise on this bill. I'm happy to talk about how assault weapons bans save lives. They've done so at the federal level. They've done so at many states level. But at the end of the day, You haven't given us enough time to discuss this fairly. It will be up to Virginia voters to decide whether we want to do something to stop gun violence. And that's why you set it off until after the election. I trust Virginia voters to make the right decision because I think we need to do something. These bills have come up year after year after year after year, and nothing is ever being done. And I think it's time we do something, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've been waiting to put me on a timer for 10 years, and now's your opportunity. I've been watching this process for the past 2 days, and I want to compliment the members of the commission and also you, Mr. Chairman, and the seriousness in which you are taking this issue. The bills that are before this commission for consideration that we had filed during the special session arose out of one question: how could we prevent Virginia Beach from happening again? Our governor had said at Boise State that the 14 gun laws that were being proposed in the special session and sending down from him would not have prevented that. So we sat down, I sat down with my staff, and we decided for ourselves, let's start having a conversation about how we prevent this violence in the workplace, in our schools, in our public places. And so these 6 bills reflect that. Mr. Chairman, I'll just go through the bills as they're numbered. 4009 was an introductory piece. It covers workplace violence and basically defines what an incident of workplace violence would be. If there's an incident of workplace violence either in a government building, a locality, a school division, or even in private industry, then when that employer was aware of a workplace violence, as we saw in Virginia Beach and that we've heard that was the precursor before the the killings and murders that occurred, then immediately after they're made aware of that, they need to take certain steps. And those agencies and private employers, those steps would be to take immediate action in reporting it to the police, make sure that mental health counseling was available to that employee so that it would not escalate further, and appropriate whatever resources and take whatever steps are necessary to protect the other employees and members of the public from the potential of escalation of violence by that employee. And it stated that if such actions were not taken by that employer, whether it be the government, the school, universities, or even our private employers, then they could be held liable for any significant injury and damages that would arise if that person that had made those threats or had that incident of workplace violence, then it escalated into the harming or killing of one of their workers or a third party. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, that's that bill. And certainly I think it's a good discussion to have. What is our responsibility in the state and what is our responsibility as employers to our employees to ensure that they have a safe workspace and that they are not subjected to in the morning when they kiss their children and their wives and husbands goodbye, that they may not ever see them again just because they're going to work to sustain their families financially. 4010 is basically what we've seen in our, and I as a lawyer have seen in our courts now, is that our courts now are toughening the front door. In Roanoke County, by way of an example, our sheriff has determined everybody's going to get wanted. And if security measures are in place, as if they were in that building 2 in Virginia Beach, then every person, regardless of their status, regardless of their employment, regardless of their employee badge, if those security measures in place, then when they go out to lunch, they're getting wanted and searched in the normal course as they would any member of the public. That is with no exceptions, whether they are a judge or they are one of us. If we're going to harden the targets, we know that in that instance, that person accessed that building through his employee card, unmolested with firearms that would have been detected at the screening point of screening, and we saw what that result was. So I think if we're going to be, as a locality or as a state, we need to make secure our buildings and those people that work in it. Some people have said to me, well, that seems a little inconvenient. But I don't think there's any level of inconvenience when it comes to saving a life and protecting our employees and the people that come through our state buildings and our local buildings. 4011, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, is basically giving another tool in the toolbox to our schools. Our schools need resource officers. Those cost money. Those budgets are already tight, as we well know, in every budget cycle. What this basically does is add to an already existing state code, which allows for the employment as volunteers, those police officers who are recently retired and retired in good standing and may remain certified, who would want to participate in protecting school functions, school buildings, and the like in order to make those schools more safe. It's no cost to the school divisions because this would be on a volunteer basis. This part of the code already provides for when we can use school resource officers. This gives our school divisions another tool in the toolbox wherein and whereby We have police officers, great sheriffs and deputy sheriffs at work that are retired but still want to be a part of their community. And it is with the approval of the school division, of the school superintendent, of that county city town, that they could then allow them to employ them as volunteers to provide security for our children. It's just hopefully something that is considered as a compliment to the great work that the House of Delegates did with their school security bills that became law. Mr. Chairman, the next bill is 4026. Basically, this addresses social media and social media responsibility. I've seen and I've watched for the past 2 days, one of the issues that we brought up, what media plays a role, what impact media plays a role in these acts of violence. What we're seeing more and more is that, and I think it said in 74% of the incidents, that these shooters in mass shootings had made some threat of some kind publicized either individually to another, a third person, or on social media. And social media takes its time now to try to censor free speech. We see the back and forth of that. It's trying to get its arms around it. But at the same time, if there is a threat that is made on social media, and that threat is somewhere from the Commonwealth or to someone in the Commonwealth, then that social media platform, and we're not just talking about Facebook, we're talking about every social media platform, should be responsible to notify the authorities when those threats are transmitted. Not just block them, not just censor them, but to notify the appropriate local authority. Because if you can do that, remember what the Secret Service said in terms of risk threat assessment. When you can make an assessment and identify individuals who exhibit threatening or concerning behavior, then you're able to gather as a law enforcement official that information in normal course with constitutional protections to assess whether they pose a threat to someone immediately or in the future, and then to take the steps necessary to contain that threat and even to help the person who is making the threat. So if those social media platforms, all of them, conduct business in the Commonwealth of Virginia and there is a threat made on that social media platform, they need to notify our local authorities so our local authorities can take the necessary steps to contain the threat, assess the threat and contain it, and protect the person or persons or building or business who is in fact being threatened. And if they fail to do that, then they can be held liable for any damages that are caused by the injuries by not reporting that threat, and if that threat is then carried out at a later date. The last two bills are a combination, 4027 and 4028. Delegate Yancey and I have worked on these bills. If you do recall, Mr. Chairman, I proposed the bill that actually allows for substantial assistance post-conviction to our prosecutors, where they can gain certain information on serious crimes from those that have been convicted and sentenced and maybe imprisoned, that they can offer to those people if they offer substantial assistance, and that substantial evidentiary assistance results in a conviction, to come back and ask for a reduction in their sentence, and similar to Rule 35 or Rule 5K in the federal courts. 4027 offers substantial assistance, and it expands what crimes, as you remember, it's specific crimes, not every crime, that substantial assistance may be offered to those people who could benefit from it. This now expands 4027. It expands the substantial assistance offering to those that can offer testimony that would help our local authorities and our state authorities to quell gang violence and gang-related recruitment and those gang violent crimes that involve firearms. 4028 was the pared down, and it includes, and it takes the gang violence and the ability for us to offer substantial assistance to those, or to offer reduction in prison sentences to those that offer substantial assistance in prosecuting crimes, to also include, as 4028, SB 4028 does, for larceny of firearms. So in the cases where there is a larceny of a firearm, or firearms, or gun trafficking, and there is someone who has been convicted who can offer substantial assistance to the authorities and to our prosecutors that will lead to the arrest, prosecution, and conviction of those that may be involved in the stealing of firearms and also the trafficking of firearms in the Commonwealth of Virginia, that gives another tool in the toolbox to our prosecutors to be able to go after those crimes, to knock down those larceny of firearms, to knock down firearms trafficking, illegal firearms trafficking in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I can't thank you for what you're doing and how you're going about and doing it in a deliberate way. And I know this is the right way to do it, and I ask that you all look favorably upon these proposals. But number one, let us start the conversation, but also be able to finish it with real results. But let us not be focused on one thing, but let's look at everything, because that will make us better, and that's what we're here to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Stanley. Delegate Poindexter.
Under 10 minutes.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, House Bill 4016. This bill relates to the penalty for the use or display of a firearm in actually committing some very specific felonies. You recall, of course, Code Section 18.2, 53.1 today makes unlawful the use or attempted to use or display in a threatening manner the use of a firearm in committing or attempting to commit some of these serious felonies. Violation of this section ends up with a 3-year minimum penalty for first conviction, 5 years on a second. This punishment is separate and apart from the underlying primary crime, felony. The punishment then runs consecutively with the punishment received with the primary felony. House Bill 4016 is very simple. It increases the minimum penalty for the first conviction from 3 to 5 years. It increases the penalty for the second and subsequent convictions from 5 to 10 years. I propose the bill because the bill is a deterrence. If you commit a felony with a firearm, you're headed to jail for 5 years. 5 years is a lot longer than 3 years. Makes a big difference with a lot of people. Second offenses mean 10 years. That's in addition, of course, to the underlying felony. This bill would give our police officers and prosecutors a very powerful tool to use to deter illegal gun use. And I would finally, very briefly, just mention Project Exile. This bill is sort of based on that. It takes people off the street, it convicts them, it takes them off the street, and it would reduce murders. Have been proven extensive in murders. For example, in Richmond, it went down 66% the first year. But the illegal use of firearms and the tools that this would give our prosecutors and law enforcement, I believe, would go far in addressing the issues that's before you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Poindexter, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just a
Yes.
quick question for the delegate. Do you have any evidence of a repeat offender of this offense that you have a mandatory minimum?
Do I what? A little louder,
Any evidence of a repeat offenders of this specific offense? Because it's predicated upon someone is convicted and then they do it again. Mm-hmm. And I'm asking what evidence exists that they're repeat offenders for this specific offense.
If they repeat it again, they would have the same or different underlying felony, and they're again using a weapon in that list of felonies. So yes.
Yes. I'm just asking about the number of repeat offenses in Virginia, for example, last year. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, last year, I do not have the number for last year.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Delegate Poindexter. Next, we have Delegate Cliff Hayes. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was not quite ready. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm here today to speak to you about Senate Bill 4031. This bill is similar to a piece of legislation that was presented in the last session. It is for a mobile app. The mobile app is bimodal. One half of it goes to a mental health hotline that we already have in the state of Virginia. Magellan runs a 24-hour mental health hotline that you can access for any issue, including family members that may have addiction or perhaps somebody who is suicidal. Our teenagers are at much higher risk for suicide than they are actually for any other injury like shooting. In addition to being able to access 24/7 mental health services, the app would also allow an individual to report confidentially a threat that they saw was imminent. This has been used in schools in Utah, and a child has, in case there's a news report that you can Google, that will show you that a child reported another child saying they were going to go home and find their father's guns and take care of the bullies at school, and that child was removed before entering school the next day with guns in his backpack and received the appropriate services. This is something that I think can significantly contribute to safety in Virginia. We already have infrastructure in place that can manage threats. We have them for schools. We have local police and law enforcement. My proposal is that this app would be directed towards the Fusion Center. There's permissibility in how that would be set up, but the Fusion Center for the state of Virginia basically intersects all the different levels of law enforcement. When you look at the shootings in Florida, there were over 31 reports to law enforcement at different levels of the threat before the Parkland shooting, and they were not in any way overlapped or recognized for the volume that were there because the different agencies of police were not able to share that information. So if we have a single reporting site for threats in Virginia, that better enables us to utilize the resources we already have in place to make sure that we can respond in advance of a threat. I think this would significantly address some of the softer issues that we have in shootings where we have people that say, like in Virginia Beach, I'm worried about going to work tomorrow and I don't know what to do. Now they would know where they would be able to report their concern. So I hope that the committee will consider this piece of legislation as significantly improving safety in Virginia. It is low cost. Most of the infrastructure is already in place. There's a small investment for the Fusion Center and a small investment to expand the volume of calls to the mental health hotline. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's basically it in a nutshell.
All right, Senator Donovan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I guess Delegate Hayes not here. Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you. Today with me is Mr. Daniel Cortez, a Marine Vietnam veteran who spoke earlier, who's the Deputy Chair of the Veterans Treatment Court Alliance. Mr. Chair, members of the Crime Commission, this bill before you is a technical bill to add the wording to an existing code that would allow our current 7 veteran treatment dockets established in the Commonwealth to take advantage of federal funding when HB 886 that is currently on a glide path to pass in Congress this year. According to the the VA National Suicide Data Report from the Department of Veterans Affairs, there were more than 6,000 veteran suicides each year from 2008 to 2016 as a result of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. This legislation would have a direct impact on those veterans' mental health crisis. In 2016, the suicide rate was 1.5 times greater for veterans than non-veteran adults after adjusting for age and gender. And in 2016, 69.4% of veteran suicides resulted from a firearm injury. In comparison, among non-veteran adults, 48.4% of suicide resulted from a firearm injury in 2016. Mental health challenges, substance use disorders, chronic medical conditions, and chronic pain are associated with an increased risk for suicide. Veterans who are dealing with mental health and substance abuse issues have an increased chance of being placed in the criminal justice system. Instead of locking up these servicemen and women, which would increase the likelihood of self-harm, we choose to use a compassionate, data-proven method of treatment courts. But in order to do so, we must revise our current law. A good friend, Congressman Charlie Crist and Senator Tim Kaine, are sponsoring legislation that would allow federal funding to state court systems in order to create national veteran treatment courts. Current Virginia law allows the establishment of our veterans treatment dockets, with many of you know and voted on who are on courts, but not necessarily courts as we worded our language. Senate Bill 4029 would deem a veterans docket a veterans treatment court program for the purpose of applying for, qualifying for, receiving any federal grants, other federal money, or money from any other entity designated to assist or fund such state programs. I would say, Mr. Chairman, Rick Regal, is one of those 7 court judges that has a program. He was going to be here to testify today, but he had a lengthy docket and could not make it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Reeves, thank you very much. Next, we have Delegate Yancey, Senator McClellan. Welcome.
Thank you. I have Senate Bill 4021. I'm also here on behalf of Delegate Bourne for House Bill 4011. This is the bill that would require the lawful owner of a firearm to report within 24 hours of discovery the theft or loss of that firearm. This is a bill that's been requested for several years by the Chief of Police of the City of Richmond. In a minute, I'm going to turn it over to David Mitchell, the Chief Counsel with the department, to explain why they believe it's necessary. But I did also want to tell you that Norfolk Sheriff Joe Barron wanted to be here in support of this legislation, could not be, and asked that I share that with you. And with that, I'm going to introduce David Mitchell.
Well, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I think we've seen this bill before several years, and I just would like to note that this is no way is meant to impact how someone owns or whether they can own firearms. It's just about what happens when their firearm is either lost or stolen. To give you a couple quick numbers, last year in the city of Richmond, there were 443 firearms reported stolen. About half, roughly, were out of vehicles, many of which were unlocked. And this year, we have, as of June 30th, we have had 215 firearms stolen. And that does not include lost firearms because that is not something that needs to be reported. There's some problems with these numbers because some studies indicate that only about 2/3 of firearms that are stolen or lost are ever reported. So these numbers are probably much higher. And the way to think about this bill is not to punish or re-victimize law-abiding citizens who happen to be victimized by a theft or a larceny of some sort, but it's to give law enforcement the tools they need to solve crimes. We have officers come in contact with individuals every day who have guns in their possession, and we have no way to trace it back to where it came from. And so if people are reporting them stolen, the officer can get that gun, obviously run it through NCIC, and find out whether or not it was stolen. Otherwise, if they don't know where it came from, a lot of times it goes right back to that person. They probably shouldn't have that firearm. I will say the NRA itself cites a couple of studies that cite the problem with stolen firearms and the fact that most gun crimes involve firearms that are obtained by theft or through the black market or straw purchases. There's an NRA blog as well as the NRA's Institute for Legislative Action. And Mr. Chairman, I know in the past you have had issues with any kind of precedent for when someone is required to report anything lost or stolen. There actually is Code Section 27-97.1, which requires the reporting of lost or stolen explosives, which is actually a misdemeanor. This is just a civil penalty. And sorry, lastly, I know if the commission would also just consider, if not a statewide bill, but maybe an enabling statute to allow localities to make the decision for themselves.
Thank you.
If this should be done. Thank you. Sorry for running over.
Well done.
Thank you.
Delegate Toscano. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Thank you. I have what's the bill number?
4009.
All right. 4009, which has to do with protective orders. And what this is really a law and order bill that gives the ability to penalize people who, after being subject to entry of a protective order, having their hearing and the judge deciding they should be under a protective order, to turn in their weapons and certify to the court that they've done so. We've already crossed the threshold of taking away their right to possess and transport a firearm. But under this proposed bill, in addition to the prohibition, if you do not turn it in within a specified period of time after the protective order has been entered and after a hearing, you've had an opportunity to be heard, it's subject to an additional penalty. That's what the bill does, pretty simple, straightforward. Another way to enforce the protective orders that we have on the books against people who do violence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Delegate Hayes, Delegate Yancey, Delegate Price. Good afternoon.
Hello. Mr. Chairman and other commissioners,
I am currently in the second week of a youth camp I am hosting in my district. When I first saw as an inconvenience today, because I thought we would have had these discussions in July, I have come to see as a learning opportunity for the amazing students I'm working with in Newport News who visited the Capitol today and who have left some statements that I will turn in for them. They've described how gun violence impacts their lives. I am here representing these young constituents and others in my district that experience what some have dubbed everyday gun violence. I have been listening intently today and yesterday, and I've heard a few things that stuck with me. I have heard a few times that our Second Amendment is very beloved, and I hope to see some of these same faces when other parts of our Constitution are actually being attacked. And further, a gun lobby spokesperson stated, and I'm paraphrasing, that we can't let emotion drive our policy-making decisions, and we need to be reasonable in how we go about passing bills. In addition to being completely impossible, to being devoid of emotion, as compassionate humans are supposed to be, it's offensive to think that emotions would not play a role when we are talking about the lives of Virginians being gunned down in certain parts of our state. I'm being presumptuous, but commissioners, I'm betting that not many of you on this commission live in fear of gang and gun violence in your zip code. I'm pretty sure that not many of you are afraid to go out on your porch, take your kids to a playground, or go on certain streets for fear of being shot and killed. And not many of you live in the contradiction of being both paralyzed with fear of gunshots when you hear an argument break out, and also desensitized to the sound of gunshots far off in the distance. Or of many of you being awakened at night by gunfire, deciding which way you're going to drive home based on what you see about the shootings that have happened on Twitter. And I dare say that probably not many of you have attended so many prayer vigils and community walks and funerals of those in your community that have died by gun violence, often wondering while you're sitting there in the seats about the potential and the dreams of the teenager that was gunned down in the street. What I have described is just part of what my constituents and I experience on a daily basis. We experience daily trauma that compounds with each shooting, simultaneously building fear of and also normalizing shootings in our area. I am here valuing the very real emotions that my constituents feel, valuing a sense of urgency for us to act legislatively, and also valuing qualitative and quantitative data. I think it is reasonable for us to act to save lives of Virginians. What I haven't heard enough of is how the constitutional right to bear arms is not always equally upheld for all of our United States residents when only certain good guys with guns get to live to tell about it. Rest in peace, E.J. Bradford Jr. We also aren't talking about how we need to assess the perfection of our union, establishment of justice, ensuring of domestic tranquility, and promotion of our general welfare when so many are dying by guns. Here are some facts. This year, between the Memorial Day weekend and June 4th, it was reported that at least 55 people had been shot in Hampton Roads. When we arrived for special session on July 9th at that time, there had been 32 shootings and 8 homicides by firearm in Newport News. As of yesterday, there have been 46 shootings and 15 homicides by gun in Newport News. If I came before you speaking about a virus or a toy that was killing at that rate, we would have been had a study. We would have been taken swift action, and we would see it as the crisis and epidemic it is, so why not with gun deaths? I know that legislation alone is not going to end gun violence, but we must each play our role, and my role is legislator. So as part of a package of bills, I have introduced House Bill 4005, which would allow local governments to regulate firearms, which is currently prohibited in our code. The ordinances would be subject to our constitutions, federal law, and state law, but would allow for local leaders who know their gun violence in their communities to prevent it and keep their residents safe. The geographic diversity of our Commonwealth is one of our strengths, but it also comes with a diversity of experience in gun violence. The language of House Bill 4005 is permissive and not mandatory and would allow localities like Newport News, Falls Church, Fairfax County, Alexandria, Fredericksburg, Norfolk, Roanoke, Charlottesville, Albemarle County, and Richmond to move forward with the ordinances that they seek for their residents. One person's individual right to carry does not outweigh a community of individuals' right to protect its citizens and live out their dreams. It is a false dichotomy that keeping a community safe and our rights are mutually exclusive, and this bill has been supported by the localities mentioned and the Chiefs of Police Association. Next, House Bill 4033 would offer one-time grants for Newport News, Hampton, Norfolk, Petersburg, and Roanoke to fund community assessments aligned with the Youth Promise Act through the lens of prevention, intervention, enforcement, and reentry. This independent lens would help us discover what is working well and what are the voids and gaps as a community tries to provide for prevention measures in its own community. House Bill 4034 would establish a fund and grant program that would support survivors of gun violence who have been paralyzed or disabled to make adaptations to their homes so that it would be more accessible. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I think that there has been sufficient data showing that we have a gun violence issue in our Commonwealth. But House Joint Resolution 4005 would direct JLARC to study the particular effects of gun violence on the Commonwealth to help us do a better job of prevention. In order to move some of my colleagues on issues like food insecurity, school safety, workforce development, and healthcare, they needed to see a report. This resolution would direct a study to be conducted for the overall physical, emotional, mental, and community-level socioeconomic health of communities like mine who are ravaged by gun violence. Mr. Chairman, on all of my social media platforms, messages of some pretty angry Virginians have told me that people kill people, not guns. Well, we can't ignore that in some parts of Virginia, the majority of those being killed are done so with guns. But even if we decided to take that slant, let's study how to better prevent people from killing with guns. There's nothing in my DNA, Mr. Chairman, that makes me more violent or a thug, as some have suggested, any more than your DNA. There are factors playing a role in gun violence that need to be identified for us to do better at prevention. In summary, commissioners, please understand that not one more Virginian needs to lose their life to gun violence for us to acknowledge that we have a problem. I know that. I live that. The House Joint Resolution 4005 study would better guide prevention and intervention efforts as we try to change mindsets and cultural norms that could take generations. In the meantime, we must also keep our neighborhoods safe, and House Bill 4005 and House Bill 4033 would help do that. And House Bill 4034 would help with the quality of life of the survivors who we didn't act soon enough to prevent the gun violence that impacted their life. Again, Mr. Chairman, I come before you with reasonable proposals that will help communities protect themselves against gun violence and help some of those who have already been impacted. And I offer no apologies for the emotions I have that I hope you are also having at hearing that children are being gunned down in parts of Virginia, and I hope that those emotions will move you to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You need not apologize for being emotional. We appreciate your enthusiasm, and we're here because we agree.
Absolutely.
We have a gun violence issue in Virginia that needs to be addressed, and we're here to try and come up with proposals and recommendations and policy options that will help do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Delegate Hayes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The ultimate tragedy is not the actions of bad people. It is the inaction and silence of good people. It is also said, has been said, that silence at some point becomes betrayal. House Bill 4006 and Senate Bill 4017 were designed to prevent the reckless nature of an individual who would leave their loaded, unsecured firearm in the presence of a minor. These bills would provide that any person who negligently leaves a loaded, unsecured firearm in such a manner as to endanger the life or limb of any person under the age of 18 shall be guilty of a Class 6 felony. Under current law, it is a misdemeanor, which, in many Virginians' opinions, it is a shame. The Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police support these child access prevention bills introduced by Senator Howell and me. What the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police say is that children should be protected from potential harm from a dangerous object. People have to protect children from access to attractive nuisances, such as swimming pools and poisonous household products. This falls into the same policy arena, they say. And we need to move from a misdemeanor to a felony to be more serious about the negligent, reckless behavior of leaving loaded, unsecured firearms in the presence of minors. And certainly, if one decides to carry a weapon, all we're saying is that you be responsible with the weapon that you have. Every corner of the Commonwealth of Virginia has experienced these tragedies where a child has pulled the trigger because of a reckless, irresponsible adult. And eclipsed in most of this data, because we tend to focus and count on the number of deaths that happen to be a result of this reckless behavior, we miss much of the data that point to the number of shootings where a death has not resulted. And so we're saying that we need to toughen up our laws in Virginia. Let's stop being a part of the chorus of appalling silence onlookers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your presentation. Delegate Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Commission, I bring before you a couple of bills for your perspective on this very important matter. Mr. Chairman, I'll just go right down in numerical order on each bill to make it easier for the members. First bill before you will be House Bill 4010 in regards to stolen firearms. This bill has come before the General Assembly the last two sessions prior to this one. Simply, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, what this bill seeks to address is an issue going on in the city of Newport News whereby some people have driven cars into gun stores at night to break open the door and to be able to go in, steal all the guns, and then flood the guns onto the streets, which is causing some of the crime issues in urban areas like Newport News. And what this bill seeks to address are some of these acts of violence going on in ways with which that we can address and then utilize prosecutorial opportunities to be able to get these people to speak about where these guns are and get them off the streets. And to that end, Mr. Chair, House Bill 4014 is a bill that I know that Senator Stanley's already addressed a little bit in regards to Federal Rule 35B, so I won't take up too much of your time. I will note, Mr. Chair, that I did receive correspondence from Jessica Hart. She is a member of the Intergovernmental Affairs and Public Liaison Office of the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. She had commented to me, and I'm happy to provide this email if you'd like to see it, Mr. Chair, where she had commented that U.S. Attorney Terwilliger reached out and said about a question I had in regards to the successful use of the Federal Rule 35 in regards to success of being able to get guns off the streets, being able to prosecute a continual prosecution. And she commented that Rule 35B of the Federal Rules Criminal Procedure are very effective tools in gang prosecutions and firearms trafficking offenses. Cases across the country have built, of course, as you know. But she did say that most, if not all, gang prosecutions involve witnesses who have received or hope to receive a reduction in sentencing based on their cooperation, and that these tools have often been very effective in firearm trafficking offenses. Mr. Chair, I will just comment that obviously, and I know from previous speaker, that there are gun issues in Newport News, specifically in regards to gangs but oftentimes these are not just street gangs, but these are also including motorcycle gangs. So when we talk about gangs, we're talking sort of an all-the-above issue in Newport News. And this is a rule that has been very effective in federal prosecution, and we believe that utilizing this same federal rule in the Commonwealth will give prosecutors the tools that they need to go after some of these crimes as well and work with federal groups when necessary. Next, Mr. Chair, is House Bill 4024, purchase, possession, and transportation of firearms in regards to, a person voluntarily admitted to an inpatient treatment. What this bill seeks to address, Mr. Chair, was brought to my attention a constituent who does mental health in the Commonwealth, and what they had commented to me was a very serious problem with people that suffer from bipolar disorder 1 or schizophrenia. And the concern was that an issue should be brought forward when dealing with the CSBs, where people oftentimes are hospitalized. They'll take their medication, they will put it in between their gum cheeks, and when the person leaves, they'll take the medicine out and they'll throw it away. And sometimes these people can also get access to firearms. One of the other concerns is that they had brought to my attention that in some cases there are psychotropic medicines that can stay in the body for up to 30 days, thus leveling off that person's concerns, and that gives the CSBs, that goes local law enforcement and other groups that are assigned to keeping up with these people to make certain that these folks are doing well, that they're taking their medication, and making certain that they don't have access to anything that could be problematic. So the purpose of this bill brought before you by my constituent in the mental health medical services was that a concern is for people that suffer from, again, bipolar disorder number 1, which is a very severe level of bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia, where people are in essence hearing voices. The thought being that if this person was brought in voluntarily, that it should be part of a background check to make certain that this person does not have access to firearms. Mr. Chair, next we'll bring before you the final 2 pieces of legislation, House Bill 4035, which is actually in regards to something else, so we'll pass on that. House Bill 4036, College Partnership Laboratory Schools. What this seeks to achieve is working with historical black colleges and universities in the Commonwealth, brought to me by Hampton University. The feeling is that these schools have the opportunities to go into communities that are sometimes having challenges in the communities, whereby they can use their resources to help young people and bring those young people into the schools, so what they refer to in Commonwealth as laboratory schools, and that using the funds from the laboratory schools can help some of these young people in these challenging areas, which is defined in the bill, what is referred to as trauma-informed instruction for students, and be able to provide them with a quality education, an opportunity for them to see other opportunities in education, and most importantly, be able to ameliorate their situation and give them something to be able to move towards. The HBCUs, in my conversations with Hampton University, want to be a part of the help in these communities and these challenges. And when we look at schools in Newport News, like Achievable Dream, has been very successful in helping young people being able to get away from these kinds of environments and being able to get in a safe environment where they can get an education and to be able to move forward. And Mr. Chair, I'll just leave you on this final note. I coach young people, I coach high school students, boys and girls, from some of the tough neighborhoods in Newport News. I'm very proud of what they have done, and I definitely agree with so many people that refer to them, and I would say that they are the at-promise young people. Much of what is in these bills, or what I'm hearing from these young people about what they're seeing in their world, and most importantly, what they want to address in their world, and especially the kinds of young people they want to be. And I believe that these bills and conversations with these young people, with law enforcement, with other people who have taken a very serious perspective on what can be done to ameliorate this situation, these bills are effective. These bills address very serious issues going on in Newport News, and although they may not be perfect, we believe it's a step forward in the right direction with your discretion and your purview. Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Delegate Yancey. Next, we have Delegate Cole, Delegate Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I have accompanying me today my attorney, Delegate Mullen, and I'd like to give him a moment or so to speak at the end. He's a chief co-patron of the bill, 4015, I believe it is, the Universal Background Check Bill. This is a bill that's not new to you. I've introduced it on many occasions, but I noted with interest from your expert testimony that you received yesterday, at least one of the experts suggested to you that we could save 100 lives in Virginia if we pass 3 of these bills that are before you. And one of those bills that's mentioned is, in fact, a universal background check bill. We already have a background check system in Virginia. 1989, I went back and looked at the press releases, the press accompaniments when that bill passed, and I was interested, because I had recollected this way, that the NRA supported the bill at that point in time, and nothing has changed since that we should not look forward to passage of a bill. Now, I know the question arises between public and private transactions. And let me say that public and private transaction difference is probably in your mind. Whether or not you buy from a dealer on one table who happens to have a federal license, or whether you buy from a dealer who is not federally licensed, should make no difference in terms of background check. We have a successful program in Virginia. I would suggest we build on it. We have a wonderful data collection system that allows the state police to go forward in doing that. I'm pleased to say to you that for at least the last 2 weeks, the president supported this bill. And what comes of that, we will remain to be seen. But I want to, in all seriousness, say to you, I appreciate the time and attention that you're giving to this and the seriousness with which you approach it. I'm happy to live in one of the safest districts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but I can tell you my constituents, and I can't deliver it with the same emotions that some of the others have delivered it with, is to say to you that they expect action. We've talked about this long enough. I know there are all kinds of backs and forths that we want to have, but in the final analysis, if we can pass several of these bills and save 100 Virginians, we should do it. And the fact of the matter is that we pass some of these bills, we'll save the lives of more than 100 Virginians. My comrade here, Delegate Mullins.
Delegate Mullen.
Well, thank you, Delegate Plum. It's an honor to be able to stand here with you today. I would also note that I have been prosecuting quite often cases involving someone who's been subject of a TDO and then eventually an involuntary commitment, who've then gone and attempted to buy a firearm on the peninsula. And yet, if that person had gone just down the street to the Hampton Coliseum for the twice annual gun show that they have there, they would not have been subject to that universal background check. I would not have found out about them, and they would not have been subject to the Class 6 felony to which they are currently found. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate and Delegate. Okay, so we've had an issue arise. Next on my list, I have, I'm going to pass Gilbert. Is Mieres here? Stolle, Black, DeStaff. And then I've got Corey Locke.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, first of all, I've watched for the last 2 days online and back here and in person some. The committee, and I think you guys are doing a great job in a balanced, professional manner with a subject that's very emotional and very challenging. The shooting happened in my district, so I'm going to try to go through this in a professional manner without getting extremely emotional. I'd like to start with Senate Bill 4025, which is it establishes an income tax exemption for the relief payments paid to the victims of the Virginia Beach mass shooting, the parents, guardians, children, spouses of the victim, etc. The bill also establishes an exemption from probate tax for any of the persons killed or injured in the shooting. The bill provides that prior to its enrollment, a person eligible for tax exemption pursuant to the bill paid tax to the Commonwealth or locality for a will or grant that the administration of the victim's estate, either the Commonwealth or the locality, shall provide relief from that tax. If it's already been paid, a refund of that tax. The bill also establishes a deduction for the taxpayer relief payment, whether directly or indirectly to the victims' families related to the mass shooting, and provides that in coordination with the City of Virginia Beach to identify the victims and distribute payments. The bill does, in fact, contain an emergency clause, so it'll get enacted before next year as folks are planning their taxes and as they're settling the estates of those who lost their lives. The second one is Senate Joint Resolution 4001, which directs the Joint Commission on Healthcare to study the underlying causes for mass public shootings or similarly violent acts. Examine the role of serious mental illness, extreme political or social beliefs, irrational, disgruntled, or rage, and any other underlying cause in such an act. Identify other contributing factors such as substance abuse, familiar or economic stressors. Identify symptoms, behaviors, or other actions that indicate that an individual is in danger to himself or others. Examine the effectiveness of interventions already in place in the Commonwealth and identify other appropriate interventions or preventative measures, which may include additional involuntary commitments or protective orders. Training of relevant personnel to identify at-risk individuals and connect such individuals with the appropriate services and mechanisms for reporting individuals to law enforcement, assess relevant policies in other states, and consider other issues deemed relevant by the Commission. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, what we're trying to do here is look at other jurisdictions, other states, other communities that have gone through a tragedy like this, look at their lessons learned, and see what we can do different and how better to prevent it from happening in the future. Senate Bill 4003, what this one does is makes it a Class 6 felony with a 3-year minimum sentence to be served consecutively with any other sentence upon the conviction for a violation of a protective order while knowingly armed with a firearm or other deadly weapon. Current law does not specify a mandatory minimum sentence. Brandishing a firearm, law enforcement officer penalty provides a 6-month mandatory minimum sentence upon conviction of a person for pointing, holding, brandishing a firearm, or even an air-operated or gas-operated weapon or object similar in appearance at someone who the person knows has reason to know is a law enforcement officer in such a manner as reasonably induce fear in the mind of another. Senate Bill 4005. Concealment of a firearm and commission of a felony provides that a person is guilty of a separate felony if he carries about his person any pistol, shotgun, rifle, or other firearm that is hidden from common observation while committing or attempting to commit certain other felonies. A first offense is punishable by a mandatory term of confinement of 3 years, and a second and subsequent offense punishable by a mandatory minimum term of 5 years. Senate Bill 4006. Under the proposal, the mandatory minimum for a first offense would increase from 3 years to 5 years, while the mandatory minimum for a second offense or subsequent offense would increase from 5 years to 10 years if the person is violating the same action or should have known that a firearm was used in this was stolen. In addition to that, it makes several additions to modifications. First, under 18.2.108, any person who commits simple larceny of a firearm with intent to sell or distribute it would be guilty of a Class 3 felony and subject to a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years. Second, any person who sells, distributes, possesses with intent to sell or distribute a firearm while knowing that it is or was stolen would be guilty of a Class 5 felony that includes a mandatory minimum term of 2 years. Lastly, a person convicted under 18.2.108 for receiving a stolen firearm would be given a mandatory term of 1 year. This takes criminals off the streets, keeps them in jail, and the impact would be about 67 additional beds over the next 5 years. Senate Bill 4007, firearms use and display while committing a felony, increases from 3 years to 5 years, first offense, and from 5 to 10 years, a second offense, for a mandatory minimum sentences for use or display of a firearm during the commission of certain felonies. Senate Bill 4022 imposes a mandatory minimum sentence of imprisonment of 3 years for felony violations of maliciously discharging a firearm within or at an occupied building or dwelling, willfully discharging a firearm within or at any school building, willfully discharging a firearm upon a building or grounds of any school, upon public property within 1,000 feet of a school, and intentionally discharging a firearm while in or operating a motor vehicle as to create risk or death or injury to another person. Impose a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment for 1 year for felony violations of unlawful discharge of firearms within or at an occupied building or dwelling, and willful discharge of a firearm in a public place when such conduct results in bodily injury to another person. Impose a mandatory minimum term of confinement for 90 days in jail for a misdemeanor violation for willfully discharging a firearm in a public place when such conduct does not result in bodily injury to a member. Senate Bill 4023, violation of protective orders with firearms or other deadly weapons, mandatory minimum sentence, provides a 3-year mandatory minimum sentence to be served consecutively with any other sentence upon a conviction for a violation of protective order while knowingly armed with a firearm or other deadly weapon. Current law does not specify a mandatory minimum sentence today. Capital murder punishment, and Mr. Chairman, this is the same as Delegate Gilbert's, provides that any person convicted of capital murder involving the willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of more than one person as part of the same act or transaction, more than one person in a 3-year period, and who was 18 years or older at the time of the offense shall be sentenced to no less than a mandatory minimum of confinement for life. And Mr. Chairman, we're also putting in some bills. One of them is for a Virginia Beach Strong license plate for the city of Virginia Beach. Grants that we're working with the Secretary of Finance on for renovation of Building 2, and grants for additional renovations to Building 2 for security. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think that power projection is a force deterrent. We want to make sure we have a strong stance here, showing that we will not tolerate this, we will not allow it, and enough is enough. So for that, I think we need a strong package that looks at when you commit a crime with a weapon, then you should be put in jail, and increase our minimum sentences for that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Senator DeSteph. We appreciate your presentation. Next, Senator Locke. Why don't we take you? It's really good to see you.
It's really good to be seen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I have before you Senate Bill 4002. What this bill will do is reinstate Virginia's successful one handgun a month law and prohibits individuals from purchasing more than one handgun within a 30-day period. And I should also let you know that this is the same as House Bill 4004, which is Delegate Jawan Ward's bill. Until 2012, it was unlawful in Virginia to purchase more than one handgun per month. For 19 years, while this law was in place, public safety was enhanced, not only in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but in our neighboring states. ATF data showed that 35% of all guns seized in criminal investigations in the Northeast and purchased prior to July 1993 could be traced back to Virginia. After the one handgun a month law took effect, that 35% dropped to 16%, a 54% reduction in the number of Virginia guns recovered in criminal investigations in the Northeast. The percentage of guns in New York traced back to Virginia decreased from 38.2% prior to the one gun a month law to 15.3%. From 2012 to 2014, Virginia had the nation's 9th highest rate of crime guns exported to other states, with a rate of 61% higher than the national average. In 2016, Virginia was identified as the #1 source state for guns trafficked in New York. Virginia has consistently been identified as a major source state for crime guns recovered in other states. In fact, Virginia is the top source state for crime guns in the District of Columbia, Maryland, New York, and West Virginia. Currently, there is no limitation in the number of handguns that can be purchased each month, which creates an avenue for gun traffickers or straw purchasers to stockpile weapons. We know that legally purchased weapons are often diverted illegally into our communities, contributing to the day-to-day gun violence emergency we are facing in the Commonwealth. Limiting handgun purchases to one per month will help to stem the illegal flow of firearms into vulnerable communities and improve public safety. If enacted, the bill would still allow law-abiding citizens to purchase up to 12 handguns during any given calendar year. This legislation would help to curtail handgun trafficking and stockpiling by reinstating the one handgun a month law. I commend this for the Commission's consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Locke. Since she's up, we'll take Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I am not Dick Saslaw. He's a chief co-patron on this bill, and it's very similar to the bill that's being carried.
Strategically, he was very smart sending you.
I think he was. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this bill 4019 would establish a universal background check system in Virginia by requiring criminal history records checks for all firearm sales and transfers, including sales originating online, sales at gun shows, and all private sales. This bill accomplishes this goal by mandating that any person selling, renting, trading, or transferring a firearm must first obtain the results of a background check before completing the transaction. Additionally, it enables the Virginia State Police to create a process by which private sellers may obtain transaction approval or denial from federally licensed firearms dealers. The bill contains several exemptions to this process, including gifts from immediate family members, any transfer that occurs by operation of law, transfers to and by the executive of a will, estate, or trust as required by the will, trust, or estate, temporary transfers necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm, temporary transfers that occur in the presence of the owner of a firearm, a sales authorized by a gun buyback or give back program transfer of antique firearms, or a transfer that occurs during a shooting range, training course, or shooting competition. A violation of these provisions is a Class 6 felony. Additionally, any person who willfully or intentionally purchases or receives a firearm from another person without undergoing the background check is guilty of a Class 1 misdemeanor. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, currently only sellers with a federal firearms license are required to obtain the results of a criminal background check prior to selling or transferring firearms. Private sellers, including those at gun shows, are not required to perform criminal background checks. This bill is significant because the Virginia State Police conducted 446,333 firearm transfers through federally licensed firearm dealers in 2018. Of those transactions, 3,457 transactions were denied, and 1,779 denials met the criteria for arrest. That means that nearly 3,500 individuals who are prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm attempted to purchase firearms from federally licensed firearm dealers, and nearly 2,000 did so knowingly. If prohibited persons are, and I'd like to stop right there, Mr. Chairman. I just would hope that you all would favorably consider this bill and forward it on to the legislature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Lucas. Delegate Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two bills before you. House Bill 4001 is not directly related to the Virginia Beach incident. It simply codifies the Heller decision, the Supreme Court Heller decision, which holds that the right to keep and bear arms is an individual right, not tied to any militia membership. And if you decide to go forward, I would like an amendment on line 13. Instead of saying rights conferred, it should be rights enumerated. Our founders in the Constitution, it enumerated natural rights. It did not confer rights. The other bill is House Bill 4002, and I did draft it with the Virginia Beach tragedy in mind. And it simply says that if a locality or a state agency does not allow employees with a concealed carry permit to carry at work, then they would be required to provide armed security, either law enforcement or certified security guard in the building where the employees work. I think it's fair. If you're going to take, self-defense as a natural individual right, I think it's fair if you're going to take that ability away from somebody, then the government needs to assume the responsibility of providing protection for those individuals. And that's pretty much it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Be there when he gets there. Thank you, Delegate Cole. Next, we have, I think, only members. Delegate Gilbert, Delegate Bell, Senator Norman. You all can arm wrestle over who goes next.
I'm not making a presentation.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, my bill would add violation of a protective order with a firearm to the list of Richmond exile, Virginia exile offenses, and would put mandatory minimums in place. And that's what the bill does. We can talk more as we develop a package. Thank you.
Delegate Bell. I'm sorry, Delegate Gilbert.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have 3 bills, and the first is identical to Senator DeSteff's bill. One of the things that struck me this past session, we had a bill that we had fixed that would have restored us to what we thought was the law before there was a Supreme Court case which said that we thought the law was that if you got life on a capital murder charge, that life meant life without parole, only to find out that that was no longer the case. And so in the wake of the Virginia Beach tragedy, this bill would at least restore life means life to a situation where a mass murderer was able to survive and ultimately be prosecuted. So this would make, once again, as we thought it was for many years, mass murder required to either receive the death penalty or life without parole. House Bill 4030 is identical to a bill we had this past session as well. Struck by some of the rhetoric around domestic violence that seeks new laws, but also believes that enforcing a 60-day mandatory sentence on someone who's a repeat domestic abuser is a bad idea somehow, when clearly victims in that circumstance who find themselves to be the chronic victims of an abuser, someone who's proven to be a chronic abuser, could really use that time to be able to extract themselves from a very bad situation and likewise punish someone appropriately for their repeated hurting of someone they, in theory, care about. The last bill, Mr. Chairman, is the embodiment of the presentation we heard yesterday from Mr. Kennedy regarding the gun violence intervention initiative. This would establish a board to oversee the group violence intervention would establish a board to oversee that initiative in Virginia and put in the Department of Criminal Justice Services a framework to oversee and manage grants and other things related to that program. I was very much, I found the testimony yesterday very compelling from Mr. Kennedy, a place where despite everyone's efforts to posture on what they seek to advance politically, that there's really a place in our society where we have gotten used to violence, and we should not get used to violence in any aspect or any segment of our community. And there are folks very much crying out for help, and this is a community-driven initiative that puts the power back in the community with the support of law enforcement, the support of, in this instance, state government, to try and ensure that we really make a visible dent in the lives being lost, and every identifiable statistic would appear to prove that this initiative does save lives. And so I just hope that the Crime Commission will look favorably upon it ultimately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Delegate Gilbert. With that, I believe that we have completed patron presentations. I think that there are a couple of patrons who were unable to get here. And the only other procedural matter that I wanted to raise is that we will be continuing, as I mentioned multiple times, to accept written comments. The deadline for submission of written comments is September 30. With that, I also want to especially thank staff for their efforts in organizing these 2 days of hearings. They have spent an enormous amount of time trying to present an informative program. It has, for me, been very productive and informative. I certainly appreciate the efforts of Kristen, of Christina, Colin, Megan, Tracy, and Devon. Thank you all very much for your efforts, and we certainly look forward to working with you in the weeks and months to come, and look forward to the report that is to be generated. So with that,
Mr.
I
Chair?
believe that...
Just a quick question.
Delegate. Sure.
So I'm again back to process. I heard you say that there will be a report generated. Are we expecting that in September or October? And there's so many pieces of legislation, and to be honest,
Sure.
I see suggestions perhaps from both sides.
Sure.
That I think would make a good package. And so I'm again, like, how is this going to work given the workload of the commission?
Here's what I would suggest is, and I talked to staff about doing this, is let's do an executive committee meeting. I was going to suggest later this week, but I think probably next week would be better. We can do it by phone, and we will give staff a little bit of time to digest what lies before them, and we will convene next week. We'll let staff check on availability, and we'll set the timeline then.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, thanks. With that, unless there's anything further, this meeting of the Crime Commission of Virginia is concluded, and we'll adjourn.
welcome, Christina. Hey, glad to help out. Yeah.
Hey,
If the members of the commission are still here, we do have a couple of additional members who just showed up. And for purposes of the record, we're going to let them present.
yeah, just
We're going to make it happen for you. Kristen, everything all right? Such as
He's
it is.
stable. He's on his way to MCV.
So sorry.
Mark, is there anybody else who had a real late one who just
Tractor
needed
trailer.
away?
Oh.
Nick's not coming.
At an intersection.
Really?
Oh, no, I'm asking.
Driver hit the
I don't
passenger
know.
How do I do this twice?
and rolled him into the woods.
I texted him.
Thank God he was in an ERT bus. Like
So it's big metal.
a big metal hunk of.
All right, Delegate Ward. Let's see if we can get that microphone working again. Sorry, we are
Turned out the
retooling
lights.
as quickly as we can.
And I'm going to be very fast. My bill is House Bill 4004, and you've recently heard it, so I'll be very quick. I won't hold you up. And it just deals with the limitation of the number of guns that can be purchased each month to just one gun a month. Currently, there is no limit to the number of guns, and it creates an avenue for gun traffickers or straw purchasers to stockpile weapons. We know that legally purchased weapons are often diverted illegally into our communities, especially in my community, contributing to the day-to-day gun violence emergency that we see facing us in the Commonwealth. Limiting gun purchases to one a month will help to stem the illegal flow of firearms into vulnerable communities and improve public safety like those that I live in. If enacted, the bill would still allow gun-abiding citizens to purchase up to 12 handguns a year within a given calendar year, and the legislation would help to curtail handgun trafficking and stockpiling by reinstating the one handgun a month law. Despite a ruling in the D.C. Circuit Court and the Heller versus D.C., Virginia has evidence of the efficacy of a prohibition of purchasing more than one gun a month. and it promises public safety, and it will allow a Virginia law to withstand constitutional scrutiny. This bill also has a fiscal impact, and it includes an enactment clause with an appropriation of $71,881 to the state police to support the implementation of this law, and the funding will be appropriated from the balance of the general fund in fiscal year 2020. Thank you, and thank you for your patience and your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I want to apologize for the confusion. We finished our presentations early, and we tried to communicate that we were going to be rolling through these, and uncharacteristically, the legislative presenters were not long-winded, so we finished early.
Well, I got the message about 63 minutes ago when I got here in 60 minutes, so thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. Delegate Mieres.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Commission, the Crime Commission. I know it's been a long day, so I will try to be brief, have a couple of bills, but really appreciate your all's patience. Kind of echo what was previously said. I told my slot was 5:50. I left Virginia Beach at 2:45. Obviously, there was an accident, and it's the worst text you can get when you find out they're adjourning right when you're parking. So I appreciate you all getting here at 5:15 and re-adjourning for me. I'm going to go and just, to the Commission's, to the slot at 5:55, which was, and I'll just go through them. And obviously, there's one I'd probably spend a little bit more time on than others, but I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory. One is HB 418, use of a firearm in commission of a felony, which is an additional penalty if you use a silencer. Obviously, right now we have mandatory minimums if you use a firearm in the commission of a felony. This would add an additional 12 months if you use a silencer in the commission of a felony. The next is HB 4025. That's the establishment of an independent commission to investigate the Virginia Beach municipal shooting. This was prior to our city council, which announced their formation of their own independent commission. But I think it's always helpful to have a fresh set of eyes, and the commission may decide that even with the appointment of a independent commission at the city of Virginia Beach, to have a state commission as well. I modeled it on what Governor Kane did after the tragic shooting at Virginia Tech, but asked the commission to review this and determine whether we need the state to review it as well. My expectation is the Virginia Beach independent investigation will probably take at least 12 months to complete. My next is HB 4019. There is some amazing technology that has come online when you're dealing with active shooter situations. And when I've done my research, on average, the average response time for a 911 call is about 14 minutes. Obviously, it means every minute is crucial. What this does is there's technology now that if with 99% accuracy, if the camera captures somebody with a firearm in their hand, you can program so it immediately releases a 911 call. It also could be as advanced where it immediately could shut down certain sections of a public school or a public building. It's modeled on some legislation that was introduced 2 years ago. I've expanded it and tweaked it. I'd ask the commission to look at HB 4019. The last two, HB 4029. Right now, when you do a background check, you fill out two forms, a federal form and a state form. On the federal form, they ask you your citizenship background. You do not ask that on the state form. On the federal form, you're notified, the state police is notified if somebody that is not here legally attempts to purchase a firearm. That is apparently one of the top reasons why people fail background checks. I feel it's good for our local law enforcement, our sheriffs, and our local police forces to be aware of that. If somebody is here illegally, MS-13 immediately comes to mind. We've seen some of the horrific violence down in the valley in Lynchburg. So that is HB 4029. And finally, the one that probably has worked on the most is HB 4031. This is a severe threat order of protection. There's been a lot of, at least some discussion about it, but in my opinion, it's an important balance between protecting the due process rights, which as we know in the Fifth Amendment, you're guaranteed your life, liberty, or property. The government cannot take that away with you without due process of law. That applies in the 14th Amendment to the states. It is essentially, in my opinion, both balances your due process protections, but I think what makes it unique, some in the media have referred to it as a red flag law, but what I think it makes it unique are two things. One, obviously, those very strong due process protections. You need to have a law enforcement officer, a judge, and a mental health expert sign off and agree. And then the other aspect is obviously the fact that you get seen by a mental health expert with your community service board. I think too often when we discuss this issue, we're not talking about and looking at some of those people that are really suffering through severe mental illness. There's a statistic, I think maybe it's been cited by those, I know you all have had some experts that have testified in front of this commission before, but it's sometimes missing in some of our public debate and discourse, where over 60%, and this has been consistent, the Center for Disease Control has consistently tracked this, over 60% of those of gun deaths in America are suicides. So if we're serious about addressing gun violence and people that have tragically died from gun violence, then we have to be able to discuss the fact that over 60% of the deaths from gun violence are suicide. It's so, after the tragic shooting on May 31st at Virginia Beach, I quietly both looked at what other states have done, but also started talking to mental health experts. And one thing they pointed out is too often those people that are dealing with severe depression, they feel like they're the only ones facing that. And part of the goal here is a judge, an officer, a law enforcement officer investigates, a judge by clear and convincing evidence determines, yes, you're a severe threat to yourself and others. They then refer to you within 72 hours, you have to have an evaluation from a mental health expert with your community service board. And part of that is so the mental health expert can tell you, you're not alone. There is help for you. And then only after you go through both the due process and meet with a mental health expert is a severe threat ordered protection issued. And I think it is somewhat of a unique approach. I think it does a balancing of both due process protection, but also giving mental health, getting the help in the mental health aspect, which is somewhat missing, I think, when we're talking about the totality of gun violence in America, that 60% plus are the victims are actually from suicide. So I'd ask for the commission to look at it, hopefully give it a good grade, if you will, but I appreciate the time and the patience for the commission, and glad to either answer questions or conclude my testimony.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
I do believe that we have one other delegate who has made the trip from Virginia Beach, who is somewhere nearby. And rather than adjourn and send him home, we're going to be at ease for a couple of minutes till Delegate Stolle arrives.
Thank you.
that. See, his still, but so me. But you have to press the button.
Everybody ready? With that, we'll reconvene. Delegate Stolle, we're really sorry for the turnaround, come back, go back, come back instructions that you got, but we're really glad that we're able to coordinate and finally get together with you. So thank you for coming back to Richmond this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very thankful that you all are hearing this bill, and thank you for a long, long day, and I'll be as quick as I possibly can. The bill I have before you, there are two bills. One's already been presented and won't speak to again. The other bill is House Bill 4020. Currently within the code, there are certain individuals who are not allowed to possess weapons. If you've been under a temporary detention order, or if you are on a protective order due to domestic abuse, you are not allowed to possess guns. All this bill does is sort of close the loop on that. Although we tell somebody who may be on a temporary detention order, we detain them for 72 hours, we release them, but there's no we're not certain that there aren't guns back in the house. So all this says is that the individual who is subject to that portion of the code that requires them not to possess guns will provide a certification to the courts that they don't have that gun within 48 hours.
Okay.
It also extends to that same law that not only domestic abuse but other permanent protective orders for violence or threats. That's the sum of the bill.
Tell us what your other bill is. I know that it's been presented, but just so we know what you're carrying, tell us what it is.
This is the app bill that allows people to go online and provide a concern.
All right. Any questions of Delegate Stolle? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. And with that, unless there's anything further, we will adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For good.
Again.
Thank you.
I think that's my shortest bill presentation.